Hey guys, welcome back to the Anime Collector and welcome back to the OCA Podcast. That's the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector, and my co-host, Jobo Agi.
Greetings and hello in seasons galore, as well as a Canadian of FDDNM to be explored.
All right.
Hello, fellow tabernacles.
Otaku-so, did you hear that?
I can vaguely say that because I have French in me.
Is that some sort of Klingon?
No, it's like a
curse
word. It's like an
French.
N-word that only Canadians can use, right?
French Canadians.
Oh, a tabernacle was some
I don't know if it goes to
church.
Let's move on.
That's a tabernacle.
The topics.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a hell of a lot to get through in this podcast. Lot of news this week. So we're going to start with some opening discussion things just so I can get some stuff out of the way now. So the latter half of the podcast doesn't feel bottom heavy. So Tumblr bans all porn. I have to say, whoever writes for Sankaku Complex, I love I love how they phrase this. Tumblr is set to become an even safer space, with all porn being banned from the 17th of December onwards. That's next week. So, blogging platform Tumblr is set to ban all pornographic images from the 17th of December as a result of Yahoo/Verizon's desire to make a more welcoming environment for the site's community. Yeah, so what I've been hearing real quick is that this was Verizon's doing, not Tumblr specifically. But I guess Verizon probably owns them, so. Say what?
I heard something else. I heard the reason for these bans, or at least what I got from the news, was Trump signed some sort of law or something, maybe not a law, but the initial point of this is to try to stop sex trafficking in this open platform that you can easily trace the person if they get caught or if people normally would like to tattle on that sort of thing.
Backpage. That wasn't Tumblr. That was for Backpage. And
okay.
But I am tickled at the thought that even this is being spun as a blame Trump incident because of course it is. No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that the news you heard that somebody decided to spin it that way and it got to your ears. Anyway.
Then again, technically, if you want to look at it, if it passes, that means both parties agreed on it. So you can't really muck-sling a color at this point, but continuing.
Well, I think the Backpage thing was an executive order. It was part of Trump's executive order to crack down on sex trafficking, because there is like it gets no news coverage, but there's been an enormous amount of arrests since Trump took office regarding pedophiles and sex trafficking, and like rings busted up where they're getting like thousands of people at a time. So there's been a pretty significant push on his part to like stamp out this in America. But with some exceptions, all images depicting sexual activity and nudity will be banned from the site, although erotic literature will still be allowed. Okay, so
that's nothing new. Even today, you can write almost anything and get away with it, but if you reenact it, shame on you. Which I have no idea why.
This is another thing that there's just so much to unpack here. First of all, we're going to discuss something else at the end of the articles that is specifically about the literature aspect regarding China. But the thing about this is that this is like when we discussed the lolicon is a thought crime idea, is that as long as it's literature, right? As long as it's not depicting a child, it's like it's a drawing, you know. It's like it's just text on a page. Like the book Lolita is okay, but maybe we should get rid of that movie that was made. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the site will, however, allow nude artwork, including classical statues, as long as no sexual activity is shown. Feminists approved forms of nudity, such as photographs of breastfeeding, women who have just given birth and nudity during political protests will also escape the ban. So basically what's going on here is that they're giving themselves an open this is the exact same thing that happened with Steam. They're giving themselves a blanket ability to just ban whatever they want if it's sexual in nature. It's all this stuff is loose enough that they can argue their way one way or the other on what they want to allow and what they don't want to allow. Chief Executive Officer Jeff D'Onofrio has defended his decision to remove the last valid reason to use the notoriously cancerous site, making the following comments. FDDNM, did you write this article?
Yes.
We've realized that in order to continue to fulfill our promise and place in culture, especially as it evolves, we must change. If users still want to see pornographic content hosted on Tumblr, there are no shortage of sites on the internet that feature adult content. We will leave it to them and focus our efforts on creating the most welcoming environment possible for the community, or for our community. D'Onofrio has decided not to ban or delete blogs that currently host pornography, but instead encourage them to post more appropriate content by restricting their visibility even further to the point that nobody will ever find it. So that's like videos in YouTube that get put in limited state mode, where, as to quote whoever, I think it wasn't Susan Wojcicki, it was a guy, I forget what his title was, but he's like, oh, we're not calling for censorship. We're just saying take it off the page. No links to it. If you can't find it, it's still there, but so that's basically what's going on, right? Now, kind
of like some older backlog. Darn it, what do you call it? Like if you're looking on Amazon for a particular item and it's been far so long since it either sold or is now technically part of a backlog, for some reason they get rid of it for an easier search, but it's still there. Kind of like how the Noir set that I have.
Okay. So what you're trying to say is that certain things get archived to a degree where they aren't prioritized in search, but they technically still exist, like if you know how to find them. So yeah, but regarding the overall, what this means for us in the anime community stuff, first of all, I don't use Tumblr. My wife uses it all day long. But like in the past, I was literally just watching the third episode of the podcast earlier today. And she had like shared if you guys remember back then, she had shared a picture she found. Actually, I think this particular picture was sent to her, but this kind of thing happens all the time where she sends me something. It was a picture of Brienne of Tarth and that other guy, the red-haired guy from Game of Thrones, on like basically as the cover of a romance novel, except that Brienne of Tarth was the guy, and and the other guy, Tormund, I think his name was the. She's on it all day. I don't think it's going to affect her too much because, the adult aspect of Tumblr isn't something that she's on. But I do think that this is going to like destroy the
Tumblr as a whole.
As a whole. Yeah. No, I mean, and here's the thing. This is the thing that it really sucks about this. And Tumblr as a community. Now, if you use Tumblr, I'm not suggesting you're part of this community, but I'm saying that you're like the microscopic speck that isn't part of this community. You're the minority, you're the exception, not the rule kind of thing. Tumblr's community is absolute cancer, right? And that cancer is about to get kicked out of their home and find a new place to live. So get ready, the rest of the internet, they're coming. Anyway, so as far as this goes with anime content, as they're saying, it seems like as long as it's not explicit hentai, it's not going to affect the anime community too horribly. But again, this isn't something that I'm personally affected by. I don't really use Tumblr, but we'll just have to see how this unfolds, and we'll talk about some other stuff as we continue that'll kind of continue this trend of what's going on here. So we got a couple more things to discuss. First of all, just so you guys know, number 6 is going out of print. I got an email today from Sentai.
Which was already established if you read the doc, the Aniplex doc, but hey.
Just
Well, it was
reminding
also
you.
established back in the summer.
I'm just reminding you that it's going out of print, and you don't have a lot of time left if you wanted to get it. It is a Yowie, correct? So
technically, but I think it's so focused on the actual story that, like, even non-Yowie fans can still enjoy it for what it is.
Isn't it supposed to be like some sort of espionage story?
Okay, so all I'm saying is that it's more. I think my wife has seen it. It's more of a dystopic society and people trying to like overthrow in a revolution or something like that. But
instead of it being a straight romance, it's a Yowie one.
Yeah. So, and anyway, just to clarify, if you were planning on trying to get everything, or you just this particular title was something you've been holding off on getting, but you wanted it, it's probably a good time to get it. I think it's only $9.99 on Sentai right now.
Anyway, the Sentai sales like never ending for the month of December.
Otter Media lays off 10% of staff in restructuring. AT&T's digital media company, Otter Media, the holding company that operates Crunchyroll and Verve's parent company, Elation, laid off about 10% of its staff as part of a company reorganization on Wednesday. Otter Media employs about 1,400 people, so the layoffs will affect about 140 full-time employees and contractors. Variety reported that the layoffs spanned most of Otter Media's divisions, but Elation was not affected. As a part of the restructuring, Rooster Teeth is now a part of Elation, and Machinima will be folded into Otter Media beginning on January 1st. AT&T announced in August that it had acquired the entirety of Otter Media from its previous co-owner, the Chernin Group. AT&T announced at the time that it planned to fold the company into Warner Media, the new content company created after AT&T's acquisition of Time Warner in June. Since the acquisition, Warner Media closed the Drama Fever streaming service on October 16th, resulting in layoffs for 20% of the company's 110 employees. Warner Media also closed the Filmstruck streaming service on November 29th. So the reason that I'm bothering to read through all this is streaming services. This is so bizarre because over the past couple days, I have rewatched the first 3 podcasts, and I noticed that we had discussed way back then the AT&T buying out ownership of Otter Media and all that stuff, right? And we were speculating on where this was going, and we at that moment and going up to this moment even had been talking about the fact that this is obviously a sort of a gold rush or a streaming war is happening. Like we've been talking all this time, Disney is setting up their own streaming service. It's why Daredevil and all those things were pulled off Netflix. Like they're canceled and they're not doing they're not continuing it, is because Disney needs to compete. Sony bought Funimation. All these things are happening, and it's very obvious that the industry is seeing streaming as a gold mine that they need to be a part of. Because if you let some other brand get established, like Netflix, then you get left in the dust. It's incredibly hard to compete once the momentum and the brand recognition and all that stuff is already up. So in this podcast, we are going to look at a hell of a lot of streaming news. All right. So do you guys have anything you want to say specifically on this?
Well, there is good news.
Not particularly.
Machinima might finally be gone.
Why is that good news?
Because everyone hates it now.
No, I can't
shadow up
there for myself. Don't really care for the site. Or
the views expressed on this podcast by Augie do not reflect
the corporation. You mentioned something else, and I disagree. No, I can't say that.
I didn't say you couldn't disagree. I'm just saying that I'm not going to call for the destruction of a company that a lot of people work for just because I don't like their content. I don't care if World Wrestling exists. It's not something I watch.
If talent's there, they'll mitigate them somewhere else so they can keep a paycheck. Why waste good workers and rehire someone else?
Yeah, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, it's a brand that has existed for a long time. They have put out their share of good stuff. They've put out their share of crap. All right, it's not stuff that I particularly watch, but I'm not saying that it needs to be destroyed, And who knows if whatever comes next is any better, right? But anyway, moving on. Are you guys okay with moving on?
Yep.
Move on.
All right, Augie, I will read this if you want me to, but I thought maybe you might want to just discuss. This is the Annie Biz.
Let's just discuss this. I've read this. I was kind of hoping while reading this that I would hear more like how they would negotiate titles, what would be considered a hotter trend or not.
Well, let me give a premise then, so that people actually know what we're talking about. So real quick,
can you pause for a sec? One of us, I muted mine, but one of us is also watching the podcast and it's echoing back on their microphone.
I'm not hearing that.
On the microphone?
Yeah.
My headphone.
It could be you.
I'm not hearing you.
No problem.
Okay, I'm not hearing you.
Okay.
Okay,
so
continue.
What this is there's sort of like, I don't want to call it a convention. There's a gathering, right? Just because convention gives off the wrong impression. It sounds much bigger than it actually is.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, I should have put this in convention news just so that it would have filled up something in that category. But anyway, basically there's a gathering that occurs called the Annie Biz Anime Business Conference that is where industry people from Crunchyroll and all these other places like that get together and discuss this market and how to like networking and all that stuff, which again, when we get into the streaming news, you're going to see a lot of stuff about Funimation and their relationship with Hulu and their relationship with Crunchyroll. These people all know each other, right? So this is sort of the conference where the meet and greet sort of happens and strategies are formed and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Cutie Honey 30.
But it
yeah,
AC, do you know
the
what
anime Illuminati. I was going to call it the anime Builder-Bird, but yeah.
Illuminati.
I might as well say Builder-Bird. But AC, do you know what they mainly cover in this article?
Yeah, I read the article.
Promotion and the promotion and statistics of shirts.
No, that is not what they talk about. There is one line.
That's what I read.
There's one line where what's his name? Kun Gao, the founder of Crunchyroll, says that he began his talk with an anecdotal story dubbed the T-shirt test 2.0, where he described being stopped at an airport in security, and the person who was like checking him saw the Crunchyroll logo on his shirt, said, "Crunchyroll, I love anime. Go on through." Right. So he was talking about.
Check out the size of that paragraph. It's like most of the article at that point.
No, that's literally like these sentences right here. And then Gao demonstrated the power and significance of fandom and went on to discuss the changes. This is not specifically about that thing. It's literally like these 2 or 3 sentences. This paragraph is about what Gao talked about. That's just the thing he started talking with. So it goes on to talk about conventions and the way that the approach that should be taken to conventions. And I think it's got to be this girl. They don't picture her elsewhere, but they talk about this girl, I guess, gave a talk, and she mentioned how conventions especially need to be like they go on to talk about how anime fans are brutally honest, right? And that conventions need to be a celebration of the fans and a way to get feedback from fans rather than a money grab. And they just I think it was the last paragraph, they talk about how work to build longevity with fans over time rather than seeking the quick buck from them. Fans are smart. They'll know the difference. To which I say, absolutely they will. Absolutely they will. This is the entire reason why we shat on Boogie Woogie Box and Legend of the Galactic Heroes from the moment they came out, because they obviously felt like a cash grab. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm glad. I'm half and half on this article. I'm glad that they noticed the consumer, and this is more like a positive towards the consumer reading, but at the same time, it doesn't really talk about other strategies. Then again, that might just be information that's not supposed to be released to the public, which that's what threw me off. I thought it was going to talk more about that, considering
it's a pretty
article.
Well, I'll say this: it's a pretty substantial article for Anime News Network compared to the stuff we usually cover, and it feels like they don't say a whole lot, in the entire thing, right? They do talk about at one point, because as I said, they talk about conventions and whatnot, and building things for the purpose of connecting with fans. So they talk about the at Anime Expo, and I assume other conventions, but I particularly saw it at Anime Expo. They Funimation around their booth had a Oron high school host club, and they actually had people cosplayed as the characters, and so the people, fans of the show, could have them host on them, or whatever the verb is for that activity, right? And then they also talk about the Banana Pit, which I guess every once in a while it's conventions, they create a pit like a ball pit, but instead of balls, they literally just have plush banana dolls in it. So you can just have the joy of waiting in line to dive into a pit that a bunch of sweaty otaku have been in before you.
Oh yeah,
but,
that one's from Crunchyroll.
Right. So, because they talk specifically about Crunchyroll Expo. A lot of this article kind of felt like veiled promotion of different conventions, because AniBiz conference took place, I think, the same weekend or whatever as Anime New York City right here, right? So a lot of people that would have benefited from being there couldn't be there because they were at the convention. Anyway, but if you guys want to read this yourself and get a little bit more in-depth understanding of sort of what we're talking about, the article's in the podcast doc. All right, so I got some quick news here for Kickstarter crowdfunding news. By the way, before we end, actually, we're going to do pickups, so let me hold off on this. But before we end opening discussions, I just want to mention that YouTube is doing a sub purge today, and I think going through into next week. I think it's the 13th through the 18th or something like that. So basically, there are services that exist where people can buy inorganic subs, right? Basically bots that sub to their account. And those subs will also sub to other accounts in an attempt to appear more like a real channel, like a real user, rather than a bot. You know what I mean? So when
YouTube does the purge, they get rid of all those.
Well, they get rid of the ones that their proprietary algorithm has determined were spam or whatever, or bots or whatever. So
right, but either
you cut out. What's going on?
Way people are going to lose a.
I didn't hear that, but I'm going to gather you said either way. People
God, I cut out. I cut out.
So basically, what I'm getting at here is that the bigger the channel, the more subs it's probably going to lose, which, that is what it is. And personally, a part of me really welcomes this, because I would like to see an accurate number reflecting my subscribers rather than the number we have. The working understanding I have, which I'm going to have to tweak after this goes through. And by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up at all is because we might lose monetization for this. We might get kicked out of the partner program if we lose 200 subscribers through this and dip underneath 1,000. But which totally blindsides me, because I've been spending all this time trying to make sure we don't lose that partnership for the watch time. But the thing is that I've been operating under the assumption that I have 10% of the total number. What's up?
We'll just have to see what happens at this point. Like, we can't do much about it.
So while you're here, let me wrap all this up by saying, while you're here, go ahead and hit the notification bell, and sort of just make sure that you get notified of everything that we're doing, because otherwise,
and if you really appreciate what Brad does and what we do on the podcast, go to the Patreon.
I'm not going to stop you, but yeah. So I just want to bring that up.
Subscribe and share to your friends. Show your preacher; he'll get angry.
I'm not trying to promote right here. I'm just saying that if you should be wary that it's possible you might get unsubscribed from other channels, not just ours, in the next coming days. So be vigilant about your favorite creators and make sure that that you don't get disconnected from them. All right. Now, you guys want to do some pickups?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Please make them small and quick because we have so much.
FDDNM, you go first.
Okay. Am I locked on?
It's locked on you.
Okay,
Ready
so
torpedoes.
So I already had the complete series of this. Oh god. Here. I've already had this series before, the complete collection, but I want the art box. The full-sized art box. Oh, that's nice. The nude lolly fairy side. So the art box for the third girl with the blue eye. It looks
144p right now, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. But yeah, so I like having a nice thick spine. And in the 144p, am I cut out? No, I'm not. I'm still alive. The thin pack complete collection is staggered in here. I cut out again to fill up the space, and the third volume that comes with the box is just in there. But yeah, so that is
number one. Frankenstein complete.
Yep. But that's how I roll. So
that's how you roll.
Then for manga, while I still have connection.
At least it's all the same series in a box.
Yes. So for manga pickups, I got To Love Ru Darkness Volume 7. That was pretty quick. I thought the last one only came out like last month. Then I just got this one right today. Samurai Warriors, the only Blu-ray version available.
Is that Sengoku Basara?
I'm still much like Sengoku Basara. This is actually a game, and my brother bought it before this anime came out, so I didn't realize that till way later. But yeah, it's basically a Sengoku Basara clone.
For that one, that was also Funimation release that was lingered for like 8 months before they finally released it. Maybe 8, maybe 2 years. I'm not sure. I just remember seeing it on pre-order and it lingered for release.
Yeah. Well, this is they released this on DVD a while ago, and finally we got a Blu-ray version, which is unfortunately Essentials. However, the spine is at least like fine, which is what you're going to see 90% of the time anyway.
Except for the double Blu-ray band.
Sure, but I mean, what are you going to do about it? Like it's much better than the save.
You hear me, Funimation? Not buy it. That's what I'm going to do about it.
Or you can buy the DVD version. And we got, I think this one comes first, Crest of the Stars and Banner of the Stars. Thank you, Funimation, for putting the stickers of the digital copy right on board. Not cardboard, the slip case. And, yeah, so now gouge prices for that. This one I got in good time because I got the rest of the Love Live, the season 1 of season 3, which makes no sense.
Let's hope that ever gets here.
Yeah.
Hold on, which one?
And it's season 3 of Love Live, but it's part 1, but it's called season 1 of Love Live Sunshine.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's series 2, season 1.
Oh, so Reese says those stickers come off easy. So I'm going to hopefully track down all the stickers of the digital copies and peel them off before
No. Don't use Gugon because some of them come off real easily and other ones will tear. So put a little Gugon on like a cotton ball and just
but then I'll steep into the slipcase if I put too much.
It won't. It'll be okay. If you do it through a cotton ball, just steep it on there and let it sit for like 10 minutes before you start peeling. But otherwise, just leave the sticker on,
Okay, so Konohana Kitan. Yes, I was right. I just pre-ordered this one a while ago because Tokyo Pop, they made the resurgence. The very first license of a real proper manga was this. So I was like, oh, I wonder what that's like. Does it have an anime? And it turned out that Funimation dubbed it that season that it aired. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to wait till they release that. which just came out. So yeah. Then Heaven's Lost Property, because this was super cheap. I know you're cringing at the classics version right now, Brad, but I got this so I could complete the Heaven's Lost Properties that I have. Except I need to import that.
Yeah,
I have to import the second movie that's in Japan. It's actually not too expensive. It's like $60, but I'll get to that when I feel like it. Then Tales of the Abyss, another sticker for digital copy. It's nice that this is now, there's an HD version, and it's complete and in print and affordable. So that's nice, except it's still...
Well, that's a double hit for a catalog, both Funimation and Bandai Entertainment.
Yeah. So I think FDDNM has been booted. He's completely frozen. So Augie, oh, you're back.
Yep, he's back. A dinosaur story.
How many more do you have? 4 more.
Can you show them real quick, and then we'll go to we'll turn off your camera so we can get through them. Okay, so
Digimon Adventure Try, the 6th chapter. Mori Bito, Guardians of the whatever that they took the subtitle out for. Sentimental Journey, that thing that we're watching for the Watch Club tonight. And the thing that I'm most happy about this week is the Pat Labor complete collection actually finally existing in my hands.
And it's not a chipboard, is that correct?
It's not chipboard, it's a slipcase, but honestly, it doesn't matter to me because it has a hole in it, so I would have been disappointed either way.
All right.
Let me click over to you.
All right. So let's begin. We got Dinosaur King Season 1, Dinosaur King Season 2. Ooh. We have Lupin the Third, Gold of Babylon, Blu-ray, front, back, boom. Hopefully that showed. Then we have Hells scripted by the people at Team 4-Star, but dubbed by Studio Cadence.
I'm here.
Boom.
I thought Team 4-Star dubbed it. I don't know.
They might have worked with Studio Cadence, but Studio Cadence has been doing dubs for a lot of other things for a long time now.
I wouldn't be surprised if at least somebody from Team 4-Star makes an appearance in the show as a voice, right?
I thought that was the point, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, why even bother if you're not going to actually use the talent, beyond just the writing, the thing that people would actually hear? Because if you don't know that they wrote it, then you're not going to care when you watch it. But if you hear their voice, you're like, holy crap, that's Little Kuribo, or whatever.
He's not part of it, but yeah.
Well, for me, I like it being released because it's a Madhouse movie. I don't really care for Team 4-Star, but a lot of people do. If you like them that well, good enough for you. I just want to watch a Madhouse movie.
I just like their Brooklyn Joey and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
There you go.
Continue.
Up next, both seasons of Beyblade Metal Masters. Boom.
So does that have the Moses episode?
What now?
The Moses episode where he parts the Red Sea on a giant ancient Beyblade?
I think that was the first one, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought it was. I just haven't gotten around to looking to what actual episode and whatever it was. I just want to see it at some point.
Right. Up next, A Town Where You Live.
I need that one.
A Funimation exclusive on Right Stuff called Punchy Mas, Season 1 and 2, part of that video game about idols. Idol Master? Yeah, there we go. Followed by the one set of Dirty Pair I don't have, which are the features. Ooh, featuring 2 dubs, ADV and Streamline. Following that, we'll start with more of the Sentai sale that I got. So first is Takunomi, a story about drunken girls. Boom. There we go.
We definitely got to do a watch club on that, just so I can make it a point to watch it.
We could do a special on New Year's for this.
We should have We should have Dakota Broski join us for that podcast.
Zabongle, which this is awesome because it includes the movies, Zabongle. And on the back of the cover, since it's Right Stuff, you have a blue bootleg Gundam. Or to me, that's what it looks like. But for the longest time, I've always seen the opening for this, but I've always wanted to watch it. So there we go. Following that is Food Wars, Season 1, front, back. Then Food Wars, Season 2, front, back. What's great about this show is how they over-exaggerate the food testing every time. It's just like Yakutake Japan, but much sexier and no Black TriStar out of nowhere.
The thing is, they don't have the third season coming out for some reason at the moment, Sentai.
Yeah, for some reason. I thought the show sold well. Up next is a series I can't stand in the least, but I am not its target. However, it looks very pretty, and that's No Game, No Life, complete season and movie. I'm not a fan of this. You would think I would be, but I just can't get with the main characters. The sub-characters are far better for me. If you like it, by all means, enjoy it.
Let me address something real quick from the chat.
Yes, go for it.
Kurt Von Steiger, I'm going to assume is how you're pronouncing your name, mentioned they just got Bandai set for Gundam 00 Season 1. So this is Season 2, but I'm just addressing this for you. This is a one-to-one bootleg, just for the record. So check your set and make sure that it doesn't have this kind of case, because if it has this kind of case,
clear.
It's clear with the if you look at the way that these are connected in here, these really cheap modular things, they pop out really easily. They're very cheap
like
cases. It's the exact type that Funimation uses for the save editions.
For save.
Yeah, so check your set and double check that. And I don't know that I have the one-to-one bootleg for Gundam 00 Season 1 yet. So if you do find out that yours is the bootlegged one, I can teach you off stream a more accurate way to tell for sure. And I might be willing to buy it off you so you can recoup some of your losses so I can use it in the bootleg series. Anyway, back to you. Yeah.
And since you brought Gundam 00, I finally got the movie and the OVA, which wasn't included in the original.
What was the movie called?
Sets.
Blaze of Awakening or something like that?
Yeah.
Awakening of the Trailblazer.
Trailblazer. That's what it was.
Cool. Also in the chat, Reese said the BPPKs.
The books are great.
Okay, thank you. Because I was about to say, what kind of bit rate is that? And up next is Anonymous. Front, then back, then front again. Followed by a Clamp series called Kabuki Boo. If you ever get a chance, give this a watch. Front, back, moving on.
That's Clamp?
Yeah, it's someone that worked from Clamp that worked on it. Up next is something that might be Korean, but no, it's from Madhouse. It's The Tibetan Dog. Front, back, fluffy stuff. Then followed by Classicaloid. Front, back. This is Season 1, not Season 2. And next is Love and Lies. Front, back, front again. I guess it's a romance. Who's drumming?
Not me.
And also, since I've already had Rest of the Stars, I also finally got Banner of the Stars, just like FDDNM. The only thing I can say that we're missing is a third season of Banner of the Stars, along with a few OVAs, which I hope they get. If it's at least a sub release at this point, I'm fine. But I hope we get that soon.
Are you sure? Because on the thing it says Seasons 1 and 2 and OVA of Banner of the Stars.
Exactly, but not Season 3 of Banner of the Stars.
Yeah,
I remembered that I just rejoined the call, so I didn't turn my camera off. But I think Reese said that on the description it said like Banner of the Stars Season 3 was on it or whatever, which is the OVA. I haven't checked it yet.
Let me address Kurt real quick. I thought it might be easier to show you. This is the official set for Season 1. See how the disc layout is different?
I think that's Scanovo. Being a case snob. Scanovo.
Oh, the type of case. Yeah, I've been trying to move forward with FDDNM on a collaborative video regarding cases for a tip video. So hopefully we'll get that out in the near future. maybe early 2019. So just once again, just to remind you, this is what the bootleg cases were. Now, and just for the record, the bootleggers have modified their approach since this time, so they might not look like this anymore. But yeah, just keep me posted, and we'll reach out to me on Twitter or whatever, or the Facebook group, whatever you want to, through the description, and we can chat about this after the stream is over at some point. Anyway, Augie, do you have any more?
I got more. I'm trying to make it quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, ready? All right.
Sure.
Kistummer R, front and back. This looks very interesting. Released by Banned in Japan, and can't wait to watch it. Followed by, and I finally finished this, Maihime Mayatome Cipher. I don't know if that's the correct way to pronounce it, but good enough. Followed by Kabuto, All Tracks Edition.
Kobato.
Isn't that one out of print?
Yep. Okay, so we have a version of Blue Submarine number 6. This includes all the video. Then we have one that includes all the audio. So there's 2 different ones.
What?
I know.
There's more to that story.
Yeah, I'll get Band of the Stars. What's wrong, Brad?
We just have so much to cover. I'm trying to hold it together because I want to utilize people's time wisely.
Okay, to abridge it, Reese says that yes, OVAs 1 and 2 on the set are the Crest of the Stars or whatever, Band of the Stars 3, and I put the disc in now, and yes, there's 2 OVAs there. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. So I had Night Hunters, and I finally got Night Hunters Guilty, which I bought cheap and really got a price. What'd I say?
Night Hunters.
Night Hunter.
You were talking about the Yowie.
Well, what's the difference between the 2?
You already have Night Hunters?
I already have Night Hunters. We already covered that years ago.
Yeah.
Let's pause on me and go to you, Brad.
Okay, so I have stuff to show, but like I said, I wanted to make this quick. So the only thing I'm going to show you guys, since I already talked about it in the podcast group, is I got a second copy of Galaxy Angel Rune 4. And the reason why I even bothered to do this is because the original one I had was the screening copy they sent out to reviewers, and it's still sealed. So I got an open copy that doesn't have that, so I can actually sit down and watch it, because there's no way I'm going to actually open this extra rare version of it where there's even fewer of them that were labeled with the sample thing and sent out to reviewers. So that's what I've got. Let's go back to Augie.
All right. So
also, Shane, if you want to trade Galaxy Angel Rune 4 for Nobi's War Remy, I would be absolutely willing to do it.
So just like with FDDNM earlier this year, I too finally got Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. This might be Season 4 or an OVA, can't read. And the movie of Hayate the Combat Butler. So finally a double cross out.
I didn't get that earlier this year. However, it is in a box in Brad's house right now.
Sitting right behind me, actually.
And up next is Two of My Johnnies, the movie. Or for those listening to audio, Eden of the East. So finally completed that. More from Sentai. We got Pet Girl Sakura So. Phantom Fantasy Star Online 2. Got all tracks of Vampire Hunter D. A DVD copy of Squid Girl Season 1, Season 2 for easier opening. Five centimeters per second from Discotech to confirm if there's a double dub or not on it. Out of my own curiosity. Finally completed Gunslinger Girl with the Gran Turismo, both the series and OVA.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Let's move on.
All right. Armed Girls Machiavellism for easier access. I'm not sure if I showed this last time. Battle Girls High School. Then we got another, which I ordered this one, then got another, which I thought I ordered this one, then got another. And then I thought I got this one and got another. And lastly, for what we're watching next time is this word. I'm not going to attempt because I'm going to botch it after talking all this time.
Hey, I'll buy one of those anothers off you.
Why Sentai finally reprinted some and sent them out, so they're not out of stock anymore.
Oh, what?
So, yeah, go on to Sentai's site. They just restocked it, so they're still printing another on Blu-ray. Which they did. The first one didn't come to me, so I assumed that I got my refund, and I went ahead and bought the other one. So I only have two copies of this.
Another.
And by some Christmas miracle, I got a second copy from them. So we got Archangels, and last of all, I got an emulator in a box.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
I'm done. Move. Go.
Let us jump into articles. Hold on. Let me screen share this. So, Kickstarter and crowdfunding news. Just want to let you guys know it's not a Kickstarter. It's on that Makuaka or whatever site, or no, maybe that's what they're calling it. Funds on, hold on. What is the site? Yeah, it is makuake.com. So there's another crowdfunding going on for this steampunk anime. I just want to let you guys know that it exists if you want to try to fund it. But you might, I don't know if they ship to the US, but just letting you guys know that that's there. And apparently I opened it twice. So there's a new trailer for the new Godzilla movie. We're moving into live action, quote unquote, anime news. And like every tokusatsu, at a certain point, literally every movie past like a certain year stamp is all about just getting previous characters from the franchise to cameo. Like if you watch Kamen Rider, they'll have like 40 different ancient designs of Kamen Rider show up to help beat the last bad guy. And with Godzilla, it's all about getting all the monsters in there. And also 11 from Stranger Things is in it. So do you guys have anything you want to say, or can I just...
I do, but let's go on.
Okay. All right.
Is 11 the Ego Girl?
Yes. Live action Nisekoi film planned in 2 TV ads.
Next.
If y'all ever get a chance, watch these trailers. They are hilarious. And I'm even more looking forward to this movie because I saw them. Hopefully Aniplex of America doesn't release it.
And not to be confused with live action Wodakoi, Love is Hard for Otaku. The film is being delayed until 2020. I think Otaku so had to share this. So, we're going to wait another year. So, but it's probably like realistically, it's probably going from the end of 2019 to the beginning of 2020. So it's probably not that big of a jump, but we'll see. And Johannes Roberts is directing and writing a live action Resident Evil reboot film, of which it's the first of 6 that are planned. And they go on later to say Constantin Film announced in 2014 that the movies will get a television show spinoff. I think that this is potentially old news and that the television show spinoff has been retconned into a reboot series of 6 films. So just mentioning that, so reading through this article, I was actually kind of shocked because I didn't think they needed to reboot it. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I didn't think the original movies were that important, but apparently for Germany, they're the highest grossing horror movies or something like that. I don't know, but it seems like it's a much bigger deal than it felt like. I just didn't think they needed to reboot it. I felt like they could have just continued, but maybe they ran out of story to tell and they have to go back to the beginning and retell things that they skipped over so nonchalantly, but we'll see.
Now, AC, for those who are not familiar with the director, what other stuff has he been in or worked on?
Nothing good. I looked him up on IMDb. 47 Meters Down is the thing. It's just a bunch of like crappy horror movies that didn't even land on my radar in terms of like news about them. I'd never heard of any of them. So the original series was by Paul W.S. Anderson. And those are hit or miss, but they're fun to watch, right? They're kind of like a Fast and Furious movie where they're not like fantastic, but at least you enjoy your time watching them, kind of thing. So there's that.
According to your description, I have not seen the first one, so I'm now imagining zombies racing on the streets.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to move straight into look at how much streaming news we have to go over today. So got a lot to talk about. Some of these are going to be quick, others are not. Funimation and Hulu signed first look streaming deal for new anime. So this kind of shocked me a little bit because
Hulu kind of destroyed themselves at one point, but now they're trying to gain it back. But the thing I find dumb is that you might as well subscribe to Funimation because that's basically the only variety Hulu has.
Yeah. So, well, let's say this. So what I was going to say is that, number one, as we've discussed on the podcast before, Crunchyroll, as they were growing and becoming a brand that was more, like identifiable to streaming and all, Hulu jumped ship and started working there. Right. So that's something we've covered in the past. But what's also weird about this is that if Funimation was going to have a deal with somebody, it seems weird for Sony to cut ties with Crunchyroll, which actually the reason I shared this, come to think about it, is for this paragraph here. Funimation ended its content sharing partnership with Crunchyroll on November 9th. Funimation president and CEO Gen Fukunaga explained that the decision to end the partnership was because of its acquisition by Sony Pictures Television Networks in 2017, as Sony is investing in Funimation to make it a global sub and dub anime brand. All right. So this is another thing that we've talked about a lot on the podcast. But what I'm getting at here is that, of all things, it seems weird to ditch Crunchyroll and go to, the retarded cousin of Crunchyroll. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems in terms of having a partnership, I feel like Funimation's brand is much stronger when it's partnered with Crunchyroll than with Hulu, unless Sony already owns Hulu.
I feel like they'd be stronger on their own without Hulu.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I see.
Like a step backwards.
Now, you're mentioning Hulu and Crunchyroll. When Crunchyroll was starting and was getting the ball rolling, what they did was hire people from Hulu.
I literally just said that.
Said something similar to that.
You were probably replying to the chat comment when I mentioned that. Yeah, I talked about how we brought this up.
Okay.
How a bunch of people.
So let's jump that.
Yeah.
To another one. Used to, Hulu had almost every title that Anime Works / Media Blasters had, along with some other ones like a terrible quality Captain Harlock and Galaxy Express 39 and other shows as well. So you had the bubble pop, you had Media Blasters retract their library pretty much, kind of destroying what was there at Hulu. Then later on, as Crunchyroll grew, kind of blew away what was there as a Hulu exclusive. So maybe this will revive a dead horse.
Kaze Ninjetti, I'm going to assume that's how you're supposed to pronounce that, says Disney owns most of Hulu. So according to them, that's who has most of the ownership over Hulu. So the issue with Hulu is that, as you said, they used to have a large catalog of anime, but the quality was garbage. So much so to the point that it was easy for people to choose Crunchyroll over Hulu when that time came where they basically had to make that decision on what they were going to stick with and their new sort of go-to place. So, and Otakuso is also saying Hulu is US only. So, this seems like a step back, doesn't it? Doesn't this just seem like, okay, so we decided we're going to walk away from Crunchyroll, which was working out for everybody, and now we're going to do something that nobody expected that seems like a terrible decision. You know what I mean?
Now that you bring that up, it seems really counterintuitive if they're trying to make it a global sub and dub business.
So
it's kind of so far this is kind of like a terrible episode of Cheaters.
Sony is investing in Funimation to make it a global sub and dub anime brand, not particularly Hulu. So Funimation streaming is still going to have all this stuff, which again is what you said. You might as well just stick with Funimation. Like, why even bother with another third party, connection if literally all they have is what Funimation has? You know what I mean?
I forgot. Does Funimation have their streaming to be free with ads running, or do you have to have a Funimation Now account?
I will test it right now.
Because I have a Now account, but I don't know if you can just watch it for free, which might be why they're using Hulu, of all things.
Hulu's free streaming is Yahoo View, so it doesn't even make sense to be on Hulu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that is that Crunchyroll, this seems like a huge misstep from our point of view. You know what? Time will tell.
Then again, going to the past, after this, we can move on. Yahoo tried to do their own streaming stuff, like with Community, and I think they might have had like 1 or 2 anime series, but in the US it didn't catch on. I think in Japan it's like...
clarify real quick? Yahoo is a Japanese brand, is that correct?
Not sure.
Because Yahoo Auctions is basically all Japanese stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
I'm not sure if it's just an American company that expanded a branch that happened to be really big in Japan or what.
Yeah.
I don't know, but according to the live action Japanese movies, apparently so.
Okay. So, Otakuso said some are free regarding Funimation streaming. Can we move on? You guys cool with that? All right.
Yes.
In more streaming news, TMS launches 2 U.S. anime streaming channels. So the anime production company TMS Entertainment, which is the company behind Lupin, Saint Seiya, Monster Rancher, Sherlock Hound, launched 2 channels: TMS Anime for anime fans and TMS Kids for children. We've talked a little bit about this in the past. For streaming in the United States in October. The company Future Today Inc. developed the 2 channels, which are both free, ad-supported, and available on Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku devices. The TMS Anime channel features the following titles: Actually I Am, Banana, Brave 10, Godmars, Eat a Kiss, The Pilot's Love Song, Saint Seiya, The Lost Canvas, and ZX Ignition. And the kids one is going to have Banana, Galaxy High School, Monster Rancher, Sherlock Hound, and Sonic X. Going all the way back to episode 3, I think, or 2 of the podcast, when we looked at the TMS catalog and we saw Galaxy High School. Back then we had said, like, I didn't know this was an anime. Like, I didn't know a Japanese company worked on this. It looks like, I used to see it all the time in stores, 'cause I think Anime Works licensed it, and it was like, it just seemed like heavy metal. You know, it's just like an American sort of cartoon thing. But what's even weirder now is I'm learning it's Kid Pro brand. So anyway,
kind of look Rankin Bass inspired. I'm hoping that that in the Netflix series, which we'll talk later, will give more spark to the Saint Seiya series, because I'm still baffled that it's not big in America.
I want that new.
It's huge internationally. We're going to talk about Saint Seiya in a moment.
I want that Saint Seiya shoujo, whatever that's airing right now, to come over here because it looks interesting.
Yeah.
So all the TMS Kids series are English dubbed except Banana.
Are you on crack?
I'm probably saying this in the wrong crowd here, but I kind of wish this would have been a cable network as well, just to kind of do a triple combo. But
they would need a heck of a lot more content.
When they said channel, that's what I thought they meant.
Yeah. I read the article to double check that, because that's what the article title leads you to believe, but I was suspecting it was what it ended up being. So regarding Banana, I haven't watched it yet. I'm just asking, does it even need a dub? Like, is there actual dialogue in it?
I think it's probably just
the only thing dubbed.
Right, that's right. There's a narrator, and I think Mike Toole did the narration for the English version. So that's interesting that they wouldn't dub.
That's probably why they were able to do the English version in the first place, because it was so simple.
Yeah. 48.
Like,
Monster Rancher has the first 48 of 73 episodes available, while Sonic X has the first 77 of 78 episodes available. TMS plans to stream more titles such as Lupin the Third. That'll be great. Anyway,
already has all of Lupin, though. Oh well.
So yeah, just furthering down the statement here about the streaming. Streaming is something people are not ignoring this, and it's just bizarre that in the last 2 weeks is when all this is sort of coming down. Because the next thing we're going to look at, Cinedigm acquires streaming services Viewster and Viewster Anime. Cinedigm announced on Monday that it has agreed to acquire video streaming service Viewster and its subsidiary Viewster Anime. The company expects the acquisition to be finalized in January. So I don't have too much to say other than that the stuff they had on Viewster regarding Viewster Anime was like Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, Jinro, the Wolf Brigade, Fist of the North Star, and Mononoke. So it's a lot of older stuff and stuff that isn't really like a huge bargaining chip.
I think that Viewster is a lot bigger in the UK, but in the US, it's not. The titles aren't nearly.
Cinedigm
I'm glad you said that, because I was about to say Viewster's alive, but thank you for explaining that. Oh my god!
Cinedigm is a company founded in Zurich, Switzerland. So this isn't an American company that is acquiring them. So that actually does kind of make sense that they would be reaching for what they can get in that area. So do you guys want to say more, or should I?
I don't even know what to think of it. I'll just see how it goes.
Yeah,
I'll point this out.
Go ahead.
I'll point this out again, but somehow it's either a partnership or some sort of relation. Cinedigm, G Kids, and Shout Factory are related somehow, but I don't know how.
Are you sure you don't mean 11 Arts, G Kids, and Shout Factory?
No, Flatiron is in the mix.
Yeah.
Right.
Somehow those are grouped together, but
yeah, I think Flatiron is just a alternate brand. It's like Sentai versus
Made in Japan.
Yeah, Made in Japan is a good example of
11 Arts. I think they primarily focus on theatrical screenings and dubbing them for the theater, and that's it.
Anyway, so continuing here. Sword Art Online episode censors more content on US-based streaming services. So I don't want to go through this whole thing. I'm just bringing this up to clarify what actually happened.
Is it that infamous new episode?
Yes. Just so you know, Aniplex, according to this article at least, according to what's being said, Aniplex distributed a different version of episode 10 to Crunchyroll, Funimation, and Hulu. This is according to statements from Crunchyroll and Funimation, that this was, quote, the version originated from the licensor, right? And Crunchyroll declined to comment on a specific issue, but said it does not censor content directly from licensors, right? So just to clarify, if you watch this on Crunchyroll, I guess I've heard, I haven't seen, but I've heard from people that there's outrage over Crunchyroll censoring this stuff. From certain people, but I'm just stating, just for the record, it appears that it was Aniplex who sent out the censored version. And obviously, if you are an anime collector like we all are, then it shouldn't matter, because you're going to end up watching it in the nice Blu-ray crisp quality with all the
uncensored.
Yeah.
Hold on. We just got done watching an Aniplex title, and they packaged it really lazily, so
it's not the packaging.
Well, still, if they're going to repeat what they did when we watched Eromanga Sensei, they're just going to take what was streamed and slap it on the disc without even regarding censorship.
Okay, well, I'm going to quote you on that when that doesn't happen, and we'll talk about it.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hate to see how much the price is going to be. Yeah,
it'll be expensive. Well, I mean, look at the previous Sword Art Online releases.
Yeah. So then again, if it costs that much, it better be uncensored. So.
Yeah. So do you guys have anything else you want to say about that, or can I move on to this connected article here about the writer?
I was pretty much going to say the same thing. Like, the Blu-ray will be uncensored, but it's like I don't know. I just find it hilarious that this idiot keeps on making these scenes that are annoying people. But anyway, that's it.
Well, this is gonna a nice segue from what you just said. So Reki Kawahara, the writer of Sword Art Online,
this, I think,
apologizes to voice actors for latest Sword Art Online episode. So he said, Miss Ishihara, who plays, I don't even know how to pronounce this, TS I don't know, and Miss Kondo, who plays Ronye, both performed a painful scene with aplomb. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And he goes on to basically say that, so I guess what happened is he started writing these before he was a quote-unquote professional author.
Right, he actually wrote these
them as a
before
web-
Excel World.
Well, he wrote these as a web novel in 2001. Which makes me wonder, actually, about the timeline revolving around .hack. Come to think of it, but because I wonder when those novels were written. But he started writing these as a web novel back in 2001, and they were later edited and published as light novels by Dengeki Bunko from 2009 onward. And in multiple interviews, Kawahara has expressed regret about aspects of the story that he wrote as a less experienced writer. And he said, I think earlier than this, that...
he more or less says that I was influenced by other light novels or something.
At the time, growing up, when he was growing up, he read all these fantasy, like Goblin Slayer, Record of Lodoss War type books that heavily featured these types of scenes, right?
Wouldn't it be Ogre Slayer at the time?
Goblin Slayer.
I'm using something so that the modern audience can relate. Anyway, so the point is that first of all, let me just say that I had no idea Sword Art Online was even remotely close to a show that would even have that kind of sequence in it. Basically, there's a rape sequence in it.
Brad, let me interrupt slightly.
It's just an assault scene because
quote
everyone
sexual.
jumps to calling it a rape scene, and then I say to my friend, "Yeah, but did anything happen? No."
Attempted rape, sexual.
I find strange that after reading or at least hearing this, you're pretty much learning that the creator this is his first work and he's learning how to write. It's sort of the same way as the story series or Monogatari series, with the guy learning how to write and producing this stuff by the same company.
The thing is, I was told that basically every season of Sword Art Online has one of these scenes, and it's like a token. I think even the movie probably did, but it's like, if this guy really cared, he probably would have, toned it down by now, but clearly he likes this. But all I have to say is, like, I think the way he described it in the article at one point was like, "Oh man, I didn't think it would turn out this way when it was turned into an anime." And the voice actors did such a good job and made it so convincing because they're such great voice actors and all. So
he said that they pushed it even further than he had written it in terms of
like when I read how he apologized to these voice actors or something, it made it sound like they were uncomfortable doing it and they were forced to do it. But no, it sounds like they were totally into it, and he's just apologizing.
They were incredibly professional about it. We'll just say that. So real quick, I just found the part. He said, this may be a bit late, but if you're wondering why Sword Art Online has so many of those scenes, a considerable number of light novels, although they weren't called light novels back then, epic sagas and adventure stories I read back in middle school contained those plot elements. I would cite Ogun Hakusha, or Gold Spur, as a representative title. My writing was bound to that as if under a spell. Okay? Anyway, so bottom line, I just want to connect this to the previous article, but if you're into this show, get the Blu-ray. So anyway, shall we move on?
One more thing about that. It's about him apologizing. That's kind of like if you recall Excel Saga, watching the promotional commercials. You have Shichiro Watanabe, if I got his name right, as a promotion took him. Yes, as a promotion, him and the two voice actors dressed up as Excel and Hayate were in a bed in the middle of the street as a promotion. It would be like if he did that, then afterwards he apologized.
No, this doesn't seem like an actual apology. This seems like I'm so embarrassed kind of thing. Like when I wrote those things years and years ago, I never expected people actually would have to act out that scene. So this seems more like it's the "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry" actually seems more like I'm so embarrassed kind of statement, right? And it also kind of feels like a subtle or not so subtle really attempt to
damage control.
Well, not to damage control, but to
trying to get out of trouble.
No, it seems to me like he's trying to promote through controversy the episode, and it's just one of those kind of things where you sort of turn it around, on it so that you can milk it as people talking about it, blowing it up into bigger and bigger things so that it can benefit you in the long run.
Yeah, we've been experiencing a lot of that this year, haven't we?
Okay, Lance.
I think this is like the third or fourth. Yep, Lance.
So Lance, regarding what happened in Sword Art Online, there was a quote sexual assault scene that, quite frankly, came out of totally out of left field for me, because when I looked at like the original season 1 stuff of Sword Art Online, it looked like a really cheesy kids show to me. I never expected it to go into this area. So I'm actually good.
More or less, they just went back to the old ways of having one assault scene per season. That's all, basically.
Yeah, and Jake Krill, I just want to thank you for tuning in. Glad to hear you like the show. All right, so continuing, Augie, you shared this, and I feel like you only shared it to make me aware
not to to make you aware of it, but I wasn't trying to antagonize you. When I watched the preview for this, comparing it to the few episodes I saw of the 2000 series and also the Knack Studio OVA, comparing the different art styles from what I saw, this one looks a little bit more Tekkenized than the other ones. Like it's not as bulbous as you would imagine.
I'll disagree. I'll disagree.
You can disagree, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, but I've seen more of it than just the trailer, so maybe I'm tainted by that.
But there's one more important thing. There is no early 2000s rap in this.
What rap are you talking about?
In the Funimation one, they include like a whole bunch of rap at the beginning.
You mean for the opening song?
It seemed like it was either opening song or during the show. I forgot. It's been a year now. Are you
referring to the song Child Prey? Because that's not really rap. Sure. It's more like screaming death metal, but in a more rock pop kind of way. It's a weird song. And as I pointed out in the past, the thing that I find funniest about the show is that the song is titled Child Prey. And I can only imagine that a child prey is the prey of a child predator. Anyway, I'm gonna continue here. Heroes Rise in trailer for Netflix's Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac 3D CG anime. So we had talked about this way back at the beginning of the podcast. It's so weird that I had been just compelled to rewatch some of our earlier stuff. But we had talked about this before there was any artwork even available. Like it was just like a rumor at the time kind of thing. So it's interesting to see that this is coming, and it's going to be out worldwide sometime in 2019. So from what I gather, this is not a Japanese produced show. I think it's actually
because the CG isn't choppy as hell.
Well, because the CG is being treated probably closer to 30 FPS instead of 12. So
now when I make this point, I have not seen all the original show yet because I was waiting to get all the star boxes for better quality. But from what I gathered, kind of comparing from what I've seen, this is kind of sort of similar to Ghost in the Shell 2.0, where they took the original show and put it in CG.
Okay, so I won't say why because we haven't gotten there yet, but I can say that that's definitely not what they're doing. Although what they are doing is they are retelling 2 specific arcs, I think. So I'm not sure if they mentioned in this article or if it's the one I'm going to show up later. But since you brought up,
what threw me off was what threw me off in the Saint Seiya trailer was they were fighting tanks. Maybe that happened in the show, but I don't recall that. The setting for that, but
FDDNM, did you have anything you wanted to say before we move on?
No, not really. I haven't watched any of it.
So, new Ghost in the Shell 3D CG anime project to premiere on Netflix in 2020. So the reason I want to bring this up, there's two very interesting things. First of all, 3D CG. When I first heard this, I felt like I got punched in the gut. But as I continued to read, I realized why they made this decision, and I'm actually really excited for this. So first of all, the anime is titled Ghost in the Shell, SAC 2045. So I can only imagine that's standalone complex. So that's good news, right? And what it is going to be is 2 seasons, directed by Kenji Kamiyama, who directed all of Standalone Complex up to this point, and the other by Shinji Aramaki of Appleseed fame. Now, why this is actually interesting to me is that if you have watched the first Appleseed movie, not the 2D animated one, but the first 3D CG one, to use their term, and then you watch Ex Machina, and you go on from there, and you see how by leaps and bounds the CG gets better and better and better to the point where it's really watchable. Let me just say this. If Ghost in the Shell coming out in 2020 looked just as good as Vexil, I'm totally on board with it. And Vexil came out like 10 years ago. So I'm really psyched for how this is going to look. And Netflix, I swear to God, if you don't release this on if you don't have this get a physical release, I'm going to be pretty upset. Anyway, do you guys want to comment?
I'm not one of these people, but I've talked to a lot of other fans of this show that really like the composer that has Russian inspirations in her work. Is she a part of this? Honestly,
Russian.
Oh, you mean the one that sings all the songs in Latin or whatever?
Latin and Russian, yeah. Is she a part of this?
I don't remember seeing that in any of the articles I read. I actually looked through a hell of a lot of...
Thank you, Reese. Yoko Kanno.
Is Yoko Kanno the... Yeah, I guess she was for well, if she's not, it would be a huge...
I feel embarrassed not remembering her name.
So, but see, the thing is that she's the composer, I don't think she's the singer though. That's why I was getting thrown off. Cause when you said Rush, I was thinking of the actual songs, but yeah, Yoko Kanno. So here's what I'll say about that. If they have Yoko Kanno for this is a Netflix, well, I guess it's premiering on Netflix. This is not a quote unquote Netflix original, but it would give me a little bit more hope that maybe the live action Cowboy Bebop might not be as awful as it seems like it's going to be. So just to clarify here, it's going to be 2 12-episode seasons, meaning 24 episodes total, with Kamiyama directing one of the seasons and Aramaki directing the other. It's going to be a very interesting show to watch, and assuming her hair looks like this and not like the bangs cut directly up to her hairline, like in that horrible Arise one, I'm going to be totally on board with it.
My comment.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I agree fully with what you said about the Vexil thing. If it looks like that, then hell yeah, that's totally cool. I'm not opposed to CG in general. It's just Japan has a tendency to berserkify it, for lack of a better term, a lot of the times. But yeah, so
CG doesn't work in Japan when they're trying to put it in a majorly 2D show. That's the problem. In everything
even Ajin, though, was like choppy and everything, apparently.
Yeah, but that was Polygon Pictures, and they were so the thing about Polygon Pictures, just in case you guys aren't aware. So, also, if you're not aware, and even though I've said this about a million times on the channel, I work in the visual effects industry. So I actually have a degree in animation, and I do 3D stuff like all the time for work. So I have a little bit more knowledge about this. But the thing about Ajin is that Polygon Pictures, and this is also true with like Knights of Sidonia and their other shows that is that they developed proprietary technology over there, so that the render that came out of the 3D program, which I think they were using Maya, but don't quote me on that. That render is the finalized shot. They were setting it up so that all the compositing was done in the viewport of the program, and the final render was just once it's done, instead of rendering out all these different passes with all these different layers and then compositing in After Effects or something, right? Or Nuke. So anyway, just to clarify, Polygon Pictures had a very specific reason why their stuff was really janky at first, and it's because they were developing new technology, and anytime that new technology is being developed, the stuff that is at the beginning of the pipeline with it is going to be really bad while it's getting refined, and then it's going to get amazing because of the sacrifice of those earlier shows that make the jankiness. So we'll see how that goes. But regarding, as I said here, they've developed technology already for Appleseed and Vexil that looks like I can only assume because of whose names are involved. And also Sola Digital Arts is the production studio for this one, which I believe was the one for Appleseed. And I think Sola Digital Arts was also involved in a lot of the 3D stuff in Japan Animator Expo, including potentially Evangelion and Other Impact, although that was also with Steven and Steven Studios and all that. So anyway, continuing from here.
One last thing I'll say about Ghost in the Shell as an ending point. I'd rather see more Ghost in the Shell happen per season than keep seeing more of the Fate series.
Amen.
At least Ghost in the Shell, I think. If it's Fate's Day Night, let's see the different variant of Saber the Figure. However, if you do enjoy it, by all means, enjoy it.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll agree. It seems bizarre to me, the monumental worldwide success of Standalone Complex, that it ended at season 2. It just seems bizarre to me. But we'll see how it goes. All right. So, original Evangelion voice actor comments on possible new English dub. Now, I'll just say this seems to be more confirmed since this article was written. So, our favorite person, Amanda Wynn Lee, who, if you need a reference to when we talked about it before, for your consideration, I recently uploaded an OCA podcast clip regarding the Gunsmith Cats controversy. But she's been voluminous about this. Has said, no, it's not a rumor. I can't tell how I know, but it's definitely true. They are redubbing. She also said in a pity me tweet, between Battle Angel Alita and Evangelion, it's like everything I ever worked on or cared about, I'm being replaced. So again, but regarding this, they actually, Tiffany Grant, the voice of Asuka, by the way, Amanda Wynn Lee is the voice of Rey, just in case anybody is not up on that. And she was also the ADR director of I think the latter half of Ava in all the movies, not including the rebuilds, I believe. So do you guys want to talk about this, or should we move? Wait, well, here's the petition for the. Anyway, go ahead.
Later on, I'll point more to the theme of hate along with this release, but it's kind of strange that they're mentioning this for Eva. However, when Sentai got Vampire Hunter D, they redubbed it, so I can get some of the reasons for redub because of the different ADR techniques at the time, the scripting, the how they lip sync the stuff. I can see it being more advanced than before, but this is kind of like part 2 of the previous podcast regarding this topic.
Right, which is why I don't want to just.
I'll give kudos to Tiffany Grant, but I kind of wish. What's her name again? Amanda Wynn Lee. Yeah, I wish she wasn't so angry all the time.
Here's her tweet, actually. First Battle Angel and now Evangelion. It's like I'm being erased from anything I ever cared about and poured my heart into.
No, you're remembered. You're loved. You're just not receiving attention like you used to.
Yeah.
Go out and dub some more stuff if you want more attention.
Don't get me started on her anymore.
I have a thing to say when you're done.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was going to say is that I saw Kyle Hebert, or Hebert, whatever it is, who does Kamina, Gurren Lagann, and
Aizen and Bleach.
I've heard him pronounce his own last name, I think, once or twice, and it was like Hebert or something. But anyway, he made a tweet that's like, oh, go to my change.org or this change.org petition to get the original Ava voice actors back and stuff. And I think I DM'd you guys about this or something, but it's basically like you're kind of late if you're asking for this because they already made those rebuild films. You kind of should have done it then.
Yeah.
Because now, I'm not buying it now that it's already too late. But looking at AC, looking at the previous article, it does link you to the change.org petition that Grant's trying to promote. Okay, cool.
So just to clarify, Adam Mitchell, not Tiffany Grant, created this. Tiffany Grant and the other voice actors have just been sharing it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is change.org not the
worst site in the world?
Isn't it not the thing where if it gets 100,000 signatures, that the White House is that change.org or is that can't be change.org?
I do not know anything about it, but all I know is
I'm not educated in this topic.
All I know is that change.org is that site that everyone thinks it can change things, but literally nothing ever changes from it.
It doesn't do shit. Okay. It's literally like the getting it to 7,000. It's not going to do anything. Okay. When this page loads, it starts at 0 before it loads all the stuff, and it says, let's get to 1,000. And then this is basically just the next milestone. Getting to that point isn't going to do shit. It's all going to be up to what Netflix decides to do. Okay. Now, furthermore, I will just clarify, Amanda Winley did go on to say on Twitter that she had met with the director of the vocal stuff and said, I can't say. Which means
she's probably casted.
Well, yeah, she said, I can't say who it is, but the show is in good hands, and I'm okay with the decisions being made. Which good probably means she signed an NDA, and she's been recast in the ADR director's chair, and is going to be redubbing it with a lot of the same cast.
Because how would she know who the director is? Do we even know who the director is?
No, exactly. It's not public-facing knowledge. Exactly.
Exactly.
So, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so first off, nice using the picture for Arcada's Evangelion review thumbnail. But second off, Arcada, the guy you hate. But the frickin' the dubcast. So for the rebuild films, I believe Spike Spencer, the guy who did Shinji, reprised. Misato, who was the purple hair girl in Full Metal Panic as well, was like she was also recast, which is nice. It's just like everyone else that was recast. Wait, whoa, what? Tiffany Grant for Asuka. Did they get her back as well? Okay, so I think it's literally just Amanda Winley that didn't get back. But either way, the point is...
To that point, let's just point out that she doesn't, based on the outburst we've seen from her, she doesn't seem like somebody that if you were working in the industry, you'd want to work with a whole lot, you know? Like, I'm not saying she's not talented, but it just seems like a lot of drama to work with her.
Which is probably why she's seemingly the only one, according to Wikipedia, that was recast of the main characters.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny thinking of it. But, yeah, like, my thoughts are basically the timing's off, you know, and if the other point I was going to get to, which I think I already said to you guys as well, which was, if they've already redubbed the rebuild films, it would make sense if they used the old voice actors to redub the original, so there's continuity.
So you meant to say it would make sense if they used the rebuild voice actors.
Sorry, yes,
to redub the original.
Because now
it seems like, but it seems, as you said, that they actually were a lot more of the original voice actors than we had initially
much more faithful than we thought.
Yeah, so it seemed like the only person is Amanda Winley who's getting shit on for that.
Which honestly, Ray has quite an easy voice to replace.
Yeah. How many lines does she actually have?
Like,
she's a
3?
pretty silent character. Yeah. So, so real quick, I just want to address something. Abi, if you guys know from Cartoon Cypher, that's the channel, right? He's the editor over there. He shared a tweet that actually compared scenes from the original Evangelion to scenes in the rebuild, and you can see Spike Spencer is the voice of Shinji in both, but he is so over the top in his reactions as Shinji in the original Eva, whereas in the rebuilds, it's much more authentic sounding, right? So so it will be interesting to see if they redub it, and this is all speculation here, but if they redub it and they use the original voice cast and maybe Amanda Winley, who knows, then it'll be interesting to see a more matured approach to, because anime at the time in the 90s was kind of flamboyant, over the top, and not taken with the same more, oh yeah, this is not just for kids kind of attitude that it has now. Even with Ava back then, it was still sort of like, this is kind of dark for a kid's show, you know, but now it's like, okay, this is
you took the words.
Good.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say comparing the two time periods, it's pretty much a different frontier. One was more loose and free, like you can compare voice casting from Yu Hakusho to, let's say, either Yu Hakusho to Soul Eater, or the two different Sailor Moons is probably a better example from what they did, because used to it was more guessing to trying to figure out what to do, and now it's trying to, depending on the show, either more localize it or be more true to the script if possible.
Yeah, and if they want to be more true to the script, I will say that Amanda Winley not getting put back in the director's chair is probably a good idea, because she made changes to sound effects added into End of Evangelion.
But damn it, if she's met with the director, that means she's in again, and she might taint it.
We don't know.
You know what's going to happen?
You know what? Time will tell. I think the bottom line, we can just say that the original Ava dub is an important milestone in this industry and in this fandom, because it is how this show and Western anime in a lot of ways grew in its importance, and its like people knowing about it and everything. So this redub in a way is going to be almost equally important in a lot of ways, and it could make or break in the eyes of the fans, could make or break the response to Funimation, to Netflix getting the show instead of Funimation, which we're going to talk about in just a moment.
One brief bit about Rei Ayanami being voiced. In Japan, it's Megumi Hashiobara, which pretty much the queen of voice acting, or that's my 2 cents for Japanese voice actors. For Rei being dubbed over here, I don't know who person 2 is, but comparing the two, Rei's not that hard to voice. If anything, I would recommend Gray DeLuce, more famous for like Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents.
Brina Palenza or Tony Chopper.
Yeah, I would imagine she could pull it off if you give her a serious role for once. Or since she's monotone, it's not that hard to get someone else to kind of be put in the spot for this character.
FDDNM, you had something you were trying to say earlier.
I think it was something to do with, it's going to be hilarious, because what's going to happen is she's going to say, surprise, it was me who's the director, and we're all just going to sit here thinking, oh no, the integrity of the script and the sound effects. Anyway.
I bet all of them are going to sigh because they know how to deal with it.
It would be hilarious if all of a sudden that news comes out and all the fans that were campaigning with the hashtag to get the original cast all of a sudden turn on her for learning about the stuff she changed in End of Evangelion. Anyway, so Augie, you seemed to have a lot you wanted to say about this next article, so I want to give you the floor first. But I wanted to know if you wanted me to read it before or after you talk about it.
Go ahead and read it, then let me say my piece.
Right, because I just want to make sure that the audience is fully on the same page as we are. So,
because I have 2 big points to make, so go ahead.
So, Evangelion on Netflix is a disservice for anime fans, says Funimation president Gen Fukunaga. It's hard to stand out in Netflix's gigantic library. Funimation is the biggest name in Western animation distribution, but in 2019, Netflix will make moves to usurp that title. On top of a series of original programming and remakes, like a live-action Cowboy Bebop, the streaming platform acquired the long out-of-print cult anime hit Neon Genesis Evangelion for debut next year. But Gen Fukunaga, founder and president of anime distribution company Funimation, said that Netflix isn't a great place for major anime releases, especially big ones like Evangelion. He said, honestly, Netflix is willing to significantly overpay for something like Evangelion and outbid anybody by multiples, no matter what their return on investment is, Fukunaga tells Polygon. Shortly after Netflix announced that it will distribute the mid-90s anime classic, I'm 100% sure that we'd have done a much better job brand managing it and turning it back into what it was. Fukunaga is adamant that the Netflix acquisition is a loss for anime fans. According to the CEO, who has been importing anime through Funimation for nearly 20 years, Netflix just won't do Evangelion the service it deserves. Evangelion used to be, in his eyes, an iconic series worldwide. Through its 90s debut, Evangelion was synonymous with the medium, at least until licensor ADV Films' clash with the series production studio Gainax led to a tangled rights ownership in 2010, which I'll go into later. I actually looked into this. The series remains a pinnacle of anime visuals and storytelling. However, thanks to a unique blend of classic... let me read that differently. The series remains a pinnacle of anime visuals and storytelling, however, thanks to a unique blend of classic mech action and modern psychological drama. With DVDs of the original anime unavailable, it's hard for newcomers to discover the series. The Netflix news was akin to a resurrection, with the chance to watch Evangelion with ease becoming a tantalizing offer for anime fans who might be choosing a primary streaming platform. At this point, who hasn't already chosen? The key problem with Netflix as an anime hub, according to Fukunaga, is that Netflix is a hub for everything. Take a title like My Hero Academia, he says, referencing the hugely popular anime licensed by Funimation. Had My Hero Academia gone onto Netflix, it would have just dropped on the platform with any number of titles and probably would have died as a brand. It would have just been another brand on the platform. Funimation markets it 360, theatrical marketing, etc. Gets it available on iTunes and Xbox and PlayStation and gets it on other streaming platforms on its own. And really does promote it 360. While if it had gone on Netflix, it would have just gone up there. While he has skin in the game, Fukunaga worries that the eventual launch of Evangelion could arrive without fanfare, and the series could get lost in the sea of content. Not to mention that the torrent of titles is bad news for Evangelion, no matter how big its name is. Referring to like a rush of water, not torrents as in it getting torrented, which will probably happen if it goes up in HD on Netflix. Beyond the pitch to make the series widely accessible, Netflix hasn't said if there are bigger plans for Evangelion. Although rumors immediately began swirling that a complete English language redub was in the works. Voice actor Tiffany Grant is currently campaigning to secure original Western cast the original Western cast involvement with Evangelion's return.
Herself.
I'm going to say that one last time because I'm still not satisfied with how that came out. Voice actor Tiffany Grant is currently campaigning to secure the original Western cast involvement with Evangelion's return. While actress, writer, and co-director Amanda Wynn Lee took to Twitter to voice worry. She later tweeted that a redub was far enough. Sorry. She later tweeted that the redub was far enough along that she had, quote, spoke with the director yesterday. She's amazing. Whatever happens, Ava is in good hands. Grant and Lee declined to further comment upon request. Netflix also told Polygon it doesn't have, quote, any details to share at this time. I'm just going to say that if Grant and Lee both declined to further comment, it probably means they signed an NDA and are in it.
I mean, Tiffany Grant made it back according to Wikipedia, ? But yeah.
Shrouded in secrecy, it's unclear whether Evangelion will launch on Netflix in a significant way or whether Fukunaga's predictions will come true. But Evangelion and a giant wave of Netflix-backed anime series are arriving in the next year. rattling the business dominated by Funimation. In that kind of situation, you just have to kind of let it happen, obviously. Fukunaga says it's unfortunate for Funimation. We really wanted that title. All right, take the floor, Augie.
Okay, so there's going to be two different viewpoints I'm going to point out. One of them will verge with something said earlier. So the first front I want to point out is Netflix doesn't keep the titles just to keep the titles. They will let distributors distribute it. Like if you look at Ajin and Knights of Sidonia released by Sentai Filmworks. So by him saying that, which most of his points were modest, but by saying the initial and the concluding, you just kind of, if they cared, that could be something dealt against them trying to make a physical release of the series or trying to bid for it, which I'm not sure how it's written, if they get to choose or if it's a separate rights altogether. So that's one. The other one, as I mentioned before, there's a theme of hatred for this show. What, FDDNM?
Did I say something?
Oh, never mind. There's a theme of hatred for this show. Aside from Ano having a breakdown towards the end, you have two fronts: the Japanese front and the American front. For the American front, you have Sentai. You have ADV Films gained the rights to the show. When their rights expired, they were extremely salty because another rights that they had exclusively was the rights to a live-action Evangelion movie, which I'm not sure if they still have it or not, but they strongholded that license for a while, even to a point being sued, I believe, twice.
Do you want me to clear this up? Because I actually looked into that.
What?
Okay. So
no, let me finish.
Well, you're misinterpreting what happened, and I just want to set the record straight.
You're not letting me finish on that.
You can finish. I'm just telling you that if you want me to, I can clear that up for you right now.
I'm going to hold off on one, but later on when ADV dispersed, Funimation sued ADV because they still had the stranglehold, to my understanding, a stranglehold on the live-action Evangelion movie rights. Reclarify it, AC.
Okay. So what happened was, way back in the day, when ADV was getting Evangelion and putting it out on DVD, they had they were in talks with Gainax in order to obtain basically full permission to move forward with Evangelion as a brand. Okay, so when Gen Fukunaga says that it's not good for anime fans because Netflix is just going to put it up on the platform and not really do anything with it, what he's talking about is how, for instance, when ADV had the license and when ADV was talking to Gainax about the brand, they were in negotiations to make it into even more than just the show. 3 live action movies were on the table. I think 5 series, actual animated series, were on the table. There was a whole bunch of stuff that they were trying to make happen. They were trying to push this further and further and further than it was with just its original established show, right? And during the talks with Gainax, they had a contract that stipulated that in order to get live action movie rights, they needed to give them a down payment of either $1 million, or I think it was 2% of or maybe 10% of the total budget, whichever was less, right? So ADV sent them a check for $100,000 after having sent them multiple payments that total up to about $22,500 or something like that. Something remarkably low, what they got for that license way back in the day. And they sent him a check for $100,000, and to them that secured the live action movie rights, and that secured their ownership of the brand in the Western world. And what ended up happening is that there was a time frame where they needed to do that by in the contract. ADV did it, and then they claim that Gainax filibustered basically and didn't return their calls, didn't get back to them, wouldn't get back to them until after the deadline. And then Gynax basically reneged on the deal, basically, right? So Gynax eventually sent them a letter through their lawyer, and also in that it contained a reimbursement check of $100,000, right? So that is what sort of caused this. And at that time, ADV actually went to the courts in Texas, and they had a court preside over who actually owned the rights, and they were putting forth their case that they did. And that is actually why there's been this holdup on this show getting further releases out here in a lot of ways. And again, just to clarify, this also goes back to what Gen Fukunaga was saying regarding brands like Funimation or ADV, to use the example, would do a lot more with this series than Netflix, who's just going to throw it up there. Okay, back to you.
Now, for the court case, just to confirm, the court case in Texas, is that ADV versus Funimation at that time? Because
that was ADV versus Gynax. I hadn't heard what you had mentioned about Funimation suing them. And also, just real quick, this is also why ADV, when they, quote, went out of business, ADV actually just became a ghost of a company, and then it occasionally comes back into business in order to release certain things. There are certain legal things about who owns a license that they can't transfer. I believe the majority of their licenses were able to transfer into their new company, Section 23, that is the parent company of things like Sentai, Made in Japan, and those sort of companies. But it's possible that that Evangelion was the main stickler reason why they didn't actually, quote unquote, completely stop filing business licenses and everything for ADV at the time.
Now, AC, that is up for debate. However, we can make a special on that topic you just said. But moving on, what I meant by ADV v. Funimation, what was happening at the time was the rebuild movies. They were trying to acquire the rights to it, and like you described, that balls that they worked on, one came into the fray, and that's when the court case happened. That also revealed the print qualities, which is very important to me. That way you know how much is really out there. And I got that confirmed from the...
Elaborate on print qualities.
On print qualities, which I think if you're a reporter at the place, though, you can see it in the court, but you can't see it outside of it. So people like Daryl Zarot, which I have different opinions of, was actually able to see some of these qualities for that limited time.
Okay, define print qualities for the audience.
Print qualities, if you have, let's say we have Battle Girl High School. They want to make this. Well, when you make this, you have to order an amount of quantity for this product. So what they do is the company will design, talk to however the rights is written, will talk to the company or talk to their own staff to try to create the style and how it's going to be formatted on the disc. They send it out to a replicator. They make a master, send it out to a replicator, get a palatable stock back, and with that palatable stock, they're given a quantity of the particular item.
So were you trying to say quantity before, not quality? For print quantity or print quality? Because I'm not sure.
Sorry,
I just want to make sure.
My work is getting... I meant to say quantity.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
My work is interfering with the conversation now. So that's what a quantity report would be. Now, you have that happening for the series, which luckily Funimation has the rights to it and have released all 3 movies at this time. So that's the U.S. front. The Japanese front. Yes, FDDNM. You are typing.
I'm typing to Lance.
Oh. All right, so the Japanese front. So you have Ono having a breakdown, which made 2 more movies after that. Then you have Gynax, inner workings of Gynax happening, which is a little fickle because eventually you have them splitting up into different companies at that point, hence the Gynax trigger at the time.
just to clarify, when you say that Anno had a quote unquote breakdown, I think what actually happened is that there was a disagreement between him and the studio. They wanted him to end the show differently than he wanted to end it. So he kind of gave us a big old FU to the studio for the ending that was for the actual show. Is that what you're describing? And we're talking about the same thing?
Yes, that's exactly it. So you have the studio breaking up, Trigger and Gynax. For some reason, Gynax was kind of crippled because most of the other people went on to do their own thing. Anno was still with them at the time trying to make the rebuild movies.
Well, Anno made his own Studio Kara, but go ahead.
Right. So you have that. So you have that merger as well. So between the time of movie 3, which finally was released for a long while, and Shin Godzilla, from what I understand, his company and Gynax were in fight for who had the rights to Evangelion, because it's his creation, but it was created under Eva, which at the time, before now, you have these two companies arguing, which Anno finally got the rights, and he had to make another group just to work on Eva. So you have this going on, along with, I think FDDNM can confirm, or I might have the wrong person. They did release a Blu-ray release of Evangelion, but I believe that version was released from...
Are you saying ADV released a Blu-ray?
No, I said your name to confirm.
Because you would know, because you're the Blu-ray aficionado in the group.
Right. But who
Blu-ray aficionado and importer. I believe it's Gynax who released the Blu-ray.
Not sure.
If so, not.
Yeah,
sure.
I believe it has yet
point
to get a Blu-ray release, even in Japan. But I'm not 100%.
Oh, wait. Oh, you're talking about the original
TV
TV.
box.
The TV does have a Blu-ray, but I don't. We'll check real quick on CD Japan.
Okay. Because depending on who has the rights, if it's Gynax, you're still going to have Gynax fighting with this new studio on the physical release, which should default to this new studio.
I mean, it is Gyna now.
Yeah,
Gyna. Down to get Jemina. Simply and precise. She's a killer queen. All right, so
King Records.
All this stuff.
That's all I know.
Okay, so it's the music studio involved between companies. So that's a good sign, believe it or not. So it's the music studio behind all this. No, it's still speculate because, all right. Still you have the different companies here, and with it being still a high seller. Because of all these events from the U.S. side and the Japanese side, you're going to expect a lot of inflation and demand because of a highly sought-after product, or at least that's how I see it. So because of that, Funimation, or what I can speculate, has been trying to go after this series for quite a while and waiting for them to lower the price so they can finally grab it as they keep it set at a higher price. That's all I can speculate. So Netflix probably got it at the higher price that Funimation's been seeking for quite a while. Hence, some of the comments Gen said sounds like he's a little jealous, but that's my take on it.
Okay, so I think real quick regarding Netflix is that what Gen Fukunaga was saying is that the companies are all bidding at these within this range, and then Netflix comes in and overbids like 2 or 3 times the amount they are bidding. Right. Now, to put this into perspective, when Amazon early on in Amazon's online shopping selling history, they took I think $100 million loss for like a full year. Maybe, for diapers. And what they were doing is they were undercutting all the competition because they were making it the cheapest place to get diapers, and all the other companies basically went out of business. So now this is a situation where these are market moves, market manipulation moves done not to benefit the consumer, but to overall benefit the business, right? So what he's saying is that Netflix is basically doing the same thing. They are knocking out competition by the fact that they have all this money to spend to throw around and get things just so that they can be the streaming service that has it and nobody else, right? Now, but to play devil's advocate, I think Gen Fukunaga, even though, yeah, it's true. He said it's unfortunate Funimation did it. We really wanted the title. I think it's very valid to say, yeah, he's jealous. He would have liked to have it. It would have made them a lot of money. Oh, yes. But I also think he's making a ton of great points. He's absolutely right. Funimation would have treated this brand way better than Netflix would. We'd actually get a lot of great things out of it. We may even get, as was the case with ADV, a live action film out of it, right? More things, more features coming out. Although, let's just say, their Boogie Woogie box didn't give me a lot of faith with their ownership of Cowboy Bebop. But going forward, it's also worth noting that one of the reasons why there was such a big battle over the ownership between ADV and Gainax was because they had already moved forward in production on those movies. They had already gotten in talks with Weta. There was already pre-production artwork created and put online and everything. Like, this was something that was happening, and then Gainax pulled the rug out from under them. Now, this situation with Anno and Gainax is very similar to what we talked about regarding oh my god, I forget the guy. I just lost the guy's name, the Gunsmith Cats guy. Keiichi
Sonoda.
Kenichi Sonoda's Gunsmith Cats, where when he was working at AIC or whatever, that's when they did Riding Bean or whatever, right? And that's when Rally had the hairstyle,
the different design,
the blonde hair, right? And then when he left AIC and he eventually got to do Gunsmith Cats, AIC still retained the rights to those designs, even though they were his designs, right? So this is sort of what's happening between Anno and Gainax, and that's why we saw a change in Rally's design for Gunsmith Cats. Anyway, so yeah, I think that it's just worth mentioning that that this is common. It's unfortunate, but it's common. And as things are, I think in time we are going to see things evolve to where creative individuals retain a lot more of the rights to their work. And Japan's model of doing that is actually really pretty good, because it's usually through their creation through manga. You know, that the manga is where they get to do that. Anyway, so I think time will tell regarding Evangelion. So this article, you have to keep in mind that the article was written at a certain date and the interview was performed at a certain date. So Gen Fukunaga saying that that the fanfare, that it'll have very little fanfare potentially, may have been, yeah. So he says Fukunaga worries that the eventual launch of Evangelion could arrive without fanfare. Just on Twitter alone, a lot of people are pretty excited about this acquisition, but the difference is existing fans of the franchise versus fanfare from new people. You know, it's still well, we'll have to wait and see. I think that there will be some fanfare, but I do think Gen is absolutely correct that if Funimation had gotten it, they would have done a lot more with it. They definitely would have milked it for money. You know, I mean, at Anime Expo, they had a rock climbing wall that they just slapped Attack on Titan poster towards the top of, and the Attack on Titan rock climbing wall. You know, so at times there is, you know, stuff like that is just a little bit of a. I mean, they're not. You don't necessarily have to pay. I don't know if you had to actually pay to do those things. So it is sort of more promotion. But I'm just saying, like, I hope that they will treat these things with respect. Because in other things, let's look at this. The Macy's Day Parade had a giant Goku float. You know, Funimation does actually care about their moneymakers, at least, of which Evangelion would certainly have been one. So I think that's all I've got to say about it. If you guys have anything else, you're welcome to.
I still say from last podcast, I really would, just like with Star Trek, once again, I wouldn't mind a remastered box that would include either both tracks or pick your own sound effects, just to show love for the show.
Which is something that they did with the Dragon Ball series through the Orange Brick sets. So, Yeah, it would have been nice. FDDNM, what do you
sex, and even this.
Really quick, while we still have Otaku So before he leaves because he's getting impatient. So let's see. Yes, I agree with a lot of that, but let's see. I think that there's definitely an audience. People are getting super hyped about it, but like you said, new fanfare. Not sure, but I'm sure that it's been so viral, like Evangelion, whatever. It's one of the most popular anime of all time and stuff, that it'll draw in new fans. They'll be like, whoa, I have Netflix, I'm a normie. There's this Evangelion thing everyone keeps on talking about. Maybe I should watch it. The other thing I have to say about Gen is definitely he's like you said, he's not completely wrong with all the things. Like, yeah, Funimation probably would have treated it better, but you know, Netflix, they need exclusives to draw people to the platform, which is something they're kind of doing right. And honestly, they're on a pretty good track with all these Netflix original anime, but for everything they add, they take away. But because these are Netflix funded, they'll just be getting pluses as we go. But yeah, other than that, he is kind of being, it just sounds like he's being whiny and jealous, but I think this is more than anything just a bit of a stunt so that Netflix sees that and is like, oh, well, when we're looking for distributors, we'll go to Funimation then, or something. I don't know, to guilt them into it. I don't know.
I think if it were me, I think they're now less likely. This article makes them less likely.
It's one or the other. That's why it's a stunt. But yeah,
I agree with both of y'all. Like I said before, the first paragraph and the last paragraph is like a paragraph. It's like a punch at Netflix, but the middle, I agree. It's very passionate, and he probably really did mean what he said with that. Just the whole punching might give Netflix a little bit of a black eye there.
Well, I think that the thing about Funimation is that Gen Fukunaga is incredibly sincere with his desire to grow anime as a brand and as an like the audience wise. He's really interested in getting it to more people and growing its worldwide appeal and everything. And I think that possibly more than anybody, Funimation is responsible for the Western appreciation of anime. And the thing I'll just say here is that I kind of brought up earlier that who hasn't made their streaming decision by now kind of thing. And I know that going forward, there's going to be a lot more platforms popping up, which is going to be really freaking annoying. But
and a lot of people do have Netflix by default, like the normies, as I said. So it's available to a lot of people by default.
Right, but I'm just saying that what I'm getting at here is that I think it's a lot less likely that people are going to jump onto Netflix because of Evangelion, whereas it would be even more likely for people who enjoy anime but have never bought anything to buy a Funimation box set and then start to become fans and brand loyalists to Funimation. I think that Funimation would have benefited significantly more in the long run, and it would have done significantly more for the anime fandom overall, because them doing better, being able to take on more tasks and challenges and getting more shows and stuff, overall, he is absolutely right when he says that it's a disservice to anime fans. It's especially a disservice to anime collectors. I'll tell you that much, which will be streaming on. But he's absolutely right. So I'll just end it with that.
All right, let's move on before Otaku So murders us.
You have a collection.
All right. Oh, and I was going to actually cut in with this next article regarding Netflix stuff, which actually I'm not entirely sure. I think this was a Netflix original. That's why it had the Netflix logo on it. Saint Seiya fans shocked as gender swap for Andromeda Shun revealed in new Netflix series. Yeah, right. So
it makes more sense that Andromeda is a female, but
okay. I'm going to read this article because the points that need to be made get brought up. And I think it's just easier to let the article speak for itself. Netflix's CG remake of the classic anime Saint Seiya will include a major change from the original series: the gender of one of the principal characters. If you were a kid growing up in Japan in the 80s, you're almost sure to have at least a passing knowledge of the Saint Seiya anime/manga franchise created by manga artist Masami Kurumada. You may even be able to sing a few phrases or more of Pegasus Fantasy, the iconic opening theme of the TV anime series, which we call Saint Sea Hat, if you've ever seen that video. An awesome song, by the way, which was a perfect fit for the feel of the anime and the times. So naturally, it attracted the attention of many fans when the announcement was made last year that a CG animated remake of Saint Seiya was going to be released as a Netflix original series titled Knights of the Zodiac Saint Seiya. Knights of the Zodiac being the Western title of the show. So it's kind of like SSS S.Gridman, right? Where they're using both titles. Although it's been 30 years, Toei's original anime series that aired in Japan from October of 1986 to April of 1989 was a particularly huge hit with anime fans. And to this day, Saint Seiya has a significant following both in Japan and internationally. Like the original manga, the Netflix series will feature the adventures and battles of Seiya and his fellow saints, who have developed extraordinary fighting skills to protect the goddess Athena. And according to the released information, the show's first season will cover the Galaxian Wars and Silver Saint story arcs. There was quite a stir among fans, however, when the first trailer for the Netflix series was released recently, and it revealed that one of the principal characters, Andromeda Shun, would be portrayed as a girl. Hold on, my mouse. There we go. Would be portrayed as a girl and not a boy, as in the original story. Looking through the trailer, it does indeed look like Andromeda is a girl. Just to be sure, we contacted someone at a company involved with the new series, and sure enough, we were told, yes, Andromeda is a girl. They've apparently received permission from Masami Kurumada, but we don't know the full details as the series is being produced overseas. So that was actually why I made my assumption that it wasn't a Japanese series, but I don't know who they actually technically got involved with. It might have been somebody at Netflix. So it could actually. No. Good.
Now, if you recall our past articles, I believe DreamWorks was supposed to be working on this with Toei, but so far I haven't seen the DreamWorks name being dropped anywhere. So
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't. I think that was a red herring that we had may have talked about in the past. I don't think that actually ever was officially confirmed. So real quick. Okay, so Andromeda's character is definitely a girl. But for fans of Saint Seiya, a big part of Andromeda Shun's allure is that he is an incredibly beautiful boy. One of the earliest, quote, androgynously beautiful boy characters to feature prominently in modern manga and anime. In fact, do we really want to take that away from the series? So this is the character, right? And they're saying she still fights with Andromeda's trademark chain. So why the gender swap? Eugene Sun, producer for the new Netflix show, explained the reason on Twitter. While taking full responsibility for the change and admitting that, quote, when we started developing this new updated series, we wanted to change very little. The core concepts of Saint Seiya that make it beloved are so strong. He went on to tweet, the only thing that concerned me, the Bronze Knights with Pegasus Seiya are all dudes. He explained that 30 years ago, a group of guys battling to save the world with no girls around was no big deal. That was the default then. He further tweeted that today the world has changed. Guys and girls working side by side is the default. We're used to seeing it. Right or wrong, the audience could interpret an all-male team as us trying to make a statement about something. So, I mean, I think you could easily defend that quote-unquote statement by just saying it's an adaptation of the original rather than the obvious statement that does get made when you change something. But
even if so, there were some female characters that were prominent that they could just put more in the highlight and add to the group.
As we continue to read, we're going to see that this seems like damage control for decisions here. But right. So let's continue here. So that's the reason Sun gives for changing Andromeda Shun into a girl. To his credit, Sun does mention in his tweets that they also thought about creating a new female character, but that they didn't want to add someone who, quote, was not created naturally and has no character / personality except to be a girl. But judging
kind of like Venus from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Next Generation.
Sure. Okay. But judging from the reaction on the internet, fans don't seem to think that this is a good enough explanation. So here's Shun as he appears in the original Toei anime series. All right, so this is him as a guy. In fact, the consensus among both Japanese and international fans seems to be that Shun was the one character they shouldn't have gender swapped. Shocked and outraged fans all over the world are voicing their opinion that Shun is the character who was already breaking stereotypes and embodying inclusivity by being the somewhat effeminate and kind-hearted yet fiercely powerful warrior, and that changing him into a girl negates that concept. We feel there's considerable truth to that argument, since Shun's struggle with his compassionate, non-violent side, which he sometimes perceives as a weakness, is a big part of his character development. In short, Shun is meant to represent a different kind of strength that men can have that doesn't necessarily involve physical aggressiveness, and that message is lost if the character is turned into a girl. Further, fans are afraid that the gender swap is bound to change the dynamics of Shun's relationship with his older brother Iki. And we have to say that this also sounds like a valid point, because making them a brother and sister pair will certainly complicate some very important parts of the story. Plus, one of the reasons that Saint Seiya is popular, not just with men, but women as well, is that there are 5 gorgeous boys in flashing armor fighting together. It's interesting to note that Eugene Sun's Twitter account, in which he made the statements introduced above, has since been deleted. Could it be that the backlash from fans in response to the gender swap was harsher than expected? We guess we'll have to wait and see if he has anything more to say. The Netflix original series Knights of the Zodiac Saint Seiya is slated for release in the summer of 2019. Would you watch it with a female Andromeda?
As someone who has not seen any Saint Seiya, all I have to say is, I mean, if you're part of the waifu war, it's a plus. But if you watch the original, then that might be a bit of an issue. Honestly, I feel like if there was an adaptation where there was a female version and then a separate adaptation where there's a male version, which is obviously the case, like that would be kind of unique and interesting to have the ability to choose and swap. But I mean, I understand all the points they made in the article as well, which makes a lot of sense. But that's all I gotta say as an outsider.
What about you, Augie?
After you reading that article, all I can say is that my opinion is me against the world, baby. And they probably, another nickname that the creator typically gets, I'm not sure how this came to be, is the creator of Saint Seiya also has the title of the father of Yaoi. So in a weird speculation, maybe this is to try to divert people from the dojins made about the characters, but I don't think that's a legitimate reason. So let's see how this plays out. All my hopes is I want this series to be popular as well, because it baffles me that it's not like the rest of the world. And well, you got Ronin Warriors, which is technically a clone of Saint Seiya that did well when it aired on Toonami, but the series just didn't get a chance for a full release, because when it finally aired, I know I'm talking about broadcast news, but when it finally aired on Toonami, it was swapped to the Saturday block, which didn't really give it a chance. Oh.
I know you already know this, but the layout of the docs is just, it's a very loose thing. We can talk about whatever, whenever. It's just a way to organize articles. So my thoughts are, I would be willing to bet this was a Netflix. You know how they talk about the movies where like, oh, the movie got ruined because the studio got butted their head in, right? And the creative decision was made to add this love triangle to the Hobbit franchise, right? That was something that the studios pushed on them rather than it was the organic way that the creators wanted to produce things. I think Netflix is doing that here because I've noticed that there were shows, Netflix originals that I enjoyed that just tanked and the writing got awful after a certain point. I think something similar is happening here. I think that there's a new bunch of money in the, certain billions of dollars from a certain someone who is influencing this. And I think that there is a, let's call it progressive push to start almost virtue signaling certain aspects of that. And I feel like Eugene taking the blame for it may have actually just been diverting. Okay, this is what they want us to do. Here's how we're going to capitulate to that. Right. We'll make this character a girl. It's already sort of feminine. It's all right. We could just do that. And it was sort of probably an offhand thing that was decided on that. And truth be told, again, this is a situation where you just can't create, you can't change existing properties in this sort of way and have it work. I mean, they did make She-Ra a 10-year-old boy, but that was a whole different story. So what I'm getting at, though, is that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, kind of thing. Personally, again, I haven't watched Saint Seiya. Similar to FDDNM, I would like to own the series like in a way I can sit down and really experience it, rather than see an episode or two on Saturday morning of cartoons and miss a big chunk of it and only get every other 3 episodes kind of thing. So I've been waiting on it, but it is a show that I'm excited to watch and interested in. So I will reserve my opinion, and I might actually watch the Netflix one first as a way to get a unique experience, although probably not that unique because a lot of people are probably going to view it that way, but it might be an interesting way to go into it without a bias against the female character. Right. So it'll be interesting to see. Good.
Fair enough, because that's probably one of the ways, unless you watch it through TMS's channel, to watch the whole series, or at least somewhat of the original. Also, in the comments, when Reese mentions more money to put into the PC department, are they talking about
politically correct?
Okay, so he's talking about that. I thought he was saying I should upgrade my computer, which I plan to do next year, but...
All right.
All right. So next article.
I think the last thing I was going to say was like, it could have been worse, is all I'm going to say, because they could have done what they said and made a female character for the sake of female, but yeah.
Well, they could have also turned Shun into a male transitioning into a female. They could have done that too. We'll have to see how things unfold.
They could have pulled a Sonic X season 3 and have Chris Thorndike be the Captain Kirk of the whole show just out of nowhere.
They could have made a live action Sonic.
We'll get to that. So real quick, Neo Yokio trailer decks the halls for a very pink Christmas. So the Netflix original anime Neo Yokio has a Christmas special, and you guys can watch it if you have Netflix. And in that news, Jaden Smith goes full Super Saiyan in a Goku music video. This is the laziest songwriting. I mean, I've like a lot of people totally checked out of modern pop music, pop culture, rap, whatever the current genres of music is what I'm getting at. I gave this a listen. The lyrics are literally, my credit card got declined. I feel like Goku. And I'm like, what the fuck? What does that have to do with Goku?
I feel like Goku.
It's horrible. You guys should watch it.
I guess he's saying he's enraged, but that's stupid.
Yeah.
You can barely understand a word he's saying, and the effects are like, I don't know.
Brad, it's just screamo. You can't understand the lyrics.
It's just really bizarre. I couldn't even believe it got made. All right, continuing.
Well, there is a moral to this story.
Which is
secret success to Jaden Smith is be Will Smith's son. You can do anything.
Yeah, moving on.
So
move on.
real quick news for theater releases. If you guys are interested in seeing these things, Naoko Yamada's
Wait, I have a comment on this. I hate this because this means, yeah, let's milk it more for the theater box office money when instead of actually releasing it to the US and having people still pirating it in the meantime because they don't have the means to buying it unless they import, but they don't want to import because they're waiting for the North American release like me. Yeah.
I'm still I don't mean to be anti what you said, FDNM, but I'm one of those that actually enjoy the theater experience of watching an anime. I get it. I understand you want it to be more available and support. Or
notice how it says US theaters?
Yeah, he's got
yeah.
But hold on, like I don't like your point is fine. It's just release it on Blu-ray and theaters, so it's like the Ghibli, how they're bringing back those old Ghibli titles to theaters, Fathom Events. Just do that so I can be happy and you can be happy.
So this says, following the success of Liz and the Bluebird, 11 Arts Anime Studios preparing the return of director Naoko Yamada's previous Kyoto animation feature, and it's going to be coming back to theaters in January 2019. Now, when I was working on, so if you guys hadn't noticed, I released a first impressions video just before the podcast, where Augie, Jeff, and my friend Dan and I, we all went to see Liz and the Bluebird at Anime Expo. And while I was I was trying to get like images to use for like the thumbnail and everything. I was looking up Liz and the Bluebird, and I kept finding this article that called Liz and the Bluebird a bumbling failure in terms of like sales or something. Like it grossly underperformed. I don't know. It seemed like the opinion of a person talking about stuff, but it just seems funny. Maybe they're talking about the U.S. theatrical success of Liz and the Bluebird, but I don't know.
I can't read it from here, but do they? I can't read it from here, but do they mention how long? Day-wise, it was released in theaters, because I always hate it when they talk about the sales, but not how long it was in theaters to bias the sales, because something can make $1 million.
In the other article I was talking about? Okay. I don't know. It did not get a lot of hits. So I recorded a first impressions that hasn't come out yet and probably won't come out for a long time because I just have something planned for it that's going to take a lot of work on my part for Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. I saw it with Duo, and I picked him up from his dorm at his college. And the day that screening was, there happened to be a football game at ASU, and parking was impossible. Right. So we actually only missed like the first 30 seconds of the movie. But when I was getting my ticket, the guy said, like we had some pleasant conversation and brought up the fact about the craziness of traffic and everything. And he said, next week we've got Liz and the Bluebird and there's another game scheduled for then. So I don't know, but it was pretty bad, at least in the area where I went to see it, in terms of people actually getting in. Although I will say, Chunibyo had a lot more people in the theater than I was expecting.
Are they hoping that the people will abandon the football game to see the movie?
Well, it's that people like me coming from out of city, like from a different city, parking was impossible. Like there were so much traffic, lines down the street. I ended up parking at Jack in the Box. And in the video, we decided to go in and get food at Jack in the Box in order to make it look like we didn't just park there and walk on by. So at least we had a receipt or something. But we ended up not getting ticket or anything, so it was okay. But because we got out of the movie before the game ended, it was probably the reason. But anyway, so I just want to bring that up. If you guys want to see it, it's going to be January 28th and January 31st. So it's only going to be it's going to be subtitled and dubbed screenings. If I just get my 2 cents on here, I wanted this movie to be better than it was. Everybody says read the manga. Okay. I don't think the movie was terrible, but it just feels like I bet if Naoko Yamada came back and did this again this year rather than when she did, she would have knocked it out of the park. Okay?
I say if the manga is better than the anime, then the anime probably isn't the best.
And then also, this is old news, but the Never Ending Man Hayao Miyazaki documentary, today is when it started airing, and it'll also be on the 18th. Okay, if you guys want to check that one out. Oh God! Sonic the Hedgehog runs a blue streak in new movie poster. So I'm going to address this with a tweet that I think encapsulates the.
I love that picture.
So I later, just before the podcast, saw Brady Hartel had shared an image of Sonic that he's not like a silhouette. His legs and his arms are full blue. So it looks kind of scary. I'll just say that. Yeah. Kurt says, why? Just why? And then if I can get out of that, the responses to this were
there are so many people that made artist renditions of what it looks without the shadowing. Yeah. And then someone made a fixed version where they had the 3D model version of Sonic if it would have looked correct.
Yeah.
Probably the one I saw was they used the same kind of bluish tint for the silhouette and applied it onto a real hedgehog's face. But I saw one where he just looked like he was relaxing on a police car with his feet kind of.
That's the one I'm talking about. Let me pull that one up real quick since we're discussing it.
Someone also took a picture of the Grinch and recolored it to look like Sonic, and it looked terrifying.
Okay, hang on, I got it right here.
What I don't get is one movie poster just showed his legs, and to me, it kind of looks like Jalil's white legs. Yeah, that's the one I've been seeing. Yeah.
If somebody wants to make a movie accurate fursuit, I'll wear it to the premiere for a video. So yeah, there's that.
I think the images speak for themselves though, because if you look at it, you instantly say, wow, the proportions of his legs and feet are so like human compared to the 3D model, and it just looks creepy. And apparently, from what I heard, someone on the team wasn't happy with how the eyes turned out, so that's probably why it's blacked out in the poster, because they might be changing that. But I think this has worked really well for outrage marketing or whatever, because everyone's just complaining about it en masse.
So here's the poster with the legs, right?
Yeah, to me, the shoes look more like what Steve Urkel would wear.
Okay, but the reason that I brought this up on Twitter when we were talking, that conversation sort of happened, is because the anatomy of this doesn't make any sense. These are literally for how they made this image. They rendered the 3D legs. They separated them off of the character to get this shot. Okay, and I found it hilarious because somebody made the exact point I was going to make. It just doesn't make any, like, they were saying that the image, you're viewing it from a weird angle, you know. So that's not exactly what I was saying, but the thing is that if you were to visualize where this picture continues,
his legs would be disjointed.
Is over here. His other leg is over here. His freaking hips are like, you know, the widest thing you've ever seen. So anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to say about this, or can I?
The poster, the thing that you forgot to mention is the little trail that implies that he ran so fast around it. Makes no sense because he'd have to like fly through the air and go in all these loop-de-loops or whatever.
Hold on.
Like, did you not pay attention to that? Like,
yeah. So because
he's literally defying.
It's around and then okay, but in the games there are certain
yes, but he has
cylindrical things. What I'm just saying, there are certain cylindrical things that you can run on, and Sonic runs like, and he's upside down on the bottom of it and stuff. So this is like running up a wall. If you run fast enough, you can do whatever you want.
It's running up a wall there, but with this, he's going through thin air.
This particular thing right here, although I think it's implying that he's going down. Fast. Well, I think that this is where he ended, right? Because that's how he got up here and took in the picture is sort of taken, right?
Yeah.
So he's going around here, but you're right.
He ended or he launched off.
Literally, he like launched off of this like tower over here, and then he goes through these trees and then he comes out here at some point, I guess down here, and then I guess he's going up here, up, Oh, and then
Literally none of it makes sense no matter which way.
You're right. But anyway, continuing on, because we got a lot to talk about.
Now, AC, are you saying that you are against the new style of filming of crotchomascope?
I think they perfected that.
Because if they can get away with that, in paranormal activity, why not here? Even though that's totally out of place.
Because the only place where quote unquote crotchomascope is needed is porn.
There you go.
Okay, continuing. Series news. We got a lot of small things to talk about. TM Network's Get Wild is going to be the ending theme for the new City Hunter anime film. So if you haven't seen City Hunter, this is the original ending theme to the show. That's basically all the news here. I just wanted to bring this up because anytime we get to talk about City Hunter and keep it in the public consciousness is a good excuse to do so. So
no, they did reveal a full title for that.
Yeah, they did. You want to know the name of it? It was Shinjuku Private Eyes.
There you go.
All right. Space Adventure Cobra rises from the grave for 40th anniversary event.
So he's been out of, So according to this according to this article, if you haven't produced anything in 8 years, you're considered dead. So from what I understand, they're reviving the original artwork for an event. It's nice to see it still gaining popularity, and well, hopefully more to come.
The reason why they're saying Space Adventure Cobra, quote, rises from the grave, is because the event is called From the Graveyard with Love. That's the name of the event. The Cobra exhibition From the Graveyard with Love event will commemorate the series' 40th anniversary and will kick off on December 26th. So, anyway.
Hopefully they announce a movie along with this. Not even though the live action movie would be nice to see a release of, but who knows how they're going to recoup the costs.
If they did a Hollywood adaptation of this, it would be the weirdest movie Western audiences ever went to see. Design wise, there's all they would have to change so much for it to work in a live action format. But as a show, this is an amazing series.
Now, this was inspired by Barbarella, so would they take liberties and be more true to the Cobra source? Would they make a Barbarella clone, or would they say, ooh, we got the license and do something totally different with it? I wonder how Sylvester Stallone feels about this movie.
Let's just circumvent Podcast Magic actually making a Hollywood thing say that this is not going to happen. There's no reason anybody wants this to happen. And Podcast Magic, come back here because I don't want to see it. I don't want to have an article next podcast about a live action Hollywood movie for it. Wait, FDDNM, did you want to say anything about that, or?
No, I'm not Cobra. I know nothing about Cobra.
All right. So Makoto Shinkai's new anime film reveals title and story for a July 19th debut. Now, I'll just say I haven't read this article because I don't want to know the story going into it, but the title is going to be Tenki no Ko Weathering with You, or Weather Child Weathering with You. Okay? So if you guys want to discuss the story, I will dip out for a minute.
Nah.
Clouds look like big coffee cups.
Yeah. So the one I will say that one of the things that Shinkai's style seems to have, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he's done remarkably well. Water, buildings, cityscapes, organic next to inorganic structures.
You mean he's really good at tracing it?
He's good at depicting that in a visually gorgeous way. But in Your Name, they did a bunch of stuff with clouds, right, for the meteor coming down and everything. And when I saw it in theaters, it looked like the laziest After Effects effects I'd ever seen. So I'm hoping. When I later saw it again, it didn't feel as bad, but for some reason it just did not read correctly when I first saw it. But I'm hoping that they really perfect that going forward into this movie, and that they are just unstoppable and unparalleled as Comics Wave continues.
Well, with the Clouds comment, looking at the ADV releases of his 3 movies from that time period, Clouds seemed to be a very common theme, like you pointed out. So, good catch.
I'll just say thanks for stopping by, Lance, and rock on. All right.
Yes, see you, Lance.
Could everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Grisaya Phantom Trigger anime buckles in for March 15th premiere. So the Kickstarter funded adaptation was previously delayed. So I guess March
I watched
15th.
the trailer.
Yeah.
And all I gotta say is I'm actually looking a bit more forward to it than I was. And there's this one particular shot where they split in half like a sandwich or something. And for some reason, the 3D depth felt really accurate to how it might look in real life. And I'm like, wow, that's nice. I don't know.
I'll have to watch it on my own time, but I will say that the 3D depth of her head looks very inaccurate to me. Her skull should probably have not. This arc is really wrong.
All that matters is that sandwich man.
All right. Yeah, well, you know what? I've liked the series for less. Augie, do you have anything you want to chime in on here?
I hope they have the English dub on.
Nothing really for this. So
yeah,
if
we're just
the
sort of
whole series
following
gets a release over here. That's all I want.
Yeah, we're just sort of following up on Kickstarter stuff we've discussed in the past. Now, this one you will have something to say because you asked me to share it. Seiwayaki Kitsune knows Senko-san manga about Fox Spirit gets a TV anime. Augie?
Hey!
All right, that's all we're going to say?
I don't recall sharing this.
Oh, maybe somebody else shared it. I don't know. But I wouldn't have put it in if it hadn't been shared. Sound Euphonium fans inspire limited edition theatrical posters. So I guess they did this thing where fans sent in images and they reimagined them as
with
posters for artwork with it, which I thought was pretty cool. Especially this one where these Japanese girls sent in pictures of their sleeping friend and they decided to do this with it. And again, I'm bringing this up just so I could shamelessly plug my new Listen to Bluebird video, which I'm really glad I got out right before the podcast, because if we got to this article, I wouldn't have had anything to play. Strike Witches 501 Butai Hashin Shimas anime reveals staff spring 2019 debut. This is another one you shared, Augie.
Yes, so I am hoping, if I read this correctly, we're getting another season of this, which I am excited for because this is the same person who created Girls in Panzer, I believe High School Fleet. I could be off on that
Contact Collection.
I'm probably getting that confused with Contact Collection. And also guest starred in Shirobako. So the more I see him work, the happier I am.
I just think that I want more of it because there's already so much.
Yeah.
That's all.
There are some series that even if I like them, I'm happy when they end, because collecting wise, at least there aren't curveballs thrown into my collection where you've got, like, for instance, my Gundam stuff was all DVD height, and then what happened with the newest thing of Thunderbolt. But anyway, although who was I kidding with Gundam? That was never going to end, right? Anyway, Sword Art Online director makes a sci-fi romance anime film titled Hello World. I forgot. I think Otakuso might have asked me to share this.
Isn't that literally every programmer's first project? Hello World.
Only programming language I speak, and I speak it at like a 3-year-old level, is Maya's embedded language. So I don't know, but yeah, no, actually, yeah, where you teach the command to say. I guess I also speak Minecraft commands, but
oh yeah.
Anyway,
this poster reminds me of that movie where the guy falls in love with the iPhone. Her, yeah.
With Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson, a movie that I worked on. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. There's another movie. I think it's starts with an S. Oh my God, what's that movie called? Oh shoot.
Wait, what?
Sexy Sally?
No. It's a movie. I think
Slithers.
it's like Chobits, where the character falls in love with a
robot.
A robot.
Taekwondo?
No, although good guess.
Not Handmade
looking forward
May.
to my collection. Oh, I see it. I see it. Hold on. Time of Eve. Is that similar? I haven't watched it yet.
I've watched Time of
Doesn't
Eve.
begin with an S at all.
Well, okay. It was near the S's in my collection, is where I was trying to navigate to.
Okay. I'll cut you some slack on that one.
Reese
Still need to
says
get
Hello
that.
World is the first opening theme for Blood Blockade Battlefront, #Watch Club. Yeah, we need to, that is definitely going to happen in 2019 for sure. We need to do Bloodbath and Beyond podcast.
Bloodbath.
Bloodbath and Beyond.
All right. Steel flashes and blood flows in Dororo TV anime trailer. So yet another of Osamu Tezuka's manga is getting another adaptation continuing forward.
Yes.
And I bring this up because if you didn't already know, Discotech has released the original black and white anime. Yeah. Is it the anime black and white? Or is it yeah. So if you really want to go into this show with the
full experience,
yeah, go ahead and watch that first. And help Discotech.
And Universal released the live action. Oh yeah, also for my birthday.
Yeah.
He is okay. A little backing of this anime. The swordsman is not named Dororo. The kid's named Dororo. He's a thief.
Okay.
The swordsman, his father sacrificed the samurai guy from childbirth. He's sacrificed all of his body parts to become an emperor, like a quick rise to power. Well, he was raised by this blind, I want to say monk or sword master, and he was able to rehabilitate him, and no, he's a doctor, rehabilitate him to have artificial limbs, eyes, and everything else to make up his body so it can function. This is not scientifically accurate.
It says a samurai lord has bartered away his newborn son's organs to 48 demons in exchange for dominance on the battlefield.
Now,
Yet the abandoned infant survives thanks to a medicine man who equips him with primitive prosthetics. Lethal ones, which the wronged son will use to hunt down the multitude of demons to reclaim his body one piece at a time before confronting his father. On his journeys, the young hero encounters an orphan who claims to be the greatest thief in Japan. So I've got to say, if he actually regains those organs and becomes a whole person, this is going to be friggin' amazing to watch.
Oh, it's almost like a Gran Turismo show. I'll announce this now. I would like to watch this show or on the podcast where my birthday lies, since it's Samurai July.
Yeah. Although the problem with Samurai July is that it's also the month Anime Expo is, so it gets really difficult to. So we'll have to do it for the.
Let's not bound ourselves by themes if it's not convenient.
Well, it's the birthday being in July that makes it hard. It doesn't matter what the theme is, but yeah. So we'll just cross that bridge when we get there. Right? Maybe we'll do it before the podcast before your birthday at the end of June as a way to.
Either way is fine. It would be nice to finally do one black and white movie for Watch Club.
All right.
And this one is ridiculous on the violence, so moving on.
I just think that Dororo. Oh god, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, that would be the new one. Would be such a treat if you watched it from the black and white one.
Yeah,
that's all I really gotta say.
All right, so I think Reese had me share this. Pop Team Epic, maybe Otakaso did. Pop Team Epic is Yahoo's most searched anime of 2018.
There you go.
And I bet you the reason why is people are asking, what the hell is Pop Team Epic? Mirai anime film receives Golden Globes nomination. I think Reese had me share this one.
I'm happy Hosoda's getting more recognition.
Is this movie still in theaters?
Not sure.
I don't think so. I mean, the pre-order for it's about to be released.
Okay, because I didn't get to see this one in theaters.
I think you're mixing that up with something else.
Well, it says here. Okay, well, it says here it had a theatrical release in the United States on November.
There's
30th.
Pre-orders for the Japanese version, but
this one we saw this on.
I'm pretty sure G-Kid had because.
Hold on, I'm getting that confused with the MAQ title that was premiered this past fall.
Mafia?
And Viz was going, Viz is going to release that one, I believe. Okay, my bad.
So maybe
That's Machia's Shout Factory, I think.
Which G Kids and Shout Factory have a partnership on things. December 5th. So yeah, it looks like I probably have lost my opportunity to see it. I'd like to see something with my wife in California if I can, but we'll just have to wait and see what's available. Otakus says Pop Team Epic is a hell of a drug. Otakus having me share this. British police develop Psychopass AI to predict crimes before they happen.
Good luck at not falling apart and stuff.
Hey, FDDNM, the Queen owns your country, so be careful what you say.
I think at any time we can just opt out of it, but for some reason we are, I don't know, masochists and we want to keep, I don't know.
Too polite.
So from what I get from the title, it sounds like they want to.
I'm going to read the article.
Thought control more powerful. So that's my speculation.
Well, let me just say, this is about British police, but this is coming to a town near you. Okay. This is why they have the social credit score in China, which, by the way, Britain is implementing next year or has already implemented. I don't remember. So in a move straight out of the script of the dystopian sci-fi anime series Psychopass, police in the UK have been developing an artificial intelligence that will predict how likely a person is to commit or be the victim of a violent crime. Now, I'll tell you right now, police aren't doing shit. They aren't developing this. Like, seriously? No, they're not developing it. Third parties contracted by the police in the private sector, which is where this always comes from, are the ones developing this.
I'm sure they have the coding department in Police Academy.
Yeah. New Scientist reported on November 26th that the police intend to flag individuals with the system and intervene before crimes happen by offering preemptive counseling. Yeah. Do you think that a violent criminal is going to take the preemptive counseling, which is not seeming to be mandatory? The system, called the National Data and Analytics Solution, or NDAS, uses a combination of AI and statistics from local and national police databases.
Just imagine the person that's like, they come to the door. Yeah, you're going to commit a crime, so come with us. And then they commit a crime because of it. Because they're like, hey, I don't want to. Why are you getting into my face telling me I have to go take this therapy and stuff?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing is that even if, let's just say that none of this even exists. Let's just say that this doesn't exist at all. And literally they already have a profile on you because we have all this privacy breaching. I think 2018 had the most major data breaches of any year of people's personal information through all sorts of big things getting leaked into the public. They already have your information. This probably just through what they already have already exists. And this thing here is sort of a disclosure to the public way of going about this. So they probably already have persons of interest, right, that they're looking at. And this is an excuse that the police can use to interact with people that they don't have, quote, probable cause for searching and whatnot. And this is a way for the police to circumvent sort of legal precedents and power grab more, more control.
Well, I agree with you, AC, because if you think about a police job with the whole probable cause, they're pretty much trying to guess at a population when something is doing wrong. So if they try to pull you over...
The whole point of the police is that they can't actually do anything until a crime has been committed.
Correct. So...
This article gets more and more ridiculous, by the way. So Ian Donnelly, the police lead on the project, said that they have collected over 1 terabyte of data from the early phases of the project, including logs of committed crimes and about 5 million identifiable people. The software found nearly 1,400 indicators from the data that could help to predict crime. It was found that the number of crimes committed by people in an individual's social group were a strong factor in their likelihood of committing a crime. Now, first of all, real quick, as I glance over the obvious profiling going on here, let me just point your attention to the gulags in Soviet Russia and how they used to make you report on your neighbor by what they did is you couldn't trust anybody during this time in Soviet Russia, because they would go to you and say, you need to say to this neighbor that you have these dissident thoughts about the communist regime or whatever, so that we can test if they're going to tattle on you, right? So you never know if your neighbor actually is being honest about their dissident views or not. And if they don't tattle on that person that would put up to the task, they go to the gulags. If they do tattle on that person when they weren't put up to the task, that person goes to the gulags, right? So this right here is, it seems to me what this actually is a control grab over the fact that if you have paid any attention about what's happening in the EU right now, the dissatisfaction of the people there, especially in France, that this seems to be a control measure to try to stamp out dissident voices. And the individuals in the social group are people you are friends with or talk about or hashtag, people like Tommy Robinson, all these different people who are vocally protesting government measures in European Union countries, that is going to go into your social credit score and activate you as a targeted individual in this platform. Now, for appearances, they'll probably also target everybody who's Facebook friends with somebody who has an arrest record. Yeah, they'll probably also do that kind of stuff. But the main purpose of this is to stamp out, in my opinion, the people that pose a threat to the continuity of government. So Donnelly claims that the intent behind flagging individuals with a high risk indicator is not to arrest them, don't be silly, before they commit the crimes, but rather to provide them with support from local health or social workers. The project began as a means of channeling limited police resources more effectively. Bullshit! No freaking way is this more cost efficient than not having enough manpower on the street. BS. That is total bullshit here. The cost behind developing artificial intelligence can't possibly be less than just supplementing the lack in funding for the police force. Donnelly said that because police funding has been slashed in recent years, there is a need for a system that can help the police prioritize on those who require interventions most urgently. This is exactly what they're doing with the quote-unquote death panels of letting a computer decide whether or not you should get care under socialized medicine. The project has until the end of March 2019 to produce a prototype, with the ultimate hope that every police force in the UK could eventually use it. Although the police will work with the UK data watchdog, the Information Commissioner's Office, to ensure that the NDAS meets privacy regulations, the project has already drawn criticism from a team of scientists at the Alan Turing Institute in London who cite serious ethical issues, yeah, no shit, with the foundation of the project and question whether it is in the public good for the police to intervene with individuals who have not yet committed crimes. Now, regarding what you were mentioning earlier, FDDNM, I think you're absolutely right. The civil discourse it will cause to be accused of the thought crime, that the police think that you are thinking of committing a crime, will create more outrage than it will protect in regards to saving people from making the horrible mistake of committing some crime.
Right.
Other researchers have highlighted concerns that the system will reinforce pre-existing biases against poor communities and people of color.
Question though, how are they gonna are they gonna say, hey guys, it's mandatory scan month, and then that's how they'll find it out? Or do they have these scanners that they just point at someone in public and they're like, oh, this guy's gonna commit a crime?
So that in China they have this ridiculous array of cameras all over the entirety of China that
kind of like CTV or whatever it is called.
Well, like remember in the movie Minority Report that had pre-crime and all that stuff, the eye scans. okay, so in the movie Minority Report, which is probably the first modern solve crimes before they happen story that's come into the modern public consciousness. In that movie, everywhere everybody went, there were eye scanners. In the eye scanners, you didn't have to like get your face right up to them. They would read all the eyes and they would know who you were, and they would target ads to you. They would say, "Welcome back to Nordstrom, Mr. Anderson," and all that. Like they would all these things that they would say, and they were also used to track your whereabouts everywhere you went, right? And it was all about this pre-crime system in order to know where people are and trace their movements and analytic, through artificial intelligence. Well, actually, in that case, it was through mystic precognitions, people who had like a sixth sense and were able to. It was bizarre, but through this, it's through artificial intelligence to catalog all that data and to predict crimes, quote unquote, right? So, yeah. You have to know, as I mentioned, in China, they already have an array of cameras everywhere. China has the biggest population of any country. Is that correct?
Probably. Maybe India, but who knows?
Of developed countries, China's the biggest. And yet, at any point in like 90% of China, if you're there, they will know who you are of the Chinese population and where you are in under a minute. Right?
Oh, wow.
Like, that system is so advanced and it's so dystopian and authoritarian. Guess what? Britain already has cameras like that. Okay. It's not to the point that it is in China, but they have been marching towards this for a very long time. So to your point about how will they know and all that stuff, they already have the camera grid. They already have facial recognition.
Sure. But are they going to have like brain scans that work through a lens of a camera?
No, okay. I'm going to drop a bomb on you right now.
Okay.
Social media was invented to track your thoughts. Okay,
sure.
Facebook and other groups have major contracts with DARPA, the CIA, all these different groups. So you're saying
that it's going to be like keywords on YouTube and work like the YouTube algorithms and falsely flag like 50 people from a keyword?
Do you know where the modern facial recognition software was developed?
Facebook. I can guess that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Facebook made that through machine learning, because every user on Facebook uploaded selfies. They popularized selfies, and everybody uploaded pictures of themselves in different lighting conditions from different angles all over that platform, right? And they track your likes. Facebook's app listens to you 100% of the time so that they can, quote, find out what sort of movies and music you're into, so that they can recommend things to you in targeted ads, right? So, and when you first started with Facebook, you would put in what your interests were. Oh, I like this movie. I like this show. I like this song. I like, and people were sharing all this data willingly.
That reminds me of how in Parasite the Maxim, it was like if they pulled out a parasite's hair, then the hair would like frizzle and like just completely decay instantly. So it's like the government was like, let's make this a trend so that people are staying safe or whatever. So it's like pull out each other.
Exactly.
No way. See, did you read the article all the way through yet?
I got I think 2 paragraphs left, but let me just clarify here. So the thing about Facebook is they developed that facial recognition technology by you voluntarily giving them your photos and tagging yourself, and then they just handed that to DARPA and the CIA. Okay, so social media was developed in order to create predictive programming algorithms, in order to, like Amazon is trying to predict your purchases before you make them so that they can get the shipment out that much sooner. Okay?
I don't mind that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this is what social media was designed for. Okay, and that is being utilized, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So it doesn't matter if they started this trying to develop technology; it gets used for this sort of thing. So let me just finish these last ones here. So, okay, yeah, this is the paragraph I was on.
I think we can all agree that yes, this ain't a great idea.
Yeah. Well, let me just.
Well, I got more stuff to say after he finishes.
Other researchers have highlighted concerns that the system will reinforce pre-existing biases against poor communities and people of color, particularly because there's a lot of crime in those communities. For example, commercial face recognition software has repeatedly been shown to be less accurate on people with darker skin. Yes, because there's less contrast in order to scan. Take that as a gift from God that you might be spared from the algorithm. Another issue is that it could restrict resources to areas that police already have extensive data from. Andrew Ferguson at the University of the District of Columbia said that arrests correlate with where police are deployed and are not representative of crime numbers overall. This tends to disproportionately affect groups that were already marginalized, meaning that groups that have low police turnout, there may be less crimes documented there because there are less arrests there, but it's potentially because they have less manpower there. There's less arrests being made, So last article here. Around the world, police are increasingly using data to predict crime before it happens. PredPol, developed by Santa Clara University in California, is a software that identifies future crime hotspots. Earlier this year, Human Rights Watch criticized the Chinese authorities for preemptively detaining people in the province of Xinjiang using predictive policing. The future predicted by psychopaths may not be so far off. So I'm going to say this isn't a prediction. Okay, this is like with 1984. People are always saying, 1984 was supposed to be a warning, not a guide, right? That's not actually true. The writer of 1984, George Orwell, real name Eric Blair, and the writer of Brave New World, Aldous Huxley,
Animal Farm, right?
Right, and Animal Farm for George Orwell, were invited into the Fabian Society, and they were shown plans by the Fabian socialists of where they wanted to take society, like their plans for the future of the civilization on Earth. George Orwell and Aldous Huxley wrote those plans into their books. Okay, this is something that's been going on for a very long time, and anybody who actually looks into it sees like, oh shit, like they've been, the hardest thing standing in the way is national sovereignty and people's countries' ability to object, which is why this is happening in Britain, which is the bitch of the EU, instead of a place like America, where we still have the right to oppose this obvious unconstitutional measure. Not that it won't still be circumventing the Constitution here at any point. Augie, would you like?
Stay tuned. Okay, for the China population question, I'm not sure if it's the one, but they have done different tactics on surrounding countries where they would take their people and kind of overpopulate it to push the natives somewhere else. So they're probably not the number one country, but they're pretty high for population.
The two population-wise is India and China, I believe. But you're talking about a whole separate thing we probably shouldn't get me started on regarding demographics.
That's fine. That's fine.
Unsubscribe from the series.
I don't know what that is. Second thing is that deadline of March 2019. Even if they implement this, that's still too early to do something with that kind of technology. You can compare that.
Yeah.
Still, if you look at the prototype of self-driving cars, they didn't have I still believe that they didn't have enough adequate time to develop and troubleshoot the release of this new technology because the investor pushed too hard on a shorter date, which is probably another reason why you're not seeing that being a common norm across the states. This could also be applied to, I believe this could also be applied to this article as well. If they decide to proceed with this, you're going to have a lot of paranoid cops who are probably going to bumble about, and lawyers are probably going to be a little bit richer from this. Hate to hear something like this is happening, but oh well.
Look, all I'm saying is oppose this. Okay? The good is far outweighed by the bad. And there are already efforts getting this in the United States and most of the Western world. And this is something we should oppose. Okay. It's kind of like the idea, you ever hear people say, if you if you don't have anything to hide, you don't have anything to fear, right? Regarding like data breaching and NSA spying and all that stuff.
Yeah.
First of all, literally that quote comes from Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda ministers. Second of all, that not having anything to hide is a totally bullshit reason to give up a civil liberty. Okay. Because when a nation loses, civil liberties and freedoms, they aren't gotten back until there's a revolution. All right. So oppose this kind of bullshit everywhere you see it, because if we don't oppose it and we don't push back on it, and they're going to try to cram it through anyway. But if you don't push back on it, you're going to see it sooner. And at least like getting people aware of it, instead of like we're reading through the fluffy language of, oh, don't worry, we're just gonna send a counselor and social. We're not arresting people. Don't worry about it, right? Even though China's literally already done that. But this is the same thing about some other news we discussed in the last podcast about YouTube. It's like, oh, don't worry. No, we're changing annotations into end screen elements, but don't worry, the annotations will still be there. And then, annotations aren't getting that much love, so we're going to scrap them in January. They're going to be gone forever. Anything you ever put on a video that you were trying to correct something that you had said, or give somebody a link to your website, or all that stuff, it's gone. Don't worry. You don't need it. Right? So this is the same kind of thing.
The one thing, I know we're talking about Britain, but the one thing that we have over China, for the most part, aside from civil liberties, which that site's going to have a long job if they just keep examining China, is we're educated and much more smarter than they are. So
China. Well, actually,
China has some smart.
Tangentially, China has been developing and perfecting the CRISPR technology to produce babies that are born with an IQ of over 200. So I wouldn't put that on China. The problem with China is that they are really good at controlling their people, just like Japan, where they have sayings like the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. They have all sorts of things that create a unified people rather than an individual. And in America, the thing that America makes America so special is we are about individual liberty, because to quote Ayn Rand, the individual is the greatest minority that there is. Right? Go ahead, FDDNM.
I was just correcting you to say United States because I'm technically part of America, North America.
So anyway, I think we should move on, but I'm just saying, this is such a fucking horrible thing to finally, because the thing is that when it gets in the press, it means that this has existed for probably 20 years and has been developed. And as I said, Facebook, all these other things were created in order to harvest your data. And it's the kind of thing about the way that you get something from somebody is to make them want to give it to you. And that's what Facebook did. They made a platform where you wanted to put everything out there. You wanted to share with everybody. And all that tagging you did of your photos and stuff.
All right, Brad, I think we need
why the algorithm exists.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Swipe to the next article.
We're ready.
Swipe left.
The glue is powder.
Nekopara manga adaptation ends. I think Otakuso shared this. So the January issue of Kadokawa's Denkiji's comic magazine published its final chapter of Tamu's Nekopara manga.
So Nekopara is the visual novel, so the manga ending is like nothing, is all I can say. It's just those who prefer the manga version, it's ending.
Yeah. Continuing, High School of the Dead manga artist says it's not easy to draw a continuation. This seems like this article is coming out, or the statement, so to speak, is coming out way after
the too late
author's death. But basically, fans were hopeful that
someone would take over,
would be continued through perhaps the manga artist. And without reading the actual article, just sort of summarizing it here, basically what the artist says is that the only person who can continue to write this is the original author, Daisuke Sato. Nobody else has his vision, and it's not as easy as you think to just pick up where he left off. So this isn't something that I've read. I have the anime. I'd like to watch it eventually, but I mean, at least it's sad to hear that the story isn't going to get a conclusion, at least not anytime soon.
Well, I'll just say this, is that a comparison to this is Familiar of Zero's author, who made the light novels, passed away before its completion. However, they did get someone else to fill in the role and complete it, but they decided to keep it anonymous so the people who read it didn't have any biases or anything like that. So I just hope for any situations like this that they get the Familiar of Zero treatment. And Kaze no Stigma is another one where I think the author died before it was completed, which is a shame because I love that show.
Well, another example would be Getorobo. The original creator, Mr. Yamato, died. Then Go Nagai kind of adopted the series to give it a conclusion.
Well, an inverse of this is Shin-Chan. I actually opted not to share an article regarding a new Shin-Chan movie that's coming out. The author of Shin-Chan died in like a hiking accident a couple of years ago, and they're still pumping that out. But in that case, they actually found all these like sketches and stuff in his house that that I think was making it a little easier to continue some of the gags and stuff that he had, you know, planned around the character. And they actually go into detail in this article about unless substantial notes are found in Sato's house that contain notes on how he wanted the series to progress and everything, it just doesn't seem like the continuation is going to happen. All right, can I move on?
Yep.
Yes.
Masaru Miyazaki launches new Tezuka biographical manga with Girls Un Panzer artist. Augie, go ahead and take it away.
Well, the only other thing I can point out for this article is, oh my God, when you look at Osamu Tezuka picture, it looks like he's about to take over the world. Continuing on what...
Talking about this one on the...
Well, if you can zoom, yes, right there. Now, continuing this, the article also explains that they're coming from a perspective of him and his ragtag team of animators trying to take on a task by rebelling against what's been done before. So, with it being that kind of what?
Oh, that's okay. Guide. I thought that said kaiten. It says worst kaiten Guriko. I don't know what Guriko is. It's written in katakana. Next to this thing you're saying is Tezuka. So anyway, it's just funny if this is actually it's just funny to put the worst next to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems weird to put it next to it, if that is who that is.
So knowing what type of cast is working on this, I'm kind of hyped to watch this.
Well, it's a manga, right? You mean watch where it goes?
Watch where it goes, yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, assuming it ever comes out over here, yeah, it'll be cool to see. Can I move on? You have anything to say, FDDNM?
Yes.
No.
All right, this one is for you, FDDNM. Viz Shonen Jump switches to free simultaneous publication. Would you like me to read this, or do you want to just take it before?
I can sum it up. So essentially, Shonen Jump, in case you have been out of the loop, has actually still been publishing in North America despite the physical editions being discontinued for a long time. And you could get like a subscription for $24 for a year, and you get 52 issues or something like that, whatever a month, weekly issues. But they're discontinuing Shonen Jump in favor of this brand new, what I'd call revolutionary model, which is like essentially you get all the 3 latest chapters of every ongoing manga for free access. Like you don't need to pay for it.
Like
however,
basically.
Yeah,
right?
basically. It's essentially getting a free simulcast. But consequentially, you can't get any backlog. But if you subscribe, you get the backlog. And the way they word it, $2 a month, you get the entire backlog of every Shonen Jump ever, is what they said.
Just to clarify,
that sounds
US dollars, not US only. Just to clarify that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, like the way they word it like that, it's like $2 a month. I can find that in my couch every month, you know?
Yeah.
That type of thing. But but yeah, so I think this is a really strong model that they're doing. And the person who did the promotional video, he's like, I've been working with the English Shonen Jump team from Japan or whatever for 15 years. And we've come to
that video actually.
We've come to this conclusion or whatever that the manga escape is changing. People are pirating manga fiercely and stuff. So we're adapting with the times essentially. And I think, I agree with all that. So
you're talking about this guy in the video.
Yeah, editor-in-chief of Shonen, whatever. Yeah, but so something that I don't think is very clear when you read this is that it limits you to like 100 chapters a day for if you have the backlog feature. But I mean, to be fair, that's a lot. Yeah, like 100 chapters in a day. I don't think you're gonna. Yes, it does suck, but I think it's because the people that literally just read manga the entire day, it's like, well, they'll finish the backlog in no time. No, I don't know.
The limiting it, that is an effort to stop bots from stealing the free or whatever stuff. And
actually, I didn't even think of that. That's probably a decent idea.
Because 100 chapters is probably more than a normal person would read in a day, even if
that's
they were
about 10 volumes or something like that.
It's a lot, right? That's a lot. So it's probably enough that it's not going to bother a lot of actual real users, but it'll put a hindrance on anybody who's trying to bot account it and steal the archives and upload them as torrents or something.
Yeah.
So
hey guys, I'll be right back.
All around smart decision. All right, Augie.
But yeah, so essentially, I have to say the bad news though, for me, is I'm not getting my promo Yu-Gi-Oh cards anymore because they're discontinuing it because I've said this like once or twice on the podcast, sorry, but the promo Yu-Gi-Oh cards pays for the subscription because they're promo and they don't like people will pay for them, and the ones that are playable are even more. One of the cards that I got, the last one I got, was like $30, you know, and the whole subscription is $24. And you get 4 cards in the year. But unfortunately, they're discontinuing that. Next year is the last 4 that will be released ever. But I'm just wondering, are there going to be any more promo cards for Yu-Gi-Oh at all? Yeah.
Do you have all of the previous ones by chance?
Not all of them, but I have them from 2014. I mean, I can grab the binder right now and show.
I was going to say that it's sort of, we were talking about that kind of bittersweet thing regarding series ending, is that on the one hand, it's like if it does end, at least you can now figure out a way if you want to display the collection kind of thing, you know, where it's not like constantly reevaluating for adding more and more stuff, you know, into how it's going to be displayed. You could actually turn it into like a centerpiece or whatever. Or now in your perspective, you can now
have a complete binder.
Well, yeah, that. But I was going to say you can now start focusing on the ones you don't have and trying to get those, which I would jump on before this ends if I were you, because the price value is probably
no, dude. They've been doing these promos for years before I even got back into Yu-Gi-Oh. So the old ones they've been super expensive ever since I got back into it. Like $40 for a Blue Eyes. It's probably even more for the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that came out originally. But like, I've already got a Blue Eyes Ultimate. I'm happy with that. It's just, if it happens to pop up, sure, and it's cheap, yeah, maybe I'll get it. But other than that, like, I'm not sure if there's much else to say besides, yeah, I'm hoping that the other manga companies can like see how positive a reaction this is getting and then take suit, or even better, just try and be competitive and then up it and make their service even better than that somehow, like offering their own Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Well, yeah, maybe it'll continue on a different service, like you're saying. All right. So
actually, real quick, is the biggest problem with Shonen Jump, and the reason that one of the reasons I didn't actually read the articles that I was getting, I got it mainly for the cards, but is that they had these long-running series like One Piece and all that, and some smaller series, but they're still pretty long, is that I didn't have the first few chapters of it available, so I had no reason to start in the middle, because like you said, Saturday morning, I'm not going to watch the middle of an arc that I haven't started or anything like that.
Right.
So now that there's a backlog feature, this changes the landscape so much. You can go back, start what you want, and actually continue it. And then you might not even need a membership after a while and just do the simulcast for the one series you're keeping up with. So yeah.
All right. So the next article, Augie, before he dipped out, messaged us and asked us to hold off on regarding JoJo. So we'll come back to this. This was some sad news for me because
normified.
How can I put this? It drew my attention not only to that this is happening, but also that it's already happened with Ariana Grande, and just made me lose so much respect for the Kingdom Hearts Final Fantasy brand. Katy Perry is joining the Final Fantasy universe, and Ariana Grande already has. So
is it just a event on Brave XVS?
XVS, it seems to be, and they've got they actually have a sprite and everything.
I'm not terribly offended by it. I just think it's in really stupid taste that they have a celebrity in this. I mean, sure, if they're a fan, but it's like, where's the Mal? Where's your video game list?
Well, I just feel like
I mean, to be fair, if she's promoting Final Fantasy and stuff and drawing more of a crowd, sure.
Let's live change this article to paint a picture that'll illustrate exactly the point. Imagine this, but instead of Katy Perry, it was those pictures of Jaden Smith. Jaden Smith is about that. That explains my exact frustration with this. As I said back in that article, I have checked out completely with modern music in the West. I think it's all pretty much garbage. I know a lot of people have that opinion. I'm not trying to grandstand on anything, but I'm just saying that them bringing into Final Fantasy, like kind of tainting the brand to me. Anyway, do you want us to go back now that you're back we can talk about this?
Hold on. Let me brief comment on that. One, I'm going to a Final Fantasy concert this January up in Nashville. And also for Kate Perry, whoever this person is, she looks a lot like the main character from... Okay. She looks a lot... She's dressed kind of like the main character from Space Channel 5, in my opinion. But that's kind of indifferent that she's in a Final Fantasy.
If you changed the color of her skin and made her hair white, she kind of looks like Ursula from The Little Mermaid right now.
Well,
anyway,
add the 200 pounds, but back to JoJo.
All right. So the reason I'm sharing this is because we talked about these chibi things, and I at that time thought, because I hadn't read that article, I thought it was that they were doing a Attack on Titan Junior High-esque show, but with JoJo. And then we read, it's just like an illustration promotion. Well, guess what? Mobile game with animations of these characters and their poses and stuff.
Ugh. And of course, it's a phone game. Ugh.
Yep.
The best kind. Don't you guys have phones?
You have phones, but you don't play games on them. What's the point?
Referring to the Diablo Immortal quote.
You know what's actually really funny? Yeah, he was quoting the fiasco with Diablo's mobile launch, where they said, "Don't you guys have phones?" So what's actually kind of funny is, and I sort of grandstanded for a while on that Psycho-Pass article, but my phone has started giving me notifications about my screen time, and telling me like how much it's decreased. And ever since that started coming out, even though it wasn't affecting like my desire to be on my phone or whatever, but I just have happened to notice that my screen time has continued to drop more and more and more and more and more week to week as I keep getting these metrics delivered or whatever in the notification. I wonder, I mean, I have seen this with I know a lot of people who have switched back to flip phones. I do think that the statement people make about
like Lance
phones and dumb people, I do think that there is a rebellion coming about where people are starting to use their phones a lot less. I think it also has something to do with the spying and all that, because something like 88% of millennials have deleted the Facebook app. It's some ridiculously high things. Like Facebook is only for old people now. I'd love to be off of it, to be honest, except for the podcast group, which is the main reason I'm even on it. But anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to say here?
Nope.
Well, I'm kind of sad. I've read all of JoJo so far, and I was hoping to give more insight to it, but oh well. Oh yeah, the guy in white, Bruno, he's pretty much the main character of Arc 5, so don't let Giorgio Giovanna sidetrack you.
This is a descendant. Was this a descendant of Dio or Caesar or something? No, because Caesar was...
No. The Caesar was with Jonathan. You're skipping the still ball run, sorta. Dio there was a arc that had a character that wasn't a descendant of the JoJo line. It was a descendant. He is a descendant of Jonathan / Dio. Dio's head on Jonathan's body.
So whose DNA?
Right. Good question. I meant to say Joseph.
So I don't have a lot to say here, but I think it's news worth mentioning because everybody knows this by now.
I'm hype. I'm hype. I want it.
Yeah,
where is Laharl?
The entire reason I decided
why did they give?
Okay, as soon as you replied,
there we go. I got it out. Go ahead and talk.
As soon as you replied, I cut out, so I missed everything you just said.
I just said that the only reason I shared this is because it's big news, and I thought you would want to talk about it because you're a fan of the Persona franchise.
So, Persona 4, the Ultimax or whatever fighting games for the PS3 and Xbox 360, they were 2D and like they had pixely art, not pixel art, but it was all like 2D drawn, and it wasn't that very good because of it, essentially. And seeing a Joker in 3D with nice Smash physics, I cannot wait to play that because I have the Smash in front of me as I speak. But
yeah,
it's my brother's, so I have to wait till I get a Switch.
The thing that kind of intrigues me about this is a lot of people are like, why is a Persona character in Smash?
It's because Atlas has the Persona Q2 coming out.
Well,
probably.
To which I reply, that does seem weird, but when you think about it, Solid Snake is in Smash.
Yeah,
I mean yes, there wasn't. It started on Nintendo, the franchise, and there was the Twin Snakes remastered version of the original game that was put on, or not the original game of Metal Gear Solid 1 that went from Sony PlayStation 1 to GameCube or whatever. So there was a connection there. Persona 5 though is Persona in general. Are they on any Nintendo consoles?
I just said Persona.
The Shimigami Tensei series, which Persona derived from it, if I understood right, started on Nintendo.
Okay.
What I don't get is from Atlas. I get that Persona 5 is a big seller, but not Laharl.
Not
no
what?
Disgaea? Like, where's the Disgaea characters? Come on.
They said they've announced a bunch of people or new characters that people won't be expecting are coming. So it's probably going to be like Kratos, God of War, Steve, Minecraft, and all that.
Gears of War guy.
Well, honestly, think about it.
Halo,
Master Chief. Oh my God, I'd love that. But think about it. Like Sony, and as much as they're anti-consumer and all the we don't want to collaborate with crossplay and all that crap, if anyone had the opportunity to be in Smash, they'd take it, no matter how strict they were.
Dante from Devil May Cry. I'm just trying to think of more people that could show up and totally throw off the current balance of characters.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like, actually, no one predicted Cloud from Final Fantasy either, but yeah.
Main character guy from LA Noire.
Doubt. He presses X to doubt everyone.
Yeah, let's throw Ace Attorney in there.
All right. So since we're on the topic here, there's another thing I wanted to bring up. in I think the last podcast when we talked about the manga spoiler videos, we had brought up how Nintendo has made it so that you can't let's play their stuff, like they steal your ad revenue kind of thing. Actually, hold on. Just after that that podcast, I learned that they very recently have finally reverted their stance on that.
It's probably because of Smash. They're like, damn it, this is too big. Yeah. We can't not have people.
I think it was because of the when they uploaded that trailer and there was a version that didn't have sound or music, so everybody added their own music, right? And it became this big Twitter like trending thing. I think that probably finally opened their eyes and they're like, fuck it, let's let them have it, you know? And maybe all they asked for is that you actually provide content rather than just a straight screen of you playing. It's got to be like you're talking, you're contributing, there's some editing involved, all that kind of stuff. So good on them for finally seeing the light.
And a real quick back mention to Atlas, as Augie said, they've done the Shin Megami Tensei series, like all of the stuff on the DS, 3DS. Nintendo's developed a pretty strong Atlas relationship.
And Game Boy Advance.
Okay. Persona Q, which is their Persona 4 X Persona 3 game, was originally only for 3DS and still is. So, and the sequel of that is coming out. So it really doesn't surprise me that they put Persona 5 character in here. It's just that Persona 5 is not for the Switch, so it's kind of weird. But hey, who am I to judge? I just want Persona 5 for PC so I can PC Master Race that in 60 FPS. Okay, anyway, back to you.
Some funny news here. China removes poo from Kingdom Hearts 3. So, in the advertisements for Kingdom Hearts,
for audio listeners, they're talking about Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh, yes. China blurred out every time Pooh showed up, right? And the reason why is because he looks like their dictator for life.
Why?
Here, I gotta close it. There we go. He looks like Xi Jinping or whatever his name, Xi Jinping, because he resembles their dictator for life guy. They decided that it wasn't okay to have their fearless leader depicted in such a cute, cuddly character in the game.
In what way does it look like him?
The eyes, you know,
how they look like little dots. How his smile is radically wider and more angular. Like
the chin's taking more of the neck.
So this does seem to be speculation on behalf of the author, but I think that's probably spot on. It sounds like a very China thing to do.
I mean, it probably is. I'm just saying for the Chinese official who made that decision, you're really just looking at anything and saying, I see a resemblance to Mr. China. I don't know.
Hey,
that's what
I said earlier. China is dumb. But
you say that.
I say that. And probably my next boss, whoever hires me, is probably going to be from there. So I don't know. That is not a life goal. May I repeat? So
I just find it hilarious how they put a blatant like broadcast version censorship style in the game instead of just removing the asset and the character.
Yeah, well, that's not in the game. That's promotional stuff that they're showing. By
the way,
yeah, I'm just getting this ready because it was giving me the same thing as usual.
By the way, do we have a Telovru article somewhere in here?
Yeah,
or am I gonna?
It should have been in here.
I'm just asking in case it's not in here.
No, you're absolutely right. Oh no, it's in the release.
We'll get to that later then.
Okay, so we're done on this discussion.
Yeah, we're done with the poo-poo.
References to Winnie the Pooh have repeatedly been suppressed in China over the past few years due to, quote, leader for life, as I was calling him, Xi Jinping's embarrassment about being compared to the rotund children's character. Initially, the Chinese state was directly responsible for censorship of the honey-eating bear, although many media outlets now exercise self-censorship in order to avoid trouble with the government because, you know, the government. I'm a little bit worried. No, I guess it's okay. So I'm just going to say real quick, if you go to Sankaku Complex, when I view this on a browser that does not have ad block on, 2 articles have popped up on some of the things we're talking about that are very not safe for work in terms of the image. So I'm glad they're not showing up here on the podcast, because I would have to go in and censor them later using the blur faces feature on YouTube, which God knows if they ever remove that feature like they did annotations, it's going to be a real bad day for me. But
or anyone that uses it. Oh, this one is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, a couple of game news coming up here. Senran Kagura, which we've talked about on the podcast before. Senran Kagura producer says new regulations have made his job
I
hard.
have a good way to sum this up. Essentially, the director says, if in case you haven't noticed in this new season, unless it's just until this point afterwards, there's no tasteless fan service. The fan service isn't there for the sake of boob shot or something. It's all like, it will make sense, essentially. That's the way to sum it up. But I didn't know there was regulations attached to it. I thought he was doing it morally.
So no, this is about the game, particularly the Steam controversy that happened. Yeah. So
well, I just said a different article then.
whenever a new story, whenever a new entry in Senran Kagura or another similarly sexualized franchise rears its head lately, it seems as if reports of alterations are right around the corner. Recent regulations on sexual depictions, particularly on consoles, have made it tough on developers like Senran Kagura producer Kenichiro Takaki, who recently commented on the matter in an interview with Akiba Soken. When asked about the development of Senran Kagura 7 Even, which is in the works for PS4, Takaki said, regulation of sexual depictions has gotten stronger globally, and taking that into account, it's been said games need to be made so that they don't cause misunderstandings. Quote, unquote. Takaki added that Senran Kagura is part of a genre currently under heavy scrutiny as a result of these regulations. However, since there are people who want to see that type of content, as well as developers who want to make it, he says, I'd like to think about how to skillfully navigate our way through this. As a result, development on 7 Even may take longer than usual. For those who missed it, one of the most recent examples occurred when Xseed Games removed the intimacy mode from the PS4 version of Senran Kagura Burst Renewal at Sony's request.
Well,
now,
I'm going to play the PC version of that, even though I wasn't planning to play the game at all now because of that.
Yeah, well, let me just say that I want to address something here. He says, however, since there are people who want to see that type of content, as well as developers who want to make it. Now, let me just say, I'm totally against this kind of regulation that ties knots around consenting adults who want to have, a business exchange of, you make this game, I want to play it, or of any nature, as long as an actual human being isn't being victimized, right? So I'll just say that's my stance on the issue, and I think that it's as he put it, what did he say? I don't know. He said regulation of sexual depictions has gotten stronger globally. Yeah, I'll just say that that we're taking a step in the wrong direction in terms of individuals' freedom and right to have consenting adults do business together, and I think that I'll oppose that regulation. Obviously, if what I would suggest is if Steam, for example, I can't have that on there, this isn't for kids, then have an adult only mode. Yeah. You have to verify your age, right? And to that point, leading into our next article, all ages modified visual novel, Hello Goodbye, banned on Steam.
What?
So I stated this when we talked about this whole controversy with Senran Kagura and how Steam they basically backpedaled and said, hey, well, we're not gonna remove it. Okay, we're not gonna remove it, right? When they did that, I specifically pointed out that they verbalized their statement with very specific language to be give vague them enough to get whatever they wanted off the platform. Because they said, and I think they actually quoted it here, stuff that isn't trolling and not illegal or, quote, trolling, which again is something I felt like they were going to use that as a way to ban whatever they wanted to ban, but keep face at the current moment with those people, right? So because of that, this situation here is that this was a game that was modified to be an all ages version, and that for whatever reason was removed from Steam.
But the adult version's up? No.
I read this article. I don't believe they actually gave a reason. They didn't know a reason, but they did talk about stuff like how. So what used to happen is that adult games used to do this thing where they would release a tame version on Steam with a patch to make it explicit that you could download on the developer's website. And Steam at some point made it so that you couldn't even advertise that patch existed on Steam. And now this is just, rolling down, continuing with that oppressive way of policing what you're allowed to like and what you're allowed to view and all that stuff. Just rolling with that theme. We are where we are. That now the all ages version has been removed from Steam altogether.
I know that adult games have always had a hardship in America. I hate that it's slowly moving towards Japan, which really shouldn't be. But
yeah,
if you're trying to censor it like that, then what's the point of the ratings at that point? Like, if you can't have mature content, why have a mature rating? Why have?
That's what I'm saying. You know what? Consenting adults should be allowed to do things that aren't illegal. Why would you make this illegal? Who is getting harmed? So that's my opinion on it. I mean, I don't play any of these games. I don't really care about them, but I do care about the infringement on the liberty of consenting adults. So anyway, shall we continue to the next wondrous article?
Yes.
About Love Live games causing wardrobe malfunctions, where
that was hilarious.
Where the game is playing with the clothes not loading in. Now, there's nothing explicit. They're basically Barbie dolls, right? But
no nipple, no foe.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. But I'm just saying, it's just so funny that during all this stuff going down, that a major arcade game that is played across Japan, that this glitch would occur. It's so funny. I wonder if it was like a programmed in glitch, like somebody instituted, like somebody hacked a
nude-ish mode.
You know what I mean? But it's just quite funny timing wise with all the other stuff we've talked about and will talk about in this podcast. But,
all I was thinking when I saw that video on Twitter was, wow, better CG than every anime ever.
Right. And it's actually really funny.
Love Live CG itself.
Well, that's what I was going to say is one of the reasons I'm actually so interested in seeing Love Live is because I read at one point that AKB 0048, which I did see and was awful, was considered that company's competition to Love Live. And that I'm interested to see how, because Love Live is like a big name. It's like everybody's talking about it. It's this huge phenomenon. But AKB 0048, I had literally never heard of before I saw it on Sentai's store, So anyway.
Brad's opinions and thoughts on the situation of AKB 0048 does not affect the rest of the podcast group and crew.
Your opinion? All right. I'm just saying that it was a dumb premise and the CG was fucking awful. Anyway, so we're going into release news. I wanted to share this here. I know we've already talked about this before, but I wanted to bring up a specific point here. Just announced, G Kids and Shout Factory present Perfect Blue, stylish psychological thriller, makes North American Blu-ray debut on March 26th. Our friend, Professor Who, bringer of much knowledge regarding Legend of the Galactic Heroes release, said, for those region-free or in the UK, get the upcoming remastered anime limited UK collector's edition. It's guaranteed to be better encoded than this. Shout suck at encoding / compression. So he linked that, and I'll just say G Kids chimed in, said this is not a Shout disc. This is a G Kids disc, and it's going to be the same encode as the UK, to which Professor Yu said, oh, I see. Well, I take back what I said. I was mistaken. My apologies. Now, I don't mean to embarrass Professor Who. Professor Who is very knowledgeable on disc stuff. I will revert to this person's opinion on a lot of things. I wanted to bring this up, that if you were concerned about this issue, G Kids is saying that like they came in here. I love how they nonchalantly disregard. They say this is not a shout disc. Completely disregard the quality. It just seems so funny that they would come in here and not even debate the quality of shout.
Contribute
like
to it.
They could have said, this is not a shout disc, which are much better than you're making them out to be. This is a G Kids. I just think it's really funny that they kind of
throw them under the bus.
Yeah, they just sort of acknowledge how bad they are by not addressing that they're not bad or something like that. I just thought it was really funny.
I thought that you were going
to hear this. Typically, I like shout, but oh well.
I do too, but I haven't noticed any
Blu-ray specifically. I've never noticed a problem with any of the DVDs I've watched from them. But
I haven't noticed any problem with the Blu-rays.
Movies, the show, not just home movies in general, but like the show Home Movies that used to be on Adult Swim. Anyway. Sentai Filmworks announces English dub for To Love Ru.
Okay, I'll take it away on this. Holy crap, this took way too long for it to happen, but man, I'm happy it's happening. And like I've said in the DMs and stuff, it's probably because Sentai had those surveys that was saying, yo, what would you like us to license? And how would you like to experience it? And people were probably like me and said, the To Love Ru OVAs, dubbed if possible, because they need the OVAs, but because there's different licensing for the manga. Like the OVAs is released with the manga, so it's a different licensing. But they probably didn't think it was worth it or something at the time. Now, I'm just
like 10 years later, it should have at least cheapened by now for them to grab. I mean, if they're waiting like what you said, 10 years to dub it, I mean,
it needs to be like at least discounted at this point. It's like, yo, we got the rest of it. Can you throw this in a bundle? But the thing that I'm like simultaneously happy and concerned at the same time, because it's like they just came out with a complete collection for To Love Ru, and now they're announcing the dub. Because the thing is, when I heard the complete collection, I'm like, okay, that's the nail in the coffin. We're never getting a dub. We're never getting the OVAs, and they're going right back on their word. The positive aspect is, I guess, never say never for Sentai, because they're apparently willing to make new masters or new replication for at least the cases and everything for these releases as many times as they want, which is very inefficient. There's 50 releases that makes it infinitely more confusing for someone trying to get right into the anime. But, you know, it's nice that they're going back and dubbing it because a lot of fans have requested it. Now, there is also the factor that there could be premium editions, which I'm wondering how they're going to split up, which I'm hopeful for. But that could also mean that they're dubbing it because they're coming out with a premium edition. Have you seen a premium edition that's subbed only? No. So maybe they're doing it because of that. Yeah, I'm saying a lot.
FDDNM, have you not been paying attention? Have you not been paying attention to this era? Anything can happen right now regarding releases.
Let me just say that you put that so eloquently that I'm really glad you were here for that, because that was you hit all the points that I wasn't even thinking of, like the nail in the coffin. I'm just really glad that you were able to crystallize that so well. Good job.
I'm surprised I even thought of it that quickly. I feel like there's a couple other things like A, I'm willing to rebuy it. B, anything for the OVAs. C, I've already watched this like twice and all the seasons dubbed, so I'm hoping it's not going to be too hard to watch it dubbed. But I mean, it'll probably be fine.
AC, I have no idea why you're surprised. I'm not surprised by this at all. You've been pent up about this topic for quite a while, until like last week till now. So
I didn't say I was surprised. I was complimenting him on his ability to put that information out in a nice, concise way. That
was done well.
I'm glad on my end that I haven't started collecting To Love Ru yet. I have totally been behind on whether it was or wasn't dubbed or any of that stuff. I know you've been talking about it though, FDDNM. But I'm just glad that when I get to start collecting it, I will get the version that will be forthcoming.
You will cut to the chase.
Yes. All right. Speaking of cutting to the chase,
I'm angry. I finished collecting that this past summer.
I have the
Now they do
DVD
this.
versions and the
I was
Blu-ray
Sentai.
versions.
All right, so we've got the Sentai slate here. Title: Damepri Anime Caravan.
I think this is on the right stuff. Do we want to hold off until the final?
There's only 3 titles here, so I'm not going to go. It's not going to be that big of a deal if we have to go through it. Hakume and Mikochi and Mitsuboshi colors,
which is amazing.
And then Reese shared me this link during the podcast. Maybe for this one, we should go to Right Stuff first and then just come back in case we end up, it might be better for what you're saying. Yes, here's the things we were just talking about. So there's this one.
Made in Japan is Votom, so that's why it wasn't on the list.
Votom's with his 6 compilation films.
So I'm very disappointed to see the bar up here, but
SD Blu-ray.
Well, either way, I'm just disappointed to see the bar, but I'm glad it's happening. And it has.
I've been wondering if Tokyo Living Dead Idol is supposed to be the inspiration for Zombieland Saga.
I haven't watched any of Zombieland Saga, so I can't comment on that. So these are some interesting.
Yes, we're getting more Gigantor.
We'll go through them as we. We're getting some good. We're getting spoiled. I think we're already into the
we're all into the backlog, I think.
So let me just real quick double check here. Do any of these look like they're worth Death March to the Parallel World? Any of these I should click on? Hakata Tonkotsu Ramens. I'll click on both of these just to see.
Why is there another Scrap? Oh, Scrap Princess must be a re-release. Same with Star Mew.
Yeah.
We Without Wings. That took like forever.
Yeah, but it's a re-release as well.
Well, I'm saying that was
Code Geass movie trilogy. Yes.
The Code Geass movie trilogy I'll reluctantly buy because I know it's recap, but man.
Reese makes an appearance.
Well, they're probably sub only because they aren't going to go back and redub garbage, right?
What do you mean redub? Don't you mean reclip?
I guess. Yeah, sure. Oh, by the way, I didn't get to my...
Isn't it weird to see ramen pluralized?
Oh, what's even weirder is that season there was 2 shows with ramen in the title of it. One about ramen and another one not about ramen, but more of a death game sort of show.
Ramen?
Which show is this? Based on the cover, I don't see any ramen.
Think this is the death one.
Yeah.
I hope they have more
than that. All right, so there's this Death March to the Parallel World Rhapsody.
Is that a limited? Yay. Yeah. We haven't had one of those in like a single slate, except that was only one, so it was underwhelming. Anyway.
So Code Geass movie trilogy, Geass, has this is this the first time the movies are getting released?
Yes, because they only came out like last year, I think.
So I could be wrong, but this packaging
Steelbook?
Steelbook? Yeah.
Let's hope.
Why are they
Digipack?
Yeah, it's better than Digipack, but they're still like you can't replace those cases if they get broken.
But if you have a series of steel boxes, why would you put it in a chipboard case? Wouldn't it be better to put it in a tin?
Is there a chipboard case?
There's a chipboard for the complete series, but
because I don't see a chipboard case here.
What's that front one? Is that just the?
I think that might be
one of the steel boxes.
That's a movie. That's like movie 1, and this is like movie 2, movie 3.
Oh wait, what?
No. This is just one. Sorry, looks like it's literally just one steelbook that has all 3 movies in it. Maybe it's a.
That's what I thought. No.
This is the same cover as this. So this is now you can see it open front and back. Now you can see it inside front and back.
I have a steelbook with a flap and a disc on each side. I think
that might be what it is. Okay, yeah. So maybe one of the discs goes here, and then one goes here, and on the other side of this.
No, it's like they have one in the flap, and then they have the 2 like layered on the right side.
So I've literally
see steelbooks being still in trend.
Augie, I'm going to have you take over the screen sharing for a minute. I've got to run to the bathroom. I've had 5 water bottles since we started.
How do I control your screen?
You can't control my screen. Just go to go to Bright Stuff and screen share from your screen. I'll be right back.
Well, how about
Right.
I read off the titles of the tabs? So, Armored Trooper Votoms. While yes, it's sad that it's not.
Watch Dogs.
Pardon? What?
Watch Dogs. That's the name of the mechs.
Okay.
The Watch Dogs, the big Bing thing.
Well, it's a shame that it's not HD master because that would look beautiful from an 80s-ish or whatever era it is remaster. But it's nice that we're able to get it in one nice condensed package, all of it in print, because from what I looked at, like the DVDs, it's like there's so many different parts and it's confusing. And I didn't know there was 50 episodes of it, so that confused me even more. But that's just because I'm not researched like Brad, and Brad's probably hyped about because wow, this awesome mechas that I like is getting re-released. And what about you?
It's probably a good thing that they didn't for Votoms. It's probably a good reason that they did not release the other movies and OVAs because they take a very different storyline per one. So it would like take some of the previous, then change it up entirely, almost as if it's a new identity, but with the same sort of people.
Don't they have the movies and OVAs though?
They have the compilation movies of the series.
Okay.
Meaning they have 6 abridged movies of the series instead of different ones.
Right. So maybe they'll release a separate collection, and maybe the OVAs and whatever movies are fully HD or something, and that's why it's separate. I don't know.
On a side note, you were correct on Makuai.
Magic
being no Makuai. Maquia. It is released by Maquia. That is released by Shout Factory.
Okay. Which, according to Professor, who is probably a terrible encoding, which I don't understand because it's looked like the Tri-Film that I watched seemed fine. But Professor, who is more than welcome to provide me with evidence and facts. While we're intermissioning, because I was cut out, I didn't get to mention how Pat Labor. I didn't know how, like, there's this little notification thing when you start up the first disc that says, because the English dub is like, they don't have all of the parts of it, I guess, like, it cut out some things. In the best efforts to preserve and have the optimal experience, on the first disc, they have like 4 episodes, but they have 8 files, obviously, and 4 separate for English, 4 separate for Japanese. So you have either version available to you.
That's also true for the DVDs as well. Kind of strange they didn't add more episodes to the Blu-rays of all things, but
well, it's because the Blu-ray, that'll be 8 episodes on one disc technically, and they usually fit up to 9-ish or something. But yeah,
I guess.
I just thought that was really thoughtful and nice that they did that. But yeah, that collection is way worth its value with all of the amount you get. You get 15 discs. But anyway, so the next one, Mitsubishi Colors, I heard is hilarious. That's all I have.
Oh yes, it's hilarious. Made by the same person who did Strawberry Marshmallow. And to the viewers out there, I apologize since someone didn't give me rights, which that's fine for some reason. I'm not able to share the screen, so we're just having to kind of look at what's in front of us here. But with Mitsubishi Colors, it is a hilarious show about 3 girls who get into trouble and always harass the local policemen while getting into small mischief that children would normally get in or somewhat get into. They're called the Colors because they have a clubhouse in the middle of the park and always go out to, well, pretty much volunteer their time to help the community.
I think that Sentai dubbed this, right? Dubcast?
I hope so. It would make more sense to sell if they did.
And then Hakume and whatever that other one was. I think you were talking about it before.
Oh, yeah. Neo Little Bits. pretty much a story of two. I'm not sure if they're brownies or if they're sprites, but pretty much a life of smaller people living in the woods with their anthropomorphic neighbors. This is a slice of life. Well, yeah, that's what it is. Slice of life, and I really enjoy it. If you like the Little Bits or David the Gnome, you will really enjoy this.
I hear that it has a dub, according to the Right Stuff listing I checked a while ago.
Okay.
So that's nice. And then we have the Tetsujins being brought over here, which I think is nice that we can get all of it.
So they released the 2000 TV series. I'm
on
referring
SD
to the
Blu-ray.
decade. On SD Blu-ray, and now we get the movie of it on both a Blu-ray DVD combo pack. Then we get the 80s series, in this case called Shin Tetsujin 28, which I'm not sure what happened to the dub for Neo Gigantor, but at least we get the full series of it.
Right.
Which I'm amazed just by that.
And I'm happy that because they did SD Blu-ray with the original Tetsujin, or sorry, not the original, the 2004, that it's all going to be the same height and all that, so it'll look nice together.
When there was the past Disco Day, for some reason, when they announced this version of the 80s Gigantor, Tetsujin, Iron Man, whatever you want to call this one guy got angry and pretty much said in the same tone of, what the fuck, get the original. Just be happy we're getting this. Dang. I understand you want the other one because the Rhino version is just not worth even touching. And the second one, the E1 Entertainment version that I have, yes, it is a better quality of it. There was more passion put into it. It definitely needs more in print. I will definitely agree with that, but be patient. Buy it. Enjoy the series.
I just want it to collect it and then see if I enjoy it afterwards. But I don't know. I'll probably get something out of it. I usually do. Then Beyblade. I'm glad that I didn't cave and buy the DVD set because I wanted to buy out of nostalgia before, even though I've only literally played the Beyblades. I've never seen it. It's probably terrible.
Now, first off, for this, if you haven't seen this one, this used to air on ABC Family before moving, I think, to Disney XD. So watching this in the mornings before going to school or catching the bus was always fun. If you swapped for this story, if you swapped the tops with like martial arts, it would still work. So the beauty that I like about this is, since New Video has the DVDs and Disco has the SD Blu-ray, to me, this is a difference in rights that they can get. Because I think with one being DVD and the other Blu-ray, that means other candidates from New Video can still be possible to be obtained for Discotech, just like with Zatch Bell, Saint Seiya, which I think TMS has more control over that. So whenever they feel like giving it to someone, they probably will.
If you look on Right Stuff,
I
don't think you can actually find the original Beyblade DVDs anymore. So it could be out of license, and that's how Discotech got it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they got sub-license, because Discotech can do a lot of things, it seems. And but you're right though about the potential like different rights, because Bakano, Funimation had the DVD, Aniplex had the Blu-ray, and the thing that Brad said that one time about Ninja Girl Jubei-chan, is that what it is? Second season? How anime works?
Yeah, Geneon has it.
Geneon has it?
Still, sadly. Geneon used to release it, but continue.
Does Anime Works, they have like the first season or something? Anyway, the second season, it's like we can get There's nothing about the Blu-ray license, though. We might be able to get that. I think Brad sent something about that. But
That's what they said to me as well.
yeah, I'm hoping that if there is some sub-licensing thing, if Discotech makes a deal with New Video or whoever, they can grab everything else and release it on SD Blu-ray, like those, or they can get like Digimon. I think that's New Video, and then give us the regular Blu-rays.
Well, no, Digimon's not New Video. Digimon is Flatiron, and who knows what's going to happen with that. That hopefully for the better.
They all have the same formats and styles of packaging.
I know. I still think New Video, Flatiron, Cinedigm, Shout Factory, G Kids are under the same
roof
parent, but I can't prove it, even though I go to their website and they're linked to each other.
Maybe it's like Section 23. Yeah.
I'm really believing that. As we pointed out in the podcast with Discotech, I really believe that we have pointed out that they do listen to the viewers, which thank you. For the love of God, we don't have to deal with more Viz stuff in regards to companies not listening to the buyers. And somehow, maybe because they're a smaller company, they can, apparently so, because they're a smaller company, as pointed out by a Answer Man article, since they're a smaller company, they can take risk a bit better. So maybe that's what they're using to levy to get more license, but still, or maybe the people who are negotiating with the Japanese have an iron stomach for alcohol. Who knows? But they know how to negotiate with some of the tougher licensors for releases. Looking at TMS, Toei especially, I think you've educated yourself on that licensor, FDDNM, this past week.
Yeah.
And do you agree with my comment on what they are?
In which way?
Them holding their right. Dealing with them and them holding their rights, no matter how insane they are about it. But yeah. With Discotech, I would love to see what more they're going to have for next year, especially. I still don't think that they fully slated what they're going to release for January and February, but I could be wrong. But continuing with them,
March would be next because this latest one says February on the Right Stuff page. But it looks like Kimagure Orange Road could be March, maybe.
Maybe, but remember, that's going to be a 2-volume one as they release. Now, also keep in mind, back in July, out of nowhere, they released the Wild one.
Yeah, just keep stalling.
Sorry, something about toilet in the other room. They released the Wild Ones, the TV series from 2000s, without even giving much of a warning. Just like next day, it's here. So
I think they used to be like literally the next month or something like that was when they announced their slate, unless it was just for 2 months in the future. But this one is about 3 months in the future. Oh, no. Actually, I take that back. It's still 2 months, so I'm on crack. So anyway, the next one, Lupin. Clearly, Brad linked that because Lupin's his favorite. And yeah, more
I
Lupin.
like it too. Okay, so looking at the comments from Cam Jones. Thank you, Cam. Cam, he confirms that G Kids is a separate entity, or definitely a separate entity.
I think you just
to say that the company grew from a New York Children's Film Festival. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think you probably just threw that in because there was, it was in the moment, so you just probably popped in your head. I don't think you had any like legally binding contract saying G Kids is in the amount of companies that I think are colluding.
Ataka So sort of asks, anime that could be used in Guantanamo Bay because watching it was equivalent to torture. I don't know about anime, but I can definitely say State of the Empire is probably one of the things that they would show in that regard, or I would still say Arjuna, but
So let's see. Next is Galaxy Express. So it's nice that
Galaxy Express 39. The first two movies are about to be available on Blu-ray.
Yeah, these are like re-releases, right? Because they already came out from Discotheque?
Yes, you can get the first three movies from Discotheque, which include the first two work off one another. Then the third one is a reboot with the original art style. So it looks a lot different. But a brief spoiler alert, they do end the same way. So don't be surprised by that. Now, one that I think was skipped on accident was Lupin the Third Part 3 Collection 3, which is finally going to be released January 29th on 2019. Thank God. Sadly, this will not have a dub, but it keeps that special edition of Cowboy Bebop from Amazon Prime theme. It's keeping that theme up. And, well, hopefully we can get more. All right, so any others from pre-orders?
So first of all, let me just apologize for how long that took. My son is not very good at remembering to flush the toilet when he's done, and there was a big mess in the toilet that clogged it, and then I turned off the water and couldn't get it back on. So anyway, Reese just sent me this regarding a discussion about the Code Geass or Gay Ass, or however we want to pronounce it, movie trilogy. I always get a laugh out of you from that. Yeah, so he's saying, okay, so they're going straight to a box set instead of singles. I guess that's all. That's all I guess we know about it.
If they released it as singles, I think they'd lose their customer base.
I'm not sure why you shared that with me, Reese. Anyway,
I meant to say not part 3, but part 2, collection 3. Sorry, in that disregards. Hey, AC, did you put that one release in the docket about
what
the
release?
collection and it has memories? The one from Anchor Bay.
No, because that wasn't in the actual. I'll grab it. You posted that as its own thing, not in the article doc. So let me grab that.
Right.
Yeah, I always get a kick out of that because it's like the least eloquent mistake you can pronounce it as.
What?
Gas.
Yes. All right, so let me go back to sharing, but let me get off the actual Facebook page so we're not doxing anybody.
Oh, we got. We still got to do the watch.
We have a episode committing suicide. It looks like. All right, pop culture bento box.
Okay. When Otaku said shows that anime that could be used in Guantanamo Bay because watching is equivalent to torture, there was a specific anime that comment was referencing. I'm not sure if it was Hakume and Mikuchi or whatever, but the shooting in the head was right after Votom's, to which I'll say
probably
Votom's
the
is really great.
Maybe.
Yeah, the Votom's is really a great series, particularly because the main character, Chiriko Kuvi, is just such an interesting person to follow and a total badass. All right, so here's the thing you wanted me to share here, the pop culture bento box.
Yes. One of the highlights of this is they got a movie from Columbia Pictures that's been in their archives for a long time. It's one of the colored anime movies from back in the 60s to 70s. And it's called I'm trying to call from memory here. I can't read from that far, and I'm trying to look up the article. The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon. Please read.
Mill Creek releasing The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon. This 2-disc digital download sampler will... discs / digital download sampler will include live action and anime films, as well as various animated cartoons, which will street on February 5th, 2019. The oddball mishmash includes Yugo Sarikawa's The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon from 1963 and Ishiro Honda's Battle in Outer Space from 1959 and Honda's Mothra and Katsuhiro Otomo's Memories. Wow. Memories is getting another release, as well as 4 episodes each of Godzilla, Astro Boy, and Viper's Creed, just because they already have that, right?
Now the Godzilla and Astro Boy is the 2000s one, thousands series. Sorry about that. And the Battle in Outer Space is a live action movie. Right. So far from Mill Creek, they've released Memories, but not by a single self collection. It's either been released with Memories and Metropolis, the anime movie, and this collection right here as well. So
Mill Creek must be associated with Sony in some way.
It is, I think.
Because Viper's Creed was originally released by Sony.
I don't know if they're just a branch off of them or something.
But still, I'm still amazed by. I know it's an older title, The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon, just because it's almost forgotten and it's been shrouded in mystery why it just hasn't had a re-release over here for such that long period. It even inspired Samurai Jack with.
This is a double-edged sword.
Go for it.
Because on the one hand, this stuff is getting released over here, but on the other hand, this ensures this stuff will never get released over here in its own set. It'll always be part of some compilation thing.
Yeah,
lost and forgotten with other stuff.
I thought you was going to go down the route of the quality because there's so much on a disc, but okay.
So Kim Jones.
Other thing I was going to say, is it like a sampler where they show like 5 minutes of everything that they feature, or is
that's a good question because they put quite a few episodes on it, but it does say it's 2 discs. But the thing is that they're Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon. That's a film, isn't it? Like a movie, not like a show.
Yes, it's a movie.
So they're putting this entire movie and this entire movie. Maybe you could fit both of those on one disc, and then I guess the other stuff is all going on that other disc. I don't know. It seems it's going to be I don't know. So regarding Cam Jones said, "Oh snap! Had no clue this was getting released. Is this a North American release? Do Right Stuff fulfill Mill Creek releases?" I don't know actually, but you could get it on Amazon easily. I'm pretty sure. So I mean, the fact that you're asking, Reese is right. It might be a double-sided disc. That's another thing. It could be 4 discs by putting half of the content on the top. Double-sided and all that stuff. So anyway.
I'm pretty sure just a regular dual layered would be the same amount of storage, but I mean
no. You can do double dual layered by doing it the other way.
Double dual.
Yeah.
If it turns out to be one-sided, I will laugh if it turns out that both discs look like the roll of salmon sushi that you see right there.
You mean like the Evangelion movies? Or sorry, Evangelion, how that was double-sided.
No, he's saying that if they aren't and they have to use cover art on the front, if it's this sushi roll, he's said he'll laugh. So it'll also be interesting to see if these are manufactured on demand, which knowing Sony's previous venture with Viper's Creed, it seems possible that if they're going to take a chance on just a random mishmash of stuff, that they might actually do that.
Well, the thing is, Mill Creek re-released those 3 films or whatever.
Right. Those 3 series together on an actual pressed disc. Yes.
Right. I feel like Mill Creek is here to repent for what Sony did to the previous titles.
There's a lot to unpack about what actually surrounded that release, but we don't need to talk about that.
Okay, I think we've talked enough about this box. Yeah. We need to get moving.
All right.
It's 420. No.
I know. So Hamtaro Collab Cafe celebrates, we're into random merch news, celebrates 20 years of cuteness. So I pretty much only shared this because I had been rewatching the previous podcast and we had been discussing Hamtaro a lot early on. Moving on, I almost didn't share this, but then I realized how clever of an idea this actually was. Silver evolution necklaces. So it's the evolutions, and what makes this clever is that you
Each
get
stone
the evolution using the stone. Yeah, so I thought that was actually really clever. The thing is, though, these are ridiculously tiny.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Or this is a giant woman. I don't know. but they are very, very tiny. So anyway, it's one of those things that it's like when you wear, it's like when you're a kid and you wear the like the graphic depiction underwear of like your favorite shows, like you're wearing it, right? Nobody else does. That's basically what's going on here. Anyway, all right, so continuing on, Augie, you had me share this one. 3, 2, 1, tell time.
Oh yes. So I know a lot of clock enthusiasts who enjoy anime have been wanting to have Spike Spiegel's watch for a long time. I'm not familiar if they were able to find it, but now it's possible. Now, through the sake of me browsing online, you can find it now.
Well, I'll say this: at least it doesn't have the Watchmaker's 4.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know what that is, we've discussed it before. On watches that have Roman numerals, the 4 is usually 4 eyes instead of IV, which is really freaking annoying to look at. But yeah, for 200. So this this seems to just be inspired by his outfit color-wise, rather than actually be. And this is something we see all the time. But as far as all these tie-in watches go, this is probably the nicest looking one in terms of you could actually wear this, So at least there's that.
Now, if it was going to be more true to the show, the band would have been like a reddish brown instead of spikes.
Say, it didn't feel. It's almost $300 here, Reese. Anyway, continuing.
Hey, watches can go up to $1,500 if you don't watch it.
No, Reese said for $200. I'm saying it's almost $300. Anyway,
I can't believe they make so much crap out of this one scene that Levi was in.
I know, right? So, Attack on Titan detergent gives dirty laundry a grim reminder. So
if it sells, sell it.
Yeah, I shared the Crunchyroll version because I think the pictures were bigger than the one you shared, Otaku. But yeah, so it's just we're reaching peak Japanese consumerism right here. And as I go into the next article, I will put a period or an exclamation point rather on that sentence. Sexy new Japanese lingerie sets inspired by Gegege no Kitaro, including an outfit of Kitaro and Neko Musume, right? But just like this makes I laugh so hard at the sense that there's a lingerie outfit, which, by the way, I'll say again, it's just a normal outfit. It has nothing to do with any of this stuff. It just happens to be a similar color. I mean, if you included this color scheme, I guess it did actually come to think. It's very faint, but you can kind of see it. Yeah. So I will retract that statement there. But
the thing is, the fans of that show are, 50 years old plus. So, I mean,
well, so they said 50-year-old horror anime, but this show has had so many renditions of it that the fans
including the one last year or this year.
This year.
Yeah. All right. And since we've discussed this with the other shows, I guess One Piece is jumping into the VTuber life.
Next.
Yeah. So Brooke and Zoro are showing up there. I forgot who asked me to share this one, but the Magical Girl site manga artists will compete in Japan's Ninja Warrior, to which I say, if you're this toned, you probably aren't a very good artist, because you have to divide your time between your crafting your skill and going to the gym, and it just seems like this guy is slacking on his skill. But I can't say that for sure. I haven't seen his manga. I'm just saying. Somebody asked me to share this.
Hey, see, from that premiere that we went to, I forgot which one it was, what the title of it.
They were all pretty good, but they were directors and stuff. They weren't the pixel pushers on the computer.
Okay.
Like me and my fat butt. Anyway, so I saw this article, and interestingly, before this article was published, I saw something else on Reddit that really intrigued me. So it says animators and researchers develop automated technique for coloring anime. Japanese animation production companies Imagica Group and OLM Digital have joined forces with the NAR Institute of Science and Technology to develop a technique for automatic coloring within anime production.
That would be a miracle.
Sorry, colorists, you're out of a job, but maybe they can pay animators more. Imagica Group is a production company that specializes in video production duties, including filming, dubbing, editing, restoration, and streaming. One of their subsidiary groups is Oriental Light and Magic. I wonder if that is part of Industrial Light and Magic or just named after it, which is like the company that does Star Wars and all that over here. The production studio of the Pokemon anime. The OLM group specializes in both 2D and 3D animation, as well as visual effects. The coloring technique developed by the researchers is based on recent advances of machine-based deep learning. The researchers developed a color script to correspond with different segments of an image, which is then applied by an algorithm capable of machine learning. These techniques have been applied widely in various fields, such as coloring black and white photos, although the researchers claim to be the first to develop a technique for automatic coloring in Japanese anime production in particular. Although this technique is still in the preliminary research stage, the research team has stated their intent to improve the accuracy for commercial use. The team predicts that the results of their research will be ready for commercial use beginning in 2020. So I want to stop here real quick and just mention that I recently saw a talk at a visual effects style convention about the machine learning, and I used to think for a long time that my field was pretty safe. It's not. Machine learning is going to take away a lot of these jobs, a lot of the jobs. But the nice thing is the jobs that they're mostly taking away are the jobs that people don't really want to do. You know, there's not really an artistic merit behind the job. It's just something you have to brute force and get done. So, but the problem with this is the economic problems of an enormous number of the workforce all of a sudden being out of work and having skills they learned in college that they can't apply anymore and being marginalized in that way. So, like you said, though, that's more money for the animators, I guess. I'll be honest with you. I don't think the money's going to go to the animators.
Right. I think it's being thoughtful.
Keep in mind, because it's machine learning. Fine, it can learn a pattern, but you're going to still need the artist or someone there to make sure the machine does what it's specified to do. Because fine, it can color all these sheets, but it can get off calibrated and can mess up.
That is true, but it reduces a majority of the work at least.
When we get into the Watch Club discussion, I'll find the talk I was talking. I'll give you a demonstration of what I'm talking about, because you're correct. Somebody still has to be there to put in the parameters. But the thing is that the hourly wage of a 40-hour week is done in less than an hour. Okay, so people who had that work now don't have that work, which for the industry is great in the sense that more stuff can be made faster. But I'm just saying there's going to be a huge repercussion to all those people being out of work. It's just like what's going to happen where go ahead.
Now, on the flip side of that, yes, it'll take away one job. However, it will open up many more jobs, because even though it reduces that, there's always going to be something else to work on.
But
it's not like the people who spent 4 years and racked up $100,000 student loan debt learning how to do stereoscopic conversion are going to have machine learning take over that job, and they're going to get hired to watch that machine. A team of over 150 people is going to now be one guy. Okay, that's what I'm saying here. Those people are now going to have a degree that is worthless, skills that are worthless, that are not going to translate because the jobs will no longer be there. So yeah, new people getting into college, they're going to learn new techniques for the new industry. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people who are now going to be on the street, unable to work because all the stuff that they learned and spent all that money going to school for has been obsolete, which is why I advocate for not going to college and learning everything on your own anyway. Save the money.
Yeah, you can make the same arguments with photography as well, but
can I address some other? This technique will be presented at SIGGRAPH Asia in 2018, which is it's got to just be around the corner then. December. Yeah, it must have just happened. An international conference on computer graphics. Ken Angio, the research and development supervisor at OLM Digital, will be the chair of SIGGRAPH Asia 2018. The conference will be held in Tokyo from December 4th to 7th. Publishers have recently used artificial intelligence to color manga pages. Hakuensha began using developer Taizan's Paint Chainer automatic coloring software to create color versions of Akira Hagio's Josei romance manga Kekkon X Reinai, and Asuka Sora's romance, whatever. Keisuke Iwata, president of Japan's anime television network ATX, spoke last year about how anime production process could be completely replaced by AI. What a scary thought.
I don't know about the entire production process, like drawing and designing the characters, but at least the coloring seems more feasible.
We're going to reach...
machines are going...
Good.
Now, you can take... Depending on how you take this, if you fully automate art, is it still art at that point?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that the soul of the shows that were released when everything was hand-drawn, that soul is going to disappear. And you know what? Right now, remember we read that article about no one would be worse off if half the anime being produced wasn't?
Yeah.
And that amount of anime is going to skyrocket.
Right. So and it'll just be a YouTube video at that point.
Well, like I said, the money's not going to go to the animators. They're just going to make more shows and work them that much harder. Okay.
Well, another way to look at it is you'll hear me every so often in a podcast complain about there's no more watercolor in modern animation. Well, this might be another phase. I know that, but it's not as prominent as what you would see in the 80s or 90s, though. Or like the show that we just watched, compare that to like Uramanga Sensei.
Cam Jones says, if the fans boycott or react negatively to anime productions with automated coloring, then it won't be embraced by the industry. I doubt it. I think that there have to be, first of all, most people aren't going to be bothered by it. They're not going to be, it's not going to be something that they can foresee into the future enough to be able to actually get hyped and angered over and actually call for this. Like I was going to mention earlier that one of the majority of jobs in the United States for people without a college degree, just out of high school, is driving for a living, driving trucks state to state. Like whenever I go to California, I pass like a million semis that are taking, produce and stuff from Best Buy and all these different stores to different states and from the distribution centers and all that stuff. When automated self-driving vehicles replace all those, that is probably like close to half the population almost that's out of work, and that's what I'm talking about here, is that we through baby boomers and whatnot grew this population and across the world have grown our population so much that we are not going to be able to sustain ourselves post all this stuff happening and the jobs being lost. It's going to be horrible. So regarding this though, well, let me just point something out. I saw a post on Reddit of somebody who claimed they created a bot to do exactly this, and I'm going to show you the result. So they said they created a bot to color this image. Right now, I don't know. This might actually be one of the people who was involved in this exact article and stuff. I don't know, and they didn't really clarify whether or not these were like different parameters put in for different art styles or what. But it's interesting to see, and I want to show you if this isn't total bullshit. If this person actually is telling the truth, and a bot did do this, this is what I'm talking about. This is what machine learning may be able to do.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Now,
So-
the other point I would like.
Go ahead.
The other point I would like to make. Now, this might seem extreme, but I think a lot of people would see this as well. If you go to a bank, the teller's job is technically outdated. Aside from confirming someone's identity, someone signing, and going through the contracts correctly, there's no reason for a teller, because you can just do it. That whole job and process should just be automated.
Sure. So you're saying there are low skill jobs that could be automated. But you know what? That's the other thing, is that the people who are hurt the most by automation are are people who are in poor neighborhoods, like the.
I'm just saying it's 4:35 and we should probably move on a bit.
Yeah, let's move on a bit. I can go deeper into this, but we are not an economic podcast. We are an anime podcast.
We have 2 more articles to discuss.
The economic collector.
Well, I'm just saying that down the line, this information
I know what you're saying.
Relating to this industry is going to be something that we brace for it. Okay, brace for it, especially if you are in a job that could be replaced. All right, so you got to start planning for this kind of crash. So, all right, so I got 2 quick articles here that are sort of similar. China jails Fujoshi for 10 years over a gay sex novel. This probably has nothing to do with the novel. It's just something to.
Oh God, that's a guy.
This is what's the character's name from Fate Stay Night?
I don't know.
But yeah, it's a guy. It's one of the most. That's one of the traps. That's one of like the most common or known about. Anyway, a Chinese writer sentenced to 10 years of jail for writing a pornographic novel filled with gay sex enticed fury. Pardon. Let me try that again. A Chinese writer sentenced to 10 years of jail for writing a pornographic novel filled with gay sex enticed fury and debate across all forms of Chinese social media. There should be a comma here. The female writer penned the novel named Occupy back in 2017, which managed to sell 7,000 copies online. This soon caught up with her, however, as producing and selling pornographic content is illegal in China. Her work followed the forbidden romantic affair between a teacher and student, the novel being labeled as filled with graphic depictions of male homosexual sex scenes tinged with violence by a television station. As punishment for her indecent sexual fantasies, the writer was handed a jail term of 10.5 years, sparking anger across Chinese social media, as many soon pointed out that cases of manslaughter and rapists, only liable to serve a jail time of between 3 to 10 years, have received less severe sentences. Wow. Continuing from here, remember I talked about those gulags? China is offering $86,000 for bounty for porn tattlers. So the thing you have to understand about China, it's not illegal to view porn. It's illegal to produce porn in China.
Wow.
Right? There's actually a let me read this real quick. It's very short. Government regulators in Beijing have become so desperate to stamp out pornography that they have raised the payout to citizens who report these pernicious publications. Come December 1st, citizens who report locations distributing pornography, online or in reality, will be rewarded with as much as 600,000 yuan, or $86,000, double the usual bounty for porn hunters. The Cyberspace Administration of China, for example, quote, cleaned up nearly 10,000 accounts on social media accused of thought crime. It says here, spreading politically harmful information and rumors. And it looks likely a porn reporting tally will be a good way for drones to keep their social credit score high enough to ensure such necessities as employment, education, and oxygen. So it's a little bit of a charged description by the article writer. Well, like I said, the gulags, man, they've killed people for less in China. But okay, here's the The bottom line is
Well,
we
they're
are seeing this trend worldwide. Tumblr banning porn, Steam, all this stuff. This is coming to the West. Okay, it'll take longer for the far West, like America, but this is coming, and we need to be ready and outspoken when we have that liberty of freedom of speech to oppose this sort of thing. Not because I am dying to have access to porn, but because I just think that they start with the porn and then they move to the next thing on the list of things that are socially acceptable to ban by the average decent person. Then the next thing, until they're banning things that you start questioning, but you let it go so long that the power is too strong. The Martin Niemöller poem of "First They Came for the Jews" comes to mind, or however that poem goes. Anyway, now we are done with articles, and we will be discussing Sentimental Journey. And I want to give FDDNM the opportunity to go first because he needs to get some sleep. So
I've heard that before.
All right. Yeah, I'm losing sleep over this title. Okay, so to sum it up, this anime should be just called My First Crush transferred or moved away, and I fell in love with this older guy.
Okay, so I know I just said I was going to give you the floor, but let me clarify, because this is going to drastically change how you view the show. I did some research on it. It's based on a game called Sentimental Graffiti, and the show tie-in is actually an epilogue to the arcs of the game. So
that's even lamer than.
So the thing is that you're the protagonist in the game. You are the guy that they're hung up on, right?
With the guy.
You're the male character that all the girls in each episode are hung up on in the story.
That one was her dad was the guy, wasn't it?
But for the anime adaptation, there were some slight changes. You're talking about the one with the postman?
The last one, because the postman was supposed to be her dad or a representation, right?
No. Yeah. So her in the game, at least, she believes that her dad is having an affair, but it turns out that he was actually going to someone for relationship advice, so that he could communicate better with his daughter. And at the same time, his office assistant was also going for relationship advice with her boyfriend, and it caused a miscommunication, or like a where you see something unfold and it looks real bad, but it's actually completely innocent. That's how from what I read on the Wikipedia, it was. But
I got so sick of every episode being like, yeah, I used to be in love with this boy, but he moved away. And I just started to call it after a while.
So you got a stomach ache from the theme of the show, pretty much.
I mean, sure. I mean, for some people, they might be like, wow, this is a really good compilation of girls who had their first loves transfer away. But man, it just got so tiring. It's like, and then the boy transferred away. But the thing is, I saw on my anime list when I was logging, it's it was tagged with romance the first time, before I watched it. So I'm like, okay, so it's going to be their little love stories or whatever. But there was only one time where an actual relationship happened. Otherwise, it was just hinted at, or it was reflecting on love in general, which is very underwhelming if you're looking for any sort of romance. But it's just in general,
or a really bullshit philosophy on love from a Buddhist monk.
Oh my god, that episode! I straight up just fast forwarded it without even
I'm surprised y'all remembered that, because to me that was just a forgettable episode.
Well, it's just that I fast forwarded through it, and I'm just. No. That one I fast forwarded through because it was really boring. No, I read it. I was half paying attention for that one. The haunted house one, or the haunted schoolyard, I fast forwarded through that one.
That's the only one that breaks from the tradition of the show and actually gives you something that you didn't already see before.
I thought it was one of the better episodes.
Well, wow. I only did that for the sake of time mainly, but it was just. You know what? At this rate, because I got a few minutes through the episode, I'm like, and tell what's going on, which is exactly what happened. I'm like, oh, the things are scary in here. Oh, she's being haunted by this or that. And then, oh, this boy and I used to hang out. I loved him. We buried this bottle, that type of thing. And I was like,
time capsule, yeah.
Yep, I didn't even need to see it subbed. But yeah, and the fact that anytime there was any actual like love interest that was current and not moved away, it was a guy that was way out of the habitable zone, I guess you could say, for age. And like that idol one, it was like this creepy old smoker guy who's like a what is
that? That was another one that had a real bullshit sort of.
I would say more model, but
he was a talent agent who was making a bet to win some medal or something from his friend.
It was a true woman. He stood,
My Fair Lady kind of.
Because a boy that moved away.
I enjoyed that sort of Princess Diaries-esque portrayal because you see this, oh my God, she is not responsible. But when he even first met her, she would like drop everything just to do something because it was fun without even thinking.
Wait, she dropped it because it was fun? I didn't get that impression. I thought she was just
at the beginning, she would like skip school just to go to an arcade, or she would just go for something gung-ho because it's more interesting than what she's doing right now.
To your point, I do think there were some good ideas presented in a lot of those short stories, but the problem is that they were all a single episode, so they didn't have much time to develop the characters or to have you actually care or get invested. But
through that's fine if you see it that way, but through a means of a short story, which honestly a short story isn't for everyone, it does its job.
It was exhausting having 12 separate stories, though, because I'm like, awesome new characters that I'm going to have to try and remember the names of briefly, and then, I don't know, learn all this.
I'm sorry, but looking at the back of the box and reading it, it kind of advertises that as being the focal point of the show.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm just saying it's not for me.
Yeah, well, okay, so let me chime in here because I think this will be a great way to sort of summarize it. At the beginning, when I first started watching the show, I was enjoying how it was going in the same way that I enjoyed Seraphim Call, right? Which we keep hearkening back to because it's a very similar setup, 12 episodes that were like, it was an anthology, right? But the difference being is that the premise of the story got very tired after a while. So in the beginning, when you're fresh to the concept, it was fun, but there wasn't like the variation just started. They all ran together at a certain point, and that's what FDDNM is saying, is that they didn't hold your attention long enough to be, really.
It was like they just took a template with a different look and
it's like they gave the same premise to 12 different writers and that was all they did. Like so her love moved away abruptly and go,
old guy.
That's fine if you let me give my take on it. For me, I treated this as a casual watch, so I would watch like 1 or 2 episodes, 2 to 3 episodes at a time. I felt like it was more of a character study per different girl. Granted, they're in the same age range, which that's a valid point for it to be feeling like it's formulaic or in a format because they're all in the same age range.
Yeah, we didn't get to see any lost love grandmas.
Yeah. Golden Girls, the desperate years.
The thing that got me through it was once I realized that it was based on a game, I'm like, oh yeah, they're all heartbroken over this one Adonis guy. Like he's a heartbreaker. He moves from town to town and gets a girl to fall in love with him and ruins them for life. Speaking of which,
for me,
let me get to the tweets real quick. So I had tweeted this out earlier. I actually ripped the DVDs to get a good quality version of this. I said, what are we talking about on the OCA podcast? Well, definitely discussing this monster dong, right? Like So this was from the arc where the girl was a track runner. So this is actually a baton. But I just joke around that the guy ruined them. Like he's so like nobody else can compare. That's why they can't get over it this many years later, right? And Augie, if you want me to, I've got your tweets here if you want to go over them.
Yeah. So I already talked about that one. Well, only thing I didn't point out is for me, this is like a character study per each episode. One of the things that I enjoyed is some of the characters will either have an overactive imagination, super full of energy, and their daydreams just seem to be more part of the interesting bits about them. I enjoyed seeing that and getting to know some of the characters, or at least how they would reason their situations for that time. I would recommend this if you decide to watch this. I'd recommend this being a casual watch, like something you would just like a bag of Frito-Lays. Even though the bag's there, you'd like eat one or two chips at a time before the bag goes away. Some episodes have a higher, for me, some of the episodes have a faster pace than others, like the one with the rock star.
Yeah.
They all kind of have to be quick.
I know. It's in a short time span. One of the rock star, I thought the one with the alien school was not that bad. However, you do get some slow ones like episode 6, the one with the Buddhist monk.
That was a terrible episode because the whole time they're just going back and forth of philosophy. This means that, and I'm just.
Well, you say philosophy, but I feel like that one was more the whole cliche of you have this wise Buddhist monk, quote unquote, but really he's just a lazy guy that's trying to take advantage of people.
Well, it sounded to me like the thing that bothered me the most about it is it didn't even seem like Buddhist philosophy to me. It seemed like a cult, in the sense that the way cults operate. This is why I was originally going to title this podcast "Buddhism is a Cult" or "Cult of Buddha" or something like that. But the way that cults operate is that they target people who don't have a lot of self-esteem or self-confidence, and everything that person knows or believes. No, you're wrong. You're viewing it the wrong way. That's wrong. No. So every little thing that girl said in that video, he's like, well, actually, and he's like twisting around everything she said. And I'm like, this feels like a cult. So it was very off-putting to me to watch that, because I didn't think he was making any sound points whatsoever, and he was viewing things from this, like he said. So the moral of the story was that there was a guy who really loved this girl, but his best friend also fell in love with the girl, and the guy had said, I promise to make you happy the rest of your life. I love you, blah, blah. And the other guy said, I can't make any promises except that I will love you forever, or something like that, right? And he's like, so the moral of the story is the reason she chose the guy who couldn't promise anything except that he loved her is because the other guy was lying. Because you can't actually promise to make her happy. And I'm like, that's such bullshit. People speak poetically. It's not all literal, And it was just a really like twisting everything around so that he was always right, the girl was always wrong. And then at the end, he used it as a way to make it that, by the way, how they turned out. Yeah, that guy I was saying, he became a monk, implying, it was him, and that girl was the daughter of the best friend and the girl, right? And it was so garbage for like they were trying to do this, but they did it in like a really rotten way.
Another episode I thought that was kind of lacking. I did enjoy some of it, but not too much. Was the kimono girl. Because the whole setting, I like some of it, but the whole she's going to meet the suitor, she's not going to meet the suitor. Oh no, she's tricked to see the suitor. It just felt like a yo-yo that didn't really resolve, but they broke apart because they didn't want to be near each other.
I kind of like that because essentially it was like, oh, I'm opposed to it. You were expecting, oh, they're gonna want it anyway, and it will be all about, oh, this traditional style we shouldn't be sticking with nowadays. But then it's like, yeah, we'll respect your wishes. And then she's like, well, I kind of wanted to meet him or whatever. And then as soon as she figures out that, oh, I'm meeting him last minute, it's like, well, now I don't want to. And he's like, yeah, I understand. And, oh, I guess you're opposed to it too. But then it works out in the favor in the end because they both kind of enjoy each other's company.
But then they decide not to get married.
Yeah.
I don't exactly remember how that ended. It was just like,
well, I think I can put things this way. And this is Seraphim. Most anthologies have this problem. It's hard to get attached to a character in that amount of time, right?
Yeah, that's
so. Seraphim Call charmed me with the storytelling technique of that one particular episode where everything was seen through the perspective of some pervert putting a camera in the girl's stuffed doll, right? And how they would change the frame by having her literally go and grab the doll and move it closer to the window or something, right? So it was a really interesting idea, but in terms of the characters, I didn't care about any of them. With this one, it's like the Rock one, when that was one of the early episodes, it's like I was willing to give that the time of day, but at a certain point, once I read the synopsis of the game and how the epilogue worked in the anime on Wikipedia, I was content to just like lay back and watch it, as you're saying, like a lazy watch, and not really even bother to read all the subtitles, because once I knew the story, I didn't need to be entertained by the people. You know, they weren't entertaining characters. They were just past the time characters, right? So to that point, if this had been dubbed, would have been way easier to get through. Because you could just turn off your brain. For most things that we talk about, that aren't dubbed, this would have been way easier to get through. So what I'll say is, if this had a dub, would be worth it. Since it doesn't, I'm not going to recommend it. I don't think that you're missing out not putting the time into watching it. If it had a dub, then maybe I would view it differently and say, like, maybe might be worth like a lazy watch, right? But the other thing. Just to go over these last couple tweets, I said, this is actually for a long time interested me. I mentioned, why are the Japanese so casually aware of black magic? And the reason I said this is because the details in this circle are a little bit too accurate. It's a part of the Grand Pentacle of Solomon. So I'm talking about Messiah and, all this stuff being written around here. Like it just seems like they knew too much ahead of time, or like they did their research and were so accurate, And I said that this kid doesn't know the laws of equivalent exchange. So that basically, this is from the haunted house episode. This kid decides he can just make a magic circle. Also, by the way, how the hell in every show he's reading from a book, but how the hell are they so good at making perfect circles? It's amazing to me. These magic circles, they write them and they're so fast and they do it perfectly. Like if you try to do this, it'd be like this ugly chalk art that you drew on the street. You're like,
the pie chart, that image of a pie chart that says reasons to not be an alchemist, and it's like overwhelming percentage of people saying can't draw a perfect circle.
Yeah. Anyway, and then I had mentioned on the last episode, oh shit, it's Asuka. Doesn't that not look exactly like Asuka?
I didn't think of that at the time.
No, you mentioned that. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Is because just after this shot, you realize that she's actually got pigtails, but you can't see them from this angle. So I said, I don't even have to finish the episode to know how this love story ends with sticky hands.
No, you point out this, and I'm glad that you did point out the Asuka lookalike, because I was going to point that out as well. In episode 1, with the cello scene, I think that's what they wanted to do originally for Evangelion, but they went a different way with that.
The violinist in episode 1?
Yes, the violinist, where you see them go into like a French noir monochrome, trying to take the loneliness of the situation.
That was an interesting episode because that character was speaking French in the Japanese version. Like, he was speaking
Even though
French.
It was a German person.
Yeah, it was. Well, maybe he was actually speaking German. Come to think of it,
I think it might have been German because I would have at least recognized
a little bit.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It was German.
One other episode I want to ask both of y'all. I enjoyed this episode because of the whole ginkiness of the character. You had this one you had the trio. One was a tomboy who read a lot of romance manga. You have the childhood best friend and her bestest bestie.
Oh, you're talking about the one where they did the school festival, and
Yes.
and then she was trying to play matchmaker, and then it's like, oh no, they don't. He doesn't like her, but then at the end, it's like, oh wait, no, he actually does. Yeah.
I was confused because I thought it was
Bad writing.
I thought it was the person that you're following the whole time that was the interest for the guy or whatever. I did like the twist of, oh yeah, he's just moving like around the block. You know, he's still gonna be around.
Yeah, he moved. He's like, I'm moving, and then it turns out, oh, to the next neighborhood. Sorry, I was just checking on my daughter to make sure she was back to sleep.
To me, I thought it was very comedical and
well, in the context of the show, yeah, it was, because it subverted your expectation. Finally, they had to set up through like 7 or 8 other episodes.
Yeah,
right. But being more true to the age, I feel like this captures more of like an elementary to junior high type of drama being depicted on, well, animation. Yes, it doesn't make sense, and it's a whole, and you have that whole misunderstanding comedy, but I feel like it was better depicted this way than what a lot of other shows would do.
We're demonetized.
Just because I said that.
It's because we talked about social credit score too much.
Check your credit score today.
So for my summed up thoughts, in the short term, if you're like, I guess, yeah, it could satisfy you if you're like looking for a quick story to get over, but in the long term, you're not going to have any kind of fulfillment of, man, that was a good show type thing. And the problem with this anthology format is that with all the good episodes, there's bad episodes. So because that's so volatile or whatever, it's like you can't just sit there and be like, Sentimental Journey, masterpiece, because it's also varied, you know?
It's for me, if you enjoy romance,
it's terrible.
Certain slice of life. This is my opinion. Slice of life, or just a character study. I would also just something for like a relaxed watch, just something to pick up, watch, and move on to something else. I'd recommend it. Other than that, this isn't your Azumanga Daioh show and Tora. It's not going to be an exciting watch like you would get from some other action show or other romances like Peach Girl. I haven't seen that one, or like Peach Girl or whatnot. If you're curious, check a few episodes out. If you're hooked, go for it. If not, there's other things to watch.
Yeah, that's my perspective on it. Basically, is it's not worth your time more than a bunch of other stuff in your backlog would be worth your time. That's my opinion on it. And I don't think you'll ever catch up with your backlog fast enough as more shows that are worthwhile are coming out that you'd ever even have the time to do this. But with that said, I was happy that we watched Seraphim Call when we did, because it's another show in the same way. I wouldn't have given the time of day, probably would have stayed in my collection until I died, and I never would have gotten to it. And I'm glad I got to that one. This one, I'm glad I had a chance to have an excuse to actually get through it so I don't have to look at it and wonder for the rest of my life. But it was another thing I probably would never have gotten to eventually, you know?
Now, compared to another slow one that we watched, Project Blue Earth SOS, this is much faster paced than that show. Granted, it's a different genre.
It only by virtue of having to be, because each individual episode is its own story.
Right.
Whereas Project Blue Earth SOS was like a one story over like 3 or whatever episodes.
Wasn't it like a movie series? So it was 6 double-length episodes?
Something like that.
So that's probably why the pacing was a bit slower. Because they had the room.
All right, so I think we're done talking about the show. However, there's one story I need to get across. So this past Wednesday morning, about 3 o'clock ish, you two were having a call. I don't know what about.
Would you like me to let you in on our scandal?
No.
I explained a bit. I think he's got something else about it, though.
I'm not even talking about the content of the call, but I received a call from y'all. So apparently this was like the later end because I received 2 of those. So when I got up to like mute the phone because I need to get up at 5. Y'all didn't know that. 5, everything just seemed so disoriented for some reason, even the second time. So it turns out about that time over in Decatur, Tennessee, they had a magnitude 4 earthquake. So as I was being awakened from that phone call, I was also being awakened by an earthquake as well.
Oh, wow.
So the whole time I was thinking I'm just super tired.
Do you have your bookcases nailed to the wall or whatever?
Not nailed, but if you see this border up here, they're definitely snugged into the wall.
Yeah, because the bookcases like those are deep enough that unless the earthquake is happening like at your house being the epicenter, you're probably
right.
Okay.
Now, for an Alabama earthquake in my area, it's about as bad as a dog jumping on your bed to wake you up. Yeah.
So I grew up in California where we're on the San Andreas fault line, and we had some pretty nasty earthquakes when I was growing up. When I lived in California, all my bookcases were nailed to the wall, so that just in case, because you don't want to come into your collection room and have everything on the floor. But in Arizona, we don't have earthquakes. They don't even brace the water heaters or whatever to the wall out here because for that reason. So I haven't needed to out here, but I do constantly worry that at some point when I'm working, I'm going to have something fall on me. So anyway,
I live in earthquake-less land, so I've
regarding the contents of that call, my daughter's been waking up a lot. As you heard earlier, I had to go check on her because I heard her making noise. She's been getting out of bed while my wife is sleeping and walking around the house. She's 1 years old. And I've had to, for the last like week straight, I've had to put her in the car and drive for like up to at times 3 hours to get her back to sleep.
So that's why you're stressed.
What happened was I was trying to explain to FDDNM that he had shipped something to my house, and the delivery tracking stuff said that it had arrived, but I didn't get it. So we were talking, and I was trying to walk him through the scenario of what probably happened and how we were going to handle it. But I was driving, so I had to do it through the call. I didn't want to be texting, going down the windy mountain roads around where I live, and with my daughter in the backseat. That's why we went to a call.
Okay.
All right. So now everybody's cleared out. Do we have anything more that we want to say about Sentimental Journey, or do we want to wrap up this 5-hour podcast?
I'm good to wrap, I guess.
Yeah, wrap it up. I might post more tweets for my own sake later on this show, but that's just for my own interest.
So the next podcast is December 27th. Are you guys going to be available for that? Do you know?
Nothing that I've heard of.
Did I say November? I meant to say December if I said November. Anyway, right after Christmas.
I'll be here for the podcast, but I'm not sure if you're directing it to me or the viewers.
I'm directing it to both of you, the hosts, because I just want to know.
I don't have anything. I have not heard of anything, but that doesn't mean that my parents haven't already made plans.
Right. So I'm going to California. I should hopefully be back in time, but I also have to call in for jury duty 1 week from today, or I guess yesterday now.
Oh, joy.
Here's a secret tip. If you put off your jury duty, if you delay it until the Christmas time, oftentimes you get excused. So I don't know if I'm going to have to go in. I would actually be totally cool with doing jury duty, but at the time that I got the first notice, I was in the middle of one of my super high paying jobs that I can't not have. So I put it off until this time so that I would be able to buy myself some time. And assuming I don't have jury duty, because if I have jury duty, I have to be on a day schedule because I have to go do it. That podcast will be hell. And then jury duty the next day will be hell. But assuming that all goes well with that, we shouldn't have any trouble continuing. We're going to be watching Jormungand and Jormungand Perfect Order. So this is, I'm hoping 24 episodes on 4 discs.
Yeah.
So so this is going to require a lot from you. And I'm realizing right now that I'm going to probably need to get this done before I even leave for California. So
at least it's dubbed. Unlike the last like 2.
Exactly. So if you are, if you're planning on watching and following along with the Watch Club and the discussions on Twitter and stuff, be
better
sure
to get
to
a start on it earlier than later.
Yeah, be sure to plot out your time with that in mind, because it's going to be 14 days from now until the next podcast, and there's 24 episodes. So you have to watch more than 1 episode a day to get through it. Okay. And then I'll just say Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Thank you guys for stopping by. And I know this has been a very long podcast, but thank God we needed this watch time to make sure that we don't lose our partnership stuff. And from what I can see, it doesn't look like we've lost subscribers just yet. So that's also good. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you on the 27th. Take it easy.
Oh, ho, ho.